Welcome to Alabama Week from the premier meet in the country with New York breds featured in the Statue of Liberty New York Stallion Stakes Series. Trainer George Weaver will have the filly to beat in his barn as he looks to continue a strong summer showing. She's Country was last seen winning a New York bred stakes race, but today she enters off the bench for her 3-year-old debut. We'll take you live to Ashland, Kentucky for the debut of a new chapter in Kentucky quarter horse racing with opening day from Sandy Ridge with the Boco Futurity Trials and Bluegrass Derby Trials. Meanwhile, Mark Casse looks to go back-to-back in the Alabama. The defining race for 3-year-old fillies goes through his barn. Can Counting Stars make it 3 straight Grade 1 wins? She'll hopefully have this man back aboard. Arad Ortiz Jr. looking to return this weekend after being sidelined by injury. Good to have you with us on our Wednesday coverage. 9 minutes away from the first on the card, coming up on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York at Saratoga Springs. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, Acacia Clement with us on the desk as well as we get set for a fun Wednesday afternoon, including obviously a brand new racetrack ushered in, which we're looking forward to. We'll get to Todd Schrupp, Samantha Perry, but we'll start with New York breds in the 7th.
Yes, I've actually been to this Sandy Ridge site many years ago for simulcasting in a late night drive to Lexington, but that's another long story, but excited for that and looking forward to today's card and a big pick 6 carryover as well. Starts in race 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty tough on Sunday, so carrying that over into today, and I thought some pretty competitive races a little bit later on the stake. The feature today, there's no real kind of one main superstar. Everybody needs to show that they can step forward in this field today.
So that Statue of Liberty division, race 7, George Weaver, as we mentioned, will have probably the one to beat here. She's Country coming back, Andy, off the bench. Last seen winning the Key Sense to end her 2-year-old campaign.
She's not really even, she's barely too slow to win this race off her 2-year-old form. If she can build on that even a little bit and improve off of that, she's going to be very, very hard to beat. And when you think about it, like her second choice is a real question, Celtic Dawn, how far she wants to go. And the other horse, the 3, Morning Prayer, she's never finished first in a race.
Yeah, I agree. She's Country was very good as a 2-year-old. She won impressively first time out. She's undefeated against New York breds, having won that Key Sense back in November. But she does have a layoff to contend with, and there's always the question, does she step forward from 2 to 3? As Andy said, she may not have to very much. I thought there were a couple of interesting prices. Combat Move finally gets onto the turf, and she's one I've been waiting to see on the grass and go long for the always dangerous Linda Rice. But she is another totally unknown in this race.
I guess I'm the only one that saw it totally. I don't think she's that fast.
Those are 2-year-old figures, though.
Well, those are 2-year-old numbers. She's close enough. Who's so much faster than her 2-year-old numbers here? I mean, Celtic Dawn, if you want to take her sprinting, but do you really have confidence that she's going to win this race going a mile? I'm not.
I don't have confidence in a lot of them, and I thought it was fairly wide open. We'll see. She's the one to beat for sure if she improves off the bench. Interesting. Dangerous for sure, but I thought there were a few other ways to go in there. We'll see. The rail's out 27 feet, by the way. That'll be on the inner turf course.
18 on the melon, I believe.
Yes. And that's coming up race 7, 4:40 Eastern start time as we get into our opener coming up. Just 7 minutes away to kick things off on this Wednesday card as we see what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We are fast and firm. Early pick 5 as usual kicks off here in the opener. And the Sandy Ridge races, they are fast for opening day. Boco Futurity Trials continue. And we will get you out there again with Todd Schrupp and Samantha Perry shortly. Race 1 here at Saratoga to kick things off. 7 furlongs, conditioned $40,000 claiming race. And where do you stand here with Save Us Melania, Andy?
Well, I'm not betting her at 4 to 5. I did pick her in here as the main speed, but I can understand why I have some reservations. I just thought she was the likely winner to wire the field, but I can understand a case for both the 4 Street View, reclaimed by Steve Schauer, who did so well with her in the past, or even the 5 All Class, who's dropping.
Yeah, All Class Acacias face some pretty tough company.
She gets a significant drop in class. Munnings Express with the Angels. Very good horses in her last couple.
Post Parade is brought to you by the New Belmont Park. Return to racing September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com for more information. Here's 13 red flags.
Yeah, I mean, her very best races probably make her the 5th best horse in this 5-horse field as she comes off the layoff since last September.
Pretty good weekend for Linda Rice. She'll send out Save Us Melania.
The barn is going well right now. I did initially prefer Linda's other horse, Snide, but she's scratched, and meaning Save Us Melania is going to be the controlling speed.
She had 5 wins on Saturday, a couple on Sunday. Here is Street View, Stephen Shower.
Yeah, a reclaim for Stephen Shower. As Andy mentioned, he had this horse back in 2025 and had success.
There's All Class.
Yeah, she was probably down an inside, maybe not the best place to be last time out. She gets a rider switch and the drop. She should be forward.
And former Linda Rice runner now with Gustavo Rodriguez, been with that one for a while, Malou.
Yeah, actually 5 and 6, both former Linda Rice runners.
The
4-2. So she has her hands all over this field. Malou trying to turn things around. Minor rally last time out.
So 4-5. Save Us Melania, who looks like potentially could control on the front end as well. And that man aboard on pace. Again, if this were just a 40-day meet and taking into account a canceled day as one of those 40 days to break the single season record.
Yeah, now there will be 45 total days of racing, and to be fair, we kind of made up all the races from the canceled days, so he's had as many opportunities and races to ride. He'll probably, though, go to Kentucky Downs for quite a few of those days to maybe ride less, but he's building up such a cushion, it's going to be hard to catch him.
He said that in an interview the other day, and he's not the only one, which will make things a little bit interesting as far as some jockeys moving around for some of the other stakes out of town.
Pick 5 pool. About to eclipse $300,000 for this opener coming up. And, you know, obviously this one is always tough, this barn, big drop. Stephen Shower, though, it's one of a few trainers that I look at extra hard anytime he has a horse in.
I think we all have to. When you see a trainer that's winning at over 30%, improving horses the way he is, and if you look at this horse, he claimed this horse a year ago, March, and he ran 4 races, and 3 of them were the best speed figures, buyer speed figures the horse has ever run. Having said all that, he does not have great numbers off the claim, but he is a trainer that improves horses, and to ignore that, especially at 4-1, you're doing it at your own peril.
And I do think she was up against it last time out. She was off of a layoff. She was dropping in class. She was squeezed back at the start, going the 1-turn mile, where there really wasn't much movement in the race out of the Wilson chute last time out. So certainly a license to improve, and a mare that he knows well.
3 minutes away from kicking off this Wednesday card. Let's check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll take a look here at those layoff runners. One just so happens to be your favorite, and that is number 2 in here, Save Us Melania, as she does look good off the layoff. All things copacetic here with her returning, especially at this 7 furlongs, where the last 2 times we saw her, as Andy and Acacia touched on, she was against the racetrack. And, you know, just hopefully we have a fair racetrack today, and she projects to be forward. And it was funny, when she first walked in the paddock, she's very quiet. She looked great, but as soon as she got the tack on, as soon as Jose Ortiz jumped up on her back, she really came to life. And while he has stayed with the pony for this warm-up, she is moving well out there. She looks like a coiled spring, ready to go. However, the other horse coming off a little bit of a layoff, number 5, All Class, I have seen look better in the past. I know she does get a decent class drop in here to this 40,000, but she just looks as though she's a little bit weaker across her top line, not carrying the conditioning behind the saddle as well. And she really took a while to jump into the bridle in this warm-up. So we'll see how she fares here today. She definitely didn't catch my eye in the positive light in the paddock and on the racetrack. One that did, though, is a decent price on the outside. And I know you can't make too much of a case for her. Malou, number 6. Based on her recent form here for Gustavo Rodriguez, whereas with former trainer Linda Rice, she was running some faster races. But I just thought, you know, relative to what I saw from her back on July 9th, she is carrying her weight and her conditioning so much better than what she was. She's gotten a great warm-up out there with Flavien Prat, who we'd like to see back in the irons. And I just thought that she was looking better than what she was last month. Whether that moves her up enough, we shall see overall. So we'll see what shakes out here. But 4-5, Greg, on Save Us Melania, at least from my vantage point, makes sense.
Public agrees. Thank you, Maggie. Minute to put together your pick 5. Pull over $460,000 in here. But positive Signs for Maggie with Malou, at least appearance-wise here. Flavien Prat will be aboard for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Well, she would have to find long ago form to be competitive here, but I suppose it's not impossible, and it doesn't hurt to have Flavien.
So twos across the board for everyone here. Public as well. I was interested to hear just briefly, for those playing the Pick 5 looking ahead to race 2. Your thoughts on the second, both of you, with Pronghorn.
Well, I think that this horse makes a lot of sense. Ran very fast last time out. I watched her workouts coming in. She's actually been working with Publisher for Steve Asmussen, who, of course, has been facing the best in the older division recently, and she seems to be working very well. Now, she has done most of her running down at Oaklawn, Andy, and that's where her best performances are. So I always do wonder, does it transfer? But I like that she's had a bit of a freshening.
Yeah, I mean, I would never bet her in this race. I don't disagree. Obviously, her last race would make her very tough in here, and even her prior race makes her a contender. I guess it depends, like everything, on what price she is. Looking at doubles, she's close to even money in the double. On the other hand, it's the Jose Ortiz double, and I think while I didn't have a good reason to bet on somebody else in this race, I think you have to be very careful when you're playing and also when you're picking in taking Jose Ortiz horses, because they're all going off at significantly shorter prices than they probably should be going off. And as good a rider as he is, he's not really going to propel these horses to win somehow more often than if Flavien Prat or Manny Franco or any number of other riders. So I just think she's going to be an underlay in here for a horse that hasn't run in a while, has that one good race at Oaklawn. But obviously, if she runs her last race, she's going to be very tough to beat. But I have different ideas.
I thought there were a lot of interesting layoff runners in the second. Very curious to see what they're going to do.
Ballerina Doro for Chad Brown coming off the bench concurrently, came back off the bench and actually won. And a few runners, I know one of them moved to turf, but a couple of runners moved up significantly, including the runner-up in that race.
I think that race is a much more live race than it might look at first glance. And she has every right to move forward in there. I kind of like Ultimate Authority to try to wire the field. But I think there are quite a few ways to go in race 2, which is another reason I don't want to take a super short price on Pronghorn.
Part of this sequence, that'll kick off the Pick 4, but we start things here 4 to 5, and the one who will load next, Save Us Melania. Jose Ortiz meets leading rider, 56 wins and counting. And there's Save Us Melania stepping in for Linda Rice, who of course had that 5 wins Saturday afternoon. We're set to kick off our Wednesday card. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Here's All Class and Malou. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. They broke right across the track. And Save Us Melania has asserted herself to battle for the lead. Here's 13 red flags with good speed, and now she's in front. All Class is 2.5 off the lead in third, and Street View fourth along the inside, 3 clear of Malou. They run down the backstretch with 13 red flags just in front of Save Us Melania. They went through the quarter in 23 seconds flat. All Class is 3 wide. On the inside of her comes Street View, a very close fourth. And Malou, tailing off, has 12 to make up. Rounding the far turn, 13 red flags. And Save Us Melania 1-2 almost every step of the way. Santana gets busy on All Class on the outside. Street View with a good triple on the rail. Needs to find a spot. Is opting for the rail. The half went in 45 3/5 seconds there at the top of the stretch. Street View got that seam and comes through smartly to sprint for home in front. Save Us Melania is trying hard in second. Then All Class and Malou in the center of the track, picking it up late with a 16th to go. It's Street View under Manny Franco. Street View took the shortest way home and poured it on late to win by almost 6 lengths. Save Us Melania second. Photo for third between All Class and Malou.
Street View, Steven Shower off the claim. Manny Franco, number 44 of the meet.
Yep. Steve Shower continues to improve horses. Manny Franco continues to make no mistake. There's no doubt that 13 red flags threw a monkey wrench in this race, showing speed she has never shown before in her life, and then drifting out and opening up the rail for Manny. She certainly played her role, but I don't think it mattered. This horse could have probably won on the outside rail.
I don't think anybody was beating this horse today, but we talked about it. This was a horse that in this barn previously had run very competitive races and had been in very good form. Got back to it today. Save Us Melania did hold on for second, and maybe she was softened up a little bit, and she was off the layoff as well, but much the best as far as the winner was concerned.
4-2, 5-6. A little surprising, too, as we look overhead. Look, Snide came out. It was a major contender, and this one really didn't take any more money. It was 9-2 morning line.
I'm very surprised. I mean, I picked the horse second. I thought about picking on top because I don't know how you could ignore the way horses are running for Steve Schauer, and even this horse in particular. I mean, look at this horse's record when Steve Schauer hasn't trained her. It's not abysmal, but it's not particularly good. When she's in his barn, she's a top-class horse at this level, running figures in the 80s, which I'm sure she probably did here. And she's just a different horse for him, and she's not the only one.
Manny Franco, a breakout Saratoga season, number 44 for him. He's alone in second in the standings. Street View at 9-2 to kick off our Wednesday action here on Fox Sports 2. We're going to head for the first time to the debut of a brand new chapter in Kentucky quarter horse racing, with the gates already open at the newly constructed Sandy Ridge and a permanent home for quarter horse racing. And this inaugural meet featuring 8 days of racing, Boco Futurity Trials, Bluegrass Derby Trials underway. And we will have the final on our air on closing day as well. Let's take you out to Ashland, Kentucky. Todd Schrupp and Samantha Perry for more.
Greg, I want to thank Andy Serling for borrowing me this cowboy hat. Actually, I got it when I went to my first All-American Futurity. For those of you who don't know the quarter horse world, we're going to teach you all about it, and you are going to fall in love with it. This is a historic day. If you can go back in the history of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, you go back to 1780, and they were called Pioneer Sprints. They were match races that would take place for a quarter of a mile through cleared areas in the woods or maybe the streets of Lexington. There's a long history of quarter horse racing here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and then we didn't see it for about 40 years. From the 80s, it kind of just faded out, and now we're back here at Sandy Ridge. Cannot understate how significant this is. And for our audience, you have ridden quarter horses. Tell us the difference between a quarter horse and a thoroughbred.
Well, a lot of horse under you for sure on the quarter horses. They just ball up. You look down at their necks whenever you're approaching the starting gate, and they just look like they're about to just pounce on the competition. They're a really incredible animal. They go 0 to 45 very, very quickly, Todd. The starting gate is so important to these quarter horses. You got to break cleanly, and you got to make sure you're still on their back when they leave those gates, because they leave running.
If you think of track and field terms, this is the Usain Bolt of equine athletes. These are the powerful sprinters, some of the fastest horses in the world. But where are we? Where is Sandy Ridge? So we're talking about Ashland, Kentucky, Boyd County. Think of it this way amongst racetracks in Kentucky. You start at Churchill Downs and Louisville, and then you drive on the 64 East about 72 miles. That's where you'll come upon Keeneland Racecourse. Then you want to hop the 75 South, go about 74 miles on the 75 South, and you end up here in Ashland, Kentucky. Population about 21,000. The Ohio River runs right through it. And this area that we're at, you can see the sign behind us, Sandy Ridge, and the finish line as well, was an abandoned strip mine. This has been something that has been more than 20 years in the making. 4 years it really started to take shape, and it is very impressive what the revolutionary group of racing has done here, and Larry Lucas at the head of it. We're going to be talking to the governor of Kentucky later on, Andy Bashir. We'll also be talking about Janet Van Beber of the American Quarter Horse Association. But today is trial day as well as opening day. Yep. This was mentioned by Greg at the top. So essentially there's two races that horses are trying to qualify for. The top 10 fastest times go. We're talking about the Boco Futurity, so you got 2-year-olds in there, Boyd County for short, and then later 3-year-olds in the Derby Bluegrass trials there. So 6 for Boko, the 2-year-olds, 6 races there, and then 4. So time is going to be the key here today.
Yeah, time is. That's the main goal with these Futurity and Derby trials. You want to be in the top 10 fastest times. They take those times between every single race. They line up those times, and there's going to be a bubble that we'll have for you. And we're going to just see as these trials progress throughout the day who's going to be standing at the end in the top 10 times.
Okay, we'll be keeping track of the times. We'll take care of that for you. You sit back and enjoy the fastest equine athletes in the world, American quarter horse racing. The first trial is 45 minutes behind. They just ran race number 2, the first trial for the Boko. Had a little bit of a tractor issue. It's opening day, these things happening. But if you ever get to Ashland, Kentucky, you've got to make Sandy Ridge part of your plans. And downtown Ashland, beautiful, right there along the Ohio River. We'll be back with more from the historic opening day at Sandy Ridge in Ashland, Kentucky, here on Fox Sports 2.
Look forward to it, Todd. Samantha, thank you. About $120 million has been poured into that facility to make this dream be realized. So we look forward to seeing those trials coming up throughout the afternoon. Street View here in our opener at Saratoga with the win. 9-2 start to the festivities on this Wednesday card from Saratoga.
Yeah, just pennies under 5-1 for a horse that won. Like she should have been 2-9, not 9-2.
Yeah, she was much the best coming up the inside, and Manny Franco has definitely been one of the big stories throughout this entire meet. It's been a lot of fun to watch. She's a very hardworking individual and making the most of every opportunity throughout this summer.
Wins for Island Wind Racing and trainer Stephen Schauer. Manny is mentioned aboard, and the 5th career victory and first off the claim returning to this barn here. 9-2 start again, $11.96 for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Stephen Schauer with Street View, and we were just discussing and giving praise to Manny Franco for that ride was sensational, cutting the corner and scooting up the rail.
Manny's the best. What can you say? I mean, you can't say any more. I mean, he's just the best. In this jockey colony, he's really showing himself this year to be a top 5 rider. So
absolutely. And he does it year-round, too. We just don't often see it in Saratoga, but I'm so pleased that he is showing it to us. But talk about getting Street View back into your barn.
We claimed her, Evan and I, and he asked me, you know, do you want to take a chance on her? I said, sure. When I sold her, she was 100%. I don't know what happened or whatever, but I said, let's take a chance on her. She's worth it. And honestly, today I didn't know what she was going to do, but she was training great. And I was trying to nitpick her when I was training her to find out what was going on. I couldn't find it. Everything was the same as last year. Good. So I don't know what else to say.
It played out accordingly, but you're not done. In the 3rd, you send out Cravings, as we were also just discussing. Feels like a wide open race. What are you expecting from her? She comes off a bit of a freshening.
I expect some improvement from her. She's a little bit more relaxed now. You know, there's a little bit of a maturity with her. So I expect progression. That's what I expect. So whether or not she wins or not, I expect her to move forward.
Excellent. Love to hear that from trainers, but well done here in the 1st.
Thank you very much.
All right, Stephen Schauer with Street View back in the barn and back to the winner's circle.
Move on to race 2. Out of the Wilson chute at a mile, allowance optional claiming group, and Pronghorn we touched on a little bit before we ran that opening race, is the favorite. Jose Ortiz here for Steve Asmussen, off since late April at Oaklawn, Acacia.
Yeah, and was a horse that at times had shown some early speed. She broke slowly in her most recent effort, where she actually ran on really well, just missing the bob and galloped out well past the wire. Sideline since April. Like I said, seems to be training very strong coming in for Steve Asmussen, but of course does have to answer the question, can she transfer that form from Oaklawn here to Saratoga and off a little bit of a freshening?
22 minutes to post. Race 2 starts the pick 4. Last couple of nights, as we mentioned over the weekend, this was coming up. Vasek-Tipton Sales Pavilion. And more impressive horse flesh going through the auction ring. Busy night last couple of nights.
Yeah, Sunday night for the New York Bred sale, Monday afternoon for the New York Bred sale as well. We were very busy over there, as was many people involved in what was going on over to kind of have the dream as well. So it was pretty exciting. My husband Miguel bought the sales hopper, Life is Good, and my mother-in-law Valerie, co-breeder of the Good Magic out of Too Sexy, who sold as well with our friends over at Longford Farm. So it was pretty exciting being over there.
I went over Sunday and leached some food for dinner and went home.
Thanks for that input.
Probably throw that in there.
Was the food good?
It wasn't bad. Yeah, it was free too. So when you're leaching, it's never that. It always tastes better when you're leaching.
Well, we thought he was the cult of the sale, the Life is Good, who's been off to a tremendous start. So really exciting. And I mean, the New York Bred sale, you've seen it elevate, and obviously with the purses for New York Breds at the new Belmont, everybody wants to be able to stock up for their 2-year-olds for next year.
Cody's Wish there, hip number 358. Intriguing to see what these ones could do on the racetrack.
A lot of good sires in that sale.
So, yeah, interesting couple of nights, and cool that you were heavily involved with this as well. She's Country. We're going to have New York Breds in action in our feature. Of course, here's the race she was in last, that Key Sense. This was back in mid-November. She's been pretty good when she's been on the racetrack, and now the comeback effort.
I mean, it's sort of general rule of thumb is a lot of these horses will improve 10 or more buyer points in their 2-year-old to 3-year-old form, especially the turf routers. And she was close enough to be competitive in her 2-year-old form. I thought she was the horse to beat, and I'm not trying to beat her.
She was game to win that Key Sense. She does have the layoff to contend with, but as Andy said, I don't read into the figures so much as 2-year-olds, especially on the turf as well. And she was able to go long right off the bat and had ability. She was precocious, and you look at her and it seems like she doesn't need to improve that much to be competitive in here. Now, maybe somebody else will be competitive too, but to me, it's a race where a lot of horses need to step forward.
All right, Manny Franco kicked off the card with a win. He'll be aboard for George Weaver later on in our feature race. We're going to get back to Sandy Ridge right now and check in with Todd Schrupp with a very special guest.
Very honored and privileged to have with us the 63rd governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the Honorable Andy Beshear with us. Governor, thanks for being here today.
Oh, this is exciting. Quarter horse racing has come to eastern Kentucky. Kentucky continues to prove we are the horse racing capital of the world, and there are hundreds of new jobs because of today.
As someone who has a pro-growth agenda, when you look at the economics of Kentucky, there's 2 areas you've emphasized. That's the rural communities. You have a development fund there. And then private investment. You've gotten over $45 billion in your time in office of private investment into the Commonwealth. It seems like this day is a combination of all of it coming together.
Well, it's been amazing. We've broken every economic development record in the books. We're now just about $51 billion in new private sector investment, 70,000 new jobs. Our average wage for a new job is over $31 an hour this year. You can be pro-business and pro-worker. All of this can work together. And when your businesses do well, they pay their people more. They have better benefits. So having a pro-growth agenda lifts everybody up and leaves no one out.
And it seems at the core of it is the equine industry here in Kentucky. You have valued what they bring to the economic table.
It's big. Of all things, when I ask people what our #1 export is, everyone yells bourbon, but it's actually aerospace. So we make a lot in Kentucky that we send around the world, but there are so many important jobs here, and this is where I started. My first job in high school was mucking stalls at a lesson barn. I know the hard work it takes to get these horses ready. I grew up riding myself, so the equine industry is just part of who we are. We embrace it, we love it, and it creates a lot of jobs.
You're down the stretch of your governorship. You've had back-to-back terms. You're in that rare category in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. What do you want this last stretch to look like for you and your administration?
Well, like these horses, I want to run as fast as I can all the way through the tape and past that finish line. It's never a good time to coast, because every single inch that we run leaves Kentucky better off. Every new job we create, every new investment that we bring in. These last 6.5 years have been game-changing. You know, states used to look down on us. Now they're looking up to us. We used to be viewed as a flyover state. Now, look around. This is a destination. We are excited that you all are here. And we're seeing more and more sporting events like this across Kentucky. So it's a good time to be a Kentuckian, and I'm going to leave this place in the best shape I can.
Governor Beshear, thank you for the hospitality, and congratulations on this historic day here in Ashland, Kentucky.
Oh, every day in Kentucky is a day just like this.
Governor Andy Beshear joining us for the opening of Sandy Ridge.
Huge day out there in Ashland, Kentucky, and construction began back in 2024, but this was a long, long time in the making, bringing this to reality.
I'm pretty sure that's a site I went to for some simulcasting from the Meadowlands in 1994 as I was driving to Lexington. So there's been a lot of talk about doing something there for quite a while.
Well, I think it's exciting. It's always special. I mean, you heard about the economic impact, the jobs that it creates, but it's always special for racing of any kind when there is something new and exciting happening. Unfortunately, we have seen racetracks around the country closing or not being needed. So I think it's wonderful when you do have the opportunity to see something exciting, and looking forward to the races there.
And having the very first racetrack in Kentucky now dedicated to quarter horse racing, very important to Eastern Kentucky and to Ashland as well. Let's get back to Todd Schrupp.
Greg, I want to pick up that point that Acacia made because it's so important. We live in an industry that seems to be contracting, so to be at a track opening is a real pleasure, and it says a lot about the quarter horse world.
It really does. It's super exciting to have a new frontier of quarter horse racing here in Kentucky, especially whenever you just look at the size of quarter horse racing in general. It's not as big or as mainstream as thoroughbred racing, but right here we've got the Boco Futurity Trials with one trial already underway, and these are horses that are trying to run as fast as they can today to make it into that final top 10 at the starting gate on September 6th right here.
Also think of the money that's on the line. There will be $3 million in purses given away over 8 days of racing for this meet. These finals that you talk about, the Boco Futurity, the finals are trying to qualify for, that final will be $125,000 added, and then the Derby Bluegrass, which we'll be talking about later on, those trials leading to a $100,000 final. But as Samantha mentioned, race number 2 was run about 45 minutes late. That was the first Boco Futurity, so the first qualifying opportunity. There will be 6 races to qualify. The top 10 fastest times advance. Let's watch what happened in race number 2.
And racing in the second this afternoon. Going out to the outside off the break was Keep On Rolling 1, 2, 3. To the inside on the 3-path, KLT Tell 'em Separate is making a good charge. Coming up on the outside in between horses is Devotion. Then up the center of the track, Keep On Rolling 1, 2, 3. Keep On Rolling 1.
Dustin Sortum with the call, the first race and the Boco Futurity, race number 2. And as we said, time is everything. So the winner here has established the fastest time thus far. As far as the atmospherics here, wind is a thing in quarter horse racing. I would call it a crosswind right now, maybe going to a headwind, but these times are probably going to be tough to come by as the wind shifts.
Yeah, as it blows right into my face as well. And luckily, the weather, thank you so much for that. The weather does look good. And I think one thing to point out with these trials, especially for the viewers at home moving through the day, you do not have to win a trial to be qualified for the Boco Futurity. If there is a faster trial, there's a second and a third place finisher that could get in, perhaps even a fourth place finisher, Todd. I qualified for the Hobbs America Futurity a long time ago with a third place finish, and I was the third fastest time. So it's different heats that will qualify for this finals.
You're awfully tall for a jockey.
Well, let me
so
just,
you're originally from you're originally from Oklahoma,
yeah.
And that was interesting. We were walking around with Larry Lucas, who is the chairman of the group that owns this track and really made this happen. He said that most of the horses you're going to see today have shipped in from Oklahoma, and you know a lot of these connections.
Yeah, I was very blessed with the opportunity to ride for a lot of these trainers that we're going to see on the program here today. So it feels really great to be back here in this kind of aspect, to be covering them. And the Oklahoma bred program has been very, very profitable as far as quarter horse racing goes. And now we're starting to see Kentucky breds as well. And Oklahoma better watch out. We're going to have some competition with some top quarter horse breds.
So the Boco Futurity, every race will be run at 350 yards. The field getting set for race number 3 and coming out for the second race in those Futurity trials. And then as far as the Bluegrass a little bit later on, that will be 3-year-olds, and they'll be going 400 yards.
Yeah, they stretch them out a little bit further. 400 yards is just the real classic distance for these quarter horses, for 40 as well, and for furlong terms. The 350 yards is just a little over 2 furlongs, pardon me.
So as Samantha mentioned, a quarter of a mile is the defining distance. What a mile and a quarter is in thoroughbred racing, 440 yards is in quarter horse racing, the classic distance. But we'll be going 350 and 400 here today at Sandy Ridge. When we return, we'll recap the second race in the Boco Futurity Trials here on Fox Sports 2.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Out on the Wilson Chute coming up here on the second 1 mile distance, allowance optional claiming field. And there's a look at Ballerina Doro, one of two in the field for trainer Chad Brown. This one coming off a long time away, last seen in the Kentucky Oaks back in 2025. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at her right now in the paddock, Greg, Ballerina Doro. She is one that was always just a frame of a filly. She was very long and scopy, but there wasn't as much conditioning on as she was a later 2-year-old turning 3-year-old. But now, as she comes back as a later 4-year-old, well, yes, that frame has been filled out. She looks sensational here. I was never, her biggest fan, really could warm up to her, but looking at her here in the paddock, I do like what I see. However, it is a long time away, but I feel like with Chad Brown in her corner, that often is mitigated, those long layouts. She does look fit here. I've been watching some of her workouts. She has been consistently by herself. Those blinkers have been on. And it's funny watching her. You could see why Chad opted to start her career on the turf, because honestly, she does move a little bit more turf meant. So we'll see how she does coming back here at a mile. Maybe it is just a stepping off point, as he also has concurrently in here as, well, kind of plan B. And Ballerina Doro is 7-1. Your favorite, however, is number 6, Pronghorn. She comes in here for Steve Asmussen off the Oaklawn Park freshening, and she has been working with a purpose. Watching her work last time on August 9th, she was with Publisher. She was very headstrong that day, and she's really gotten on her toes since Jose Ortiz has gotten on her back. So she is indicating that she is sharp, but boy, does she look fit. I love the effort she comes in off of. She did blow the break that day, but she sat mid-pack between horses and really just missed behind what was a bit of a long shot winner in Queen's Martini. But she definitely looks ready to go. She's breathing fire as they hit the racetrack, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Post parade coming up, 6 minutes away from race 2, and you 8-5 favoritism. Pronghorn in here. You have the duo from the Chad Brown barn, Ballerina Doro, but concurrently a lot to like from that outside post, Flavian Pratt, Acacia.
I thought that she'd strengthened a lot last time out, coming back off the layoff, and she's a horse that also actually started her career on the turf, and she didn't break that quickly last time, but waiting for room inside, and once she got clear, she just kicked away pretty nicely.
Kick things off with Purloin, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
She did run a big figure 2 races back in January. Haven't seen her now for over 6 months, though.
Next door, Low Country Magic, Horacio de Paz.
We saw her at Thistledown last time out, where she was hard-ridden chasing. She should be forwardly placed. Her last 4 starts have all been in stakes.
Here's the Ultimate Authority, Saffie Joseph Jr.
I'm betting on her here to wire the field.
9-2, Tyler Gaffleone aboard. So here's the first of 2 from Chad Brown, long time away, Ballerina Doro.
First start since the Kentucky Oaks of 2025, and has been very eager training in the mornings.
Another for Saffie Joseph Jr., Midtown Lights.
She certainly has races that put her in the mix here, but her recent form has declined a little bit.
Here's the favorite, strong form, but has had some issues out of the gate, Pronghorn.
Yeah, she broke slowly last time, and that arguably might have cost her the race that day in the Dig a Diamond.
And here's the other Chad Brown, Clarivate Stable Silks, Flavian Pratt.
Second race is a 3-year-old, a better race than it looks last time. She's a big-time player in this race.
Was off, ending her 2-year-old campaign early December, came back in June, won impressively, and now we haven't seen her since June 18th. She's 3-1 from that outside post. Let's go back to Pronghorn here, and in stakes action, the Dig a Diamond at Oaklawn, her last start late April.
I guess the way you look, if you take a positive opinion, is she's an improving horse for a trainer who can certainly improve them, especially going long. From a speed figure standpoint, 78 by her, 83 by her, and then a 90 by her in defeat in this race. On the other hand, we now haven't seen her in 4 months since that race. I think she was entered the day we canceled, however, and I think there are some question marks. And the other thing for me as a bettor is it just seems as though every horse Jose Ortiz is riding is an underlay. And so unless you really feel strongly about one of his horses, you probably want to go elsewhere because there's just no value in betting his horses.
According to the DRF clock reports, though, too, working very strong in the morning for the comeback.
Yeah, she has been. I also watched her works, as Maggie touched on, working with Publisher, and she was just full of energy. In fact, a little bit keen early. It looked to my eye like Jose might have been up in that workout, but she really seemed like she was just flying in the mornings, and give her credit for company kept as well. So could be a good sign. Like I said, I like a little bit of a freshening off of a pretty consistent campaign throughout the winter over at Oaklawn Park. But as Andy said, you do have to take the worst of it with the price.
And do you feel like this time of year, we have obviously concurrently the 7 tackling someone like a Pronghorn, others in here that are older fillies and mares, that you're not that concerned about it? Maybe in some ways more upside?
To be honest, I've never have been that concerned about it. Maybe as a fault. It could be a flaw in my handicapping, but I just feel like horses are fast enough to win races. They can win races. I don't worry about the age thing very much, and I'm certainly not sure you should be worrying about it in August, their 3-year-old year, which I think the question you're asking.
Let's go back to the other Chad Brown here, 4-year-old filly, long time away. As we've touched on, we've not seen her since last year's 2025 Kentucky Oaks. Here's a look at the race that got her, well, one of them, that got her into that race.
Yeah, this is an effort that in retrospect isn't that good. Early on, never really went on with it from there. The horse that she beats by a nose, she's a horse that ran a huge race in the Demoiselle from a very tough post in her first dirt start as a 2-year-old, and she just never really put it together. But obviously something must have gone wrong for her to be out this long. Chad Brown has very good numbers off long layoffs in the dirt, but oddly enough, much better with sprinters than routers.
Interesting. She is a horse that does seem to have gotten better when going longer as well. She was always kind of that tall, lanky type of 2- and 3-year-old. So as Maggie said, maybe she is just having a little bit of a starting point here coming back at the mile, but also to return off a layoff at a mile and the kind of layoff that she has is not an easy task.
And I've never asked Chad Brown about this horse, but my guess, and knowing Chad and just thinking logically about it, is that this is a start. I mean, obviously you want to win, you want them to run well, but my guess is it's a start to get her back on track, and hopefully in some longer races when we get back to Belmont, he'll probably give her at least a couple of chances on dirt, considering how well she's run. But I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't run that well if he tries turf again with her. Why not?
Got options.
Meanwhile, concurrently, 3-1, the only 3-year-old filly in this field. She won her 3-year-old debut. Now comes start number 2 as we go back to Maggie.
Yeah, this feels like the Chad Brown horse you want, right? She has a bit more recency. I think she's built more for the mile. And the problem, though, with her is that outside post. It has been dispelled that you can win from an outside post position going this mile, but it's a tough spot to be in. It always feels like you're kind of having to go a little bit faster from that post position to get good position as you go around that first dog leg. Look, she's getting an excellent warm up from Flavia Pratt. She looks sensational. If you like her in the face of the favorite in here, number 6, Pronghorn, then I do think she makes quite a bit of sense because she makes an excellent impression from start to finish. As we'll take a look at some other long shots, who I'm actually going to land on in here in number 2, Low Country Magic. This is the first time I've seen her, honestly, even though she ran twice in New York, but she just looks fantastic, and it feels like what these horses from Horacio De Paz's barn are showing you physically, they run to on the racetrack as he continues to have an absolutely sensational meet. And I just thought she sits the right kind of trip in here, drawn a little bit more inside. She's tactical. She got a very vigorous warm-up from Manny Franco, who continues to ride in fine form. And it just feels like some of these shorter price horses have the layoff angle to contend with. Now I know Low Country Music, she's going to turn back a bit, and maybe she is better around a 2-turn 9 furlongs. But at a decent price, I figured why not, because I really loved what I saw from her and thought there was some upside on paper. Number 3, Ultimate Authority. She is second off a layoff. She doesn't win any part of 6.5 yet. She still ran well. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that she wants longer, but she's definitely built that way. She's a very long, lean, tubular frame to her, more of that uphill build than that downhill build, very indicative of a route type of horse. She does lack a little bit of conditioning behind the saddle. Wish she looked stronger in that sense, but I do feel like this distance is a bit better for her. She comes off of a decent effort at the 6.5 furlongs, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Second trial from Sandy Ridge of the afternoon about to go off. We'll get you that momentarily. Right now, loading for race 2, start of this pick 4 on our Wednesday coverage from Saratoga. 7-5 favorite. Pronghorn, Steve Asmussen. Jose Ortiz meets leading rider. First start since late April at Oaklawn. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Okay, Greg, here's Midtown Lights taking up her spot. Pronghorn. And concurrently. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it is a quick start for Midtown Lights, who takes the lead in the opening stages. Midtown Lights now clears off to lead by a length and a half. Pronghorn has moved up alongside to challenge. They're followed by Low Country Magic, and Ultimate Authority is 4th. And a little bit of a restraint there on the 4th place runner, Ultimate Authority, through these opening furlongs, 3 lengths off the lead. It's another couple back to concurrently racing on the outside of Purloin, and Ballerina Doro brings up the rear. A very slow opening quarter mile from Midtown Lights. Midtown Lights runs down the backstretch and leads the way by a length. Pronghorn is in second. They're followed by Ultimate Authority third and Low Country Magic on the rail in fourth. Then Concurrently, who's by herself in fifth, 6 lengths off the lead. Ballerina Doro is out of last and another 4 to Purloin. The half, a much more reasonable 48-1. And Pronghorn makes the move to take the lead. Midtown Lights is in second. They're followed by Ultimate Authority, who's called on now. Concurrently is starting to pick it up. Racing on the outside of Low Country Music. They're 1 furlong out. And the lead belongs to Pronghorn by 2 lengths. Midtown Lights on the inside. Ultimate Authority, Low Country Magic. Continued progress from Concurrently. Pronghorn drifts wide, but is home. It's Pronghorn too strong. Pronghorn wins it by 3 lengths. Second went to Low Country Magic, who was just in front of Concurrently. Behind that, it was a battle for fourth between Ballerina Doro and Purloin.
Pronghorn, the favorite, with a win here in race 2. Steve Asmussen barn, owned by Kaleem Shaw, number 57 of the meet for the meet's leading rider, Jose Ortiz.
Able to sit on top of a very relatively moderate pace in an oddly run race, considering the same barn trained the 5 as the 3. Why she was sent, I don't know, but this horse sat the right trip and was able to fairly dominate.
Yeah, she started drifting out a little bit in the stretch. I wonder if she just got a little bit to wandering with nobody around her, but Jose went to the right-handed crop to just kind of keep her to task, and she was well clear, pulling away from this field in the stretch.
So Pronghorn, the favorite, 7-5 with the win, 6-2, 7-3 finish to kick off the early pick 4. We'll have these prices for you when we come back on our Saratoga Live coverage, and we'll have the second of the Boco Futurity Trials. Show you what transpired out in Ashland, Kentucky. When we come back, Jose Ortiz continues to lead the way and on the board after the second on the card. Again, back to Ashland, Kentucky when we come back to Sandy Ridge.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
It's the annual summer tradition that stands alone. Make plans for DraftKings Travers Day at Saratoga on Saturday, August 29th, featuring 5 Grade 1 events. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at Nyra.com/Travers.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Brand new racetrack Sandy Ridge here in Ashland, Kentucky. Welcome back to our coverage on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. I'm Todd Trupp. Very pleased to be with former quarter horse rider and native Oklahoman who grew up around the quarter horse. Talking about SGP, Samantha G. Perry, and the winner here in race number 3, our second trial race for the Boco Futurity Trials, higher powers.
Yeah, it was a very impressive finish here by the Tyler Crawford trainee. And trainer Tyler Crawford is a son of Clinton Crawford, who is infamous in the quarter horse world.
Okay, so we're updating times throughout the day. Remember, the top 10 fastest times do qualify here. The winner's circle not too far from where we are, so we're near where they're kind of on the gallop out, just past the finish line. But the winner's circle earlier today was filled with dignitaries. They had the dais set up for speakers, and this has been a celebration for the local community and the Commonwealth overall.
Yeah, it's just been a fantastic early afternoon so far here at Sandy Ridge as we're just getting started here with these Boco Futurity Trials.
Okay, so as you look ahead to the next race, hopefully we're not delayed. We're about 45 minutes behind on everything. What can we expect upcoming in race number 4?
Probably a very quick race to the finish, Todd, as we're seeing with all of these quarter horses. We got a pretty square price in the trial number 2 that we've had today, which was race 3. And in race number 4, we do have a couple scratches, but the number 6 Cholito is a horse that I've got my money on, and this is a new sire who's just been very, very game with all of his runners that he's dropped so far. And Cholito drawn perfect. We talk about the starting gates with these quarter horses, Todd. Sometimes the middle to the outside is the best place to be when you draw these races.
You know, we talked about the mound here in the middle of the track, but as far as a quarter horse strip, the track itself, anything unique about it or something that you're keeping an eye on?
I think it's important to watch these inside gates because it seems to be a little bit slower just so far. And typically with these quarter horses, whenever they are lining up into the starting gate, of course, the inner posts do load first, so they are standing in there a little bit longer. And these quarter horses, when they load into the starting gates and they get settled in, there's a lot of just kind of shaking and moving, and a lot of times these quarter horses can be a little bit on edge. They're just trained to go that quarter of a mile as fast as they can and as hard as they can, and those 1 and 2 post positions sometimes can get a little bit rattled up with those outside horses to just kind of get ready.
Later in the day, we're going to move our location, go down by the starting gate, and hopefully give you a close-up look at just how powerful these quarter horses are out of the starting gate. We've been talking about the differences between thoroughbred racing and quarter horse racing. Something I don't think that everyone realizes, you pointed this out, and I thought it was an excellent point, the trainer's role when the horses come out onto the track. Explain that.
Yeah, so there is a trainer here today, Casey Willis, the son of Eddie D. Willis, who is a very, very prominent quarter horse trainer. He was on his pony horse, ponying his horse to the starting gate. So what these trainers do most of the times in the quarter horse world, they saddle up their horses and then they go get on their pony and then they just take those horses to the starting gate. You usually don't see that in the thoroughbred world, at least not in the afternoons for race time.
I'm trying to imagine Chad Brown.
Right, on the pony.
His horse out to the starting. Well, first of all, he'd have 4 horses in the race.
Yeah,
so
he'd have to pick one.
He'd divide his workload there. All right, we are truly just getting underway here at Sandy Ridge. What a day. We're so happy you're here with us. We'll be back with more on-site coverage in Ashland and Kentucky on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
Samantha, Todd, thank you. Back here in race 2 at Saratoga. It was Pronghorn off the bench and winning in the Saratoga debut, number 57 of the meet for that man right there. Jose Ortiz continuing to lead the way. Steve Asmussen, Kaleem Shah, rest of your winning connections, $4.88 for the win. Low Country Magic concurrently complete the trifecta.
Yeah, I mean, this horse looked like a winner, Acacia, every single step of the way.
Yeah, Low Country Magic was too big a price, and she did finish second, but there was no catching the winner in here.
So favorite successful in the second. We move on to race 3, 7 furlongs. Starter optional claiming group that will line up here. It's a difficult race. LeClaire opens up right now as the one to beat. Rick Dutrow Jr. just a few wins away from 2,000 for his career.
Jose Ortiz opened up as the favorite?
Shocker, right?
Shocking.
Thrown. She's okay. I mean, she looks like one of the players. I agree with you. This is a fairly open race.
All right,
Steve Shower looking for another one as well. Cravings.
We should talk pick 6.
We will when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Wednesday card continues. 23 minutes to post for the third. And the pick 6 next.
Kankura or portfolio duration? Portfolio duration! Racing wins the Just a Game. And title roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. South Cordovis will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo!
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And opening day, Sandy Ridge in Ashland, Kentucky, our third of the Boco Futurity Trials to come. Let's go to Todd Schrupp.
I am privileged to be with quarter horse racing royalty, talking about Janet Van Beber. Let's start with the resume just a little bit here. She was the first female trainer to get to 1,000 career wins. She still, to this day, is the all-time money earner amongst female trainers in quarter horse racing. Oh, and she had some pretty good champions along the way. The most notable, Taylor Fitt, who was a world champion and for the longest time was the highest earning quarter horse in history. Then in 2022, in her native Texas, she went into the Texas Racing Hall of Fame. The amazing Janet Van Beber. I could stay here until the end of the card just talking about your resume. Good to see you.
I want to travel with you more often, man. You are my hype man.
Yeah, you'll walk into the room and that'll be me, the voice. But right now, your current role is with the American Quarter Horse Association. You are the Chief Racing Officer. What does that entail?
Well, I've been in this role for 10 years now, and it was an opportunity to take my experience as literal boots on the ground in the industry and bring it to the benefit of the sport. And that's what I've been doing all of these 10 years, is to oversee welfare initiatives, to oversee things about the protection of both the horse and the industry itself, to initiate programs that further the sport, to do all of these wonderful things to keep the sport that I love moving forward in a viable fashion.
Well, you know, this is a great example today, especially when you look around the equine industry. There seems to be a lot of contraction, but here in the world of quarter horse racing, we're now expanding. What an exciting time. Sandy Ridge is an example of how there is a bright future for all equine athletes.
Yeah, I was just telling someone we have opened several new tracks, and we are so proud to be here today. We have 250,000 members in the American Quarter Horse Association. We're the largest breed registry in the world, and we are really proud to see the discipline of quarter horse racing grow.
For a lot of our audience on Fox Sports 2, they're getting introduced to quarter horse racing for the first time. Explain the significance of a day like this, not just the opening day, but the races themselves. We've got two divisions that have trials today leading to the finals. As a horsewoman, tell us the significance of trial day.
Sure. We're a little bit different than some of our other counterparts in that we have time trials for our big races because so many people are looking for a spot in the finals that they compete in the time trials where 1/1000th of a second can make a difference to qualify. Think of us as the dragsters of the sport, and we speed down there and they take the times, and at the end of the day, the top 10 qualifiers come back to the finals. And the finals are very lucrative, so it's exciting. It's exciting to sit through the day, see who's going to prevail, and then keep track of the times. It just adds a whole new element of excitement to a race card like today.
If you wanted to name the first lady of quarter horse racing, we're with her. Janet Van Beber, thank you.
Oh, it's always a pleasure, Todd. So good to see you.
About 12 minutes to post in that third of those Boco Futurity trials, and still to come later today, Bluegrass Derby trials and one of the nation's most accomplished 3-year-olds. That'll be in race 10. AJ Remember Me, narrow runner-up in last year's Los Al 2 million Futurity, and this year's Grade 3 Oklahoma Derby winner.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, I think what my racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a micro fraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Staffy Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for my racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. $154,000 Pick 6 carryover begins in this race coming up. We're 14 minutes to post, 7 furlongs here in this starter optional claiming field. Let's go through this Pick 6 briefly here. And you know, we talked about how wide open we thought this race was. What are your two thoughts on the opening leg?
Yeah, I mean, if I limited to 3 horses, I'd use 5, 6, 7. If I could use 4, I'd throw the 4 in. But I agree, this is a very wide open race.
I thought it was incredibly tough, and you really could make a case for any of them pretty much in here. I agree. I do think that the horses taking most of the attention right now are probably the most interesting. I probably would throw Cravings in as well, as I thought that she actually ran well at a big price last time out, and we see how well Steve Showers' barn is going.
4th race, Gardner is probably going to be a single for a lot of people.
Yeah, I
the
think
7.
probably as leaned on a horse as any in the sequence, and I would certainly use him, but I also like the 3 in this race. Treaty Obligation on a smaller ticket, I'd use 3, 7. A backup for me would be the 5, Mischievous M.
How do you feel about Gardner?
I think the Gardner is the horse to beat. Now, it does come in off of a voided claim and a win last time out, but we've actually seen him come in off voided claims and even layoffs before and run well and win. So it's not something I think you could put too much stock into, and obviously we don't know the whole story. Was impressive and has plenty of speed. I totally agree with Andy, though, on the 3 Treaty Obligation. I think that he is definitely interesting going back to a dirt sprint.
Race 5.5 furlongs on the turf, New York bred maiden special weight. I feel like that is one where you might want some coverage.
Well, it's an unusual race in that the ones that have run on the turf have run fairly well, and mostly that being the 3 and 6. But I'm sorry, the 3 and the 1, I suppose. I prefer the 3 and 6, so if I had a small ticket, they'd be my main ones. But Hot Off the Bench can win. The 8 Story of Rory can win, and both the 2 and 5 firsters have some pedigree. But I would probably primarily look at 3 and 6 in there in a smaller play.
Did you have a strong opinion there or not really?
I definitely think Sultan Hassan is the horse to beat. What about the number 8 Story of Rory? Is a horse that I think does need to take a step forward, but a little bit interesting, returning to the NYRA circuit now in the Amelia Green Barn.
Yeah, strong work as well. But yeah, coming in from Maryland, race 6. Wide open race. Certainly big gain, going to take a ton of attention.
Yeah, I mean, I would be, once again, if I could use 2, I'd use 5 and 6. But I can understand cases for the 2, the 3, and my long shot would be the 7. But if I leaned on 2, it would be 5 and 6.
I definitely would want Solo Jim on my ticket.
He would be a C for me somewhere. I agree. He's a long shot that's live.
Feature, we touched on that Statue of Liberty division, New York Stallion Series. She's country off the bench. How much do you trust?
I trust her. I would use 3 and 7 there if I could use 2. Nothing smart. I'd let Celtic Dawn beat me. I mean, could be a C on a ticket, but nothing I want to use for that much, getting the distance. But she has the speed today, unlike last time.
Keisha?
I would include Combat Move as well, as I touched on. She'll be a price and just thought that she was a bit interesting. Well, maybe with Jose Ortiz, she won't be that much of a price, so it's something you need to take a look at. But she is a wild card that I thought was interesting in these conditions.
You don't worry about jockeys being overbet in pick 6 sequences because that's a very different pool.
Real quick, to close it out, mile and 16th on the turf, that New York bred maiden 50 claiming race.
I think
several that weren't a chance.
The 3 is logical. I think will be overbet, but is logical. I think the 4 and 10 are sort of fringe ones. I have a goofy long shot. I'm betting there, and I woke up like this. This is not a horse I'm going to invest an enormous amount of money in the pick 6, but I'm betting on this horse and would certainly use in the pick 6.
Did you wake up like this?
I always wake up like this. I'm a very grumpy morning person, as opposed to the rest of the day.
An additional $457,000 bet into this pick 6 carryover. Let's go to Maggie.
Taking a look here at the first leg as we'll check in with a new face when it comes to the NYRA circuit. That's number 1, Huck's Agenda. Now, she does not have much early pace, and, you know, that is going longer sometimes. She doesn't have much early pace, but she does come out of a race which feels somewhat live against some older company. I know she didn't do much running in there, but the winner tapped to open, came back and ran an 85, and the fourth place finisher came back to win too, also posting an 85 buyer. She was the horse that walked into the paddock, or I should say trotted into the paddock, and immediately caught my eye. She came in on her toes, which I'm hoping is a good sign for her to at least be a little bit sharper away from the gates as those shortcut cheater blinkers do go on. And I just think getting back to some age-restricted company should help her chances here. She looks fit, she looks strong, really well developed, and good behind the saddle here for Kenny McPeak. So I do like what I'm seeing from Huck's Agenda. So we'll see John Velasquez aboard. Number 4 is Cravings. Well, if you tuned in the show a little bit earlier, you would have already seen Stephen Schauer winning the first race, where I did interview him and ask him about number 4, Cravings. He said, I think she is mentally matured a bit. Don't know if she'll win here, but at least he felt as though she would move forward. She did come in a little bit more subdued than what she usually is, and as she then kind of got on her toes when she got around the other horses, you know, she's competitive, we know that, and she's put on a little bit of conditioning. I think she does make a modicum of sense here. I don't think she had the greatest of trips last time, though she ran well. She kind of broke maybe just a touch flat-footed and then really grabbed the bit and drug her rider forward and pressed the pace. And she hung in gamely that day at a big price. So maybe it is an indication of Cravings turning the corner, and we can hope for more good performances for her to build on. Number 6 is Leclerc for Rick Dutrow. First off the claim, she was chasing on the rail and came under a ride on the turn, got that opening on the rail, but really just couldn't kick on. I wasn't in love with that performance, but granted, she has races that make her competitive here. And if anything, she's put on some weight, which you like to see. You know, you want these fillies to continue to progress through this sophomore season, and she is doing just that. So maybe first off the claim, though I do respect Lindsay Schultz. We'll see what Rick can do with Leclerc here. Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 3-1 favorite in a race where it's... I would not feel safe leaving anyone off in this race to start a multi-race sequence.
Every decision you make in a pick 6 or even a pick 5 is affected by the decisions you make in the other races. And if you are somebody, let's just say you want to single the 7 in the feature or another horse and the 7 in the next race, I'm not big on singling. I think you should play multiple race tickets, but I'm just theoretically, it allows you to use more horses in this race. And I don't think it's an easy race either. I don't mind betting on the race, but I think from perspective of the pick 6, this is a very, very wide open race. I think it's a tricky sequence, even though the possibility exists for there to be relatively chalky results in a number of the races. I still think it's tricky. It can be work out and be chalky and still be a tough sequence, right?
Indeed. Coming down Champions Way Post Parade coming up. Over $500,000. Bet into this $154,000 pick 6 carryover.
I would guess we'll get about $800,000 bet today. It's a manageable sequence, and people like to play these carryovers, so I won't be surprised when this pool is close to $1 million total, including the carryover.
Post Parade brought to you by the new reimagined Belmont Park. Return to racing September 18th with that Jockey Club Gold Cup. Reigning Breeders' Cup Classic winner Forever Young. Reigning Horse of the Year, Sovereignty. Looking to battle on opening day of that gorgeous new facility. Go to newbelmont.com for more information. As Flavian Pratt rolls through our screen. In those hot pink silks. The Flying P stable. He's on the 5 Pinky Briar. We'll kick things off with Huck's Agenda from the inside, and blinkers go on for Ken McPeak.
But as Maggie noted, and I don't know if she made the blinker comment, but this horse has no speed at all. Kenny's been having a very good meet, though, but this is a little tough to make this one, at least because of his tactical position.
Next door, Linda Rice, baseball lady.
Had a nice win 2 starts back. Disappointed last time out, but might have been up against it in the way that race was run.
We already saw the Stephen Showerbarn win on the card. He sends out cravings.
She was closing to finish second last time at a big price. Still a generous price in here again today.
Here's Pratt for Gustavo Rodriguez on Pinky Briar.
I'm hoping she can be the speed in here. She got involved in the pace last time against much better horses in a live race, and I think she's a little dirtied up.
Rick Dutrow Jr. first off to claim. Leclerc.
Comes out of that same race that Cravings did. She did not look to be the most comfortable to me when down on the rail. She didn't kick on as you would have hoped.
Gossip went by.
I think she comes out of a funny race here, but she's run well enough sporadically to win here.
And Lisa Barkowski Barnes, Celestial Body outside.
Comes out of that same race. She went to the lead last time and just got run down, but it was off of a layoff.
So let's go back to the 7 here. Manny Franco, Linda Rice, and expand on what you were touching on.
Well, it was a race that was mostly dominated by a horse that was forward that finished second. Thought she ran fine in there. She cuts back a furlong. I mean, I don't really think there's a whole lot to say here, except for there are a lot of horses that can win. I would never bet Celestial Body here simply because she was 22-1 last time, and while she almost pulled the upset, you had your chance last time to maybe make a score at a big price. Now you're talking about getting 1/5 of the price she was last time. For me, that's never a good gambling situation, or rarely, I should say.
So 7-2, 4-1 on those two coming out of that common race. But this board, as we thought it should be, pretty closely bunched together. 3-1, 8-1 separates everyone.
It's no surprise. I mean, I get that. This is a wide open race, and this is not going to be an easy one for people to get through, even if you use 3 horses here.
Definitely not. As far as the 5 Pinky Briar, she's a little bit interesting to me, as Andy mentioned, as far as the speed is concerned. If you watch her last race, and I'd noticed this last time covering it, was behind Concurrently, who we just saw finish 3rd in the last race when stepping up into that next level. We saw Hand Over Heart come back to win on turf. But if you watch it, you can see the way Ricardo Santana, who was aboard that day, his right rein was very loose and the left rein very tight, trying to hold her, trying to keep her straight. I just thought that was interesting, the way that He had ridden her last time, and Flavien Prat climbing back aboard. He's ridden her before too, but she can be a little bit quirky. That's something that I thought was interesting to note about her, but she does have the always dangerous commodity of speed.
Yeah, that makes her extra interesting. 7-2 with Pratt aboard. Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll take a look here at the horse who is flirting with favoritism in number 7. That is Hot Gossip. And I do like the appearance of her. And I was chatting with Linda Rice as we were walking to the racetrack, and she said, Maggie, isn't there a lot of pace in here? I was like, well, I'm not sure. It's kind of murky. And then we concluded that whenever that happens, it does feel like they do heat it up because everybody kind of sees the same thing and hoping to take advantage of that. You never know at the end of the day. But I really do like what I'm seeing from Hot Gossip, and like Linda pointed out, she's hoping that she can get a little bit of pace out there. She does turn back a furlong here, which I like. She is a smaller, shorter coupled type of filly. Not too small, nicely proportioned, but she just looks more like a sprinting type of runner. As we'll move on to number 8, Celestial Body. I'm in the same camp with Andy. I think we missed the wedding there with her, as she ran too good to lose in her last start here for Lisa Bartkowski. But I also felt as though she was drawn in the right spot to go the mile with the potential of being the lone speed, and she was that day. So I don't know if that happens again. Now she's drawn on the outside. We're going 7/8. She is a horse that looks more like a mile is suitable to her. She's kind of long-legged, more of that long, narrow type of frame to her. She looks great. I have no problems with her, but taking 4-1 on her when her job appears to be a little bit harder this time around doesn't seem wise. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Luis Saez back aboard. He was on board in that narrow defeat last time out. Outside post here for the second off a short layoff. Favorite has remained Leclerc here, Acacia, throughout. No doubt the presence of the man who's aboard, Jose Ortiz.
I would certainly think so. And his first off the claim for Rick Dutrow. Last time out, finished in that race, which was won by Lady Rose, who was a huge favorite that day. Cravings was closing, coming from off of it. But as I touched on, she was down on the inside, and she had room on the rail, but talking about the 6, she just didn't really kind of kick on late as you would have hoped. Maybe she's a horse that's not the most comfortable being down inside. We'll see if she gets a little bit of a better, smoother trip outside today.
There is Jose Ortiz. Notch number 57 earlier on the card.
I'm guessing he's riding here on Travers Day and not Kentucky Downs. Maybe he's staying for Golden Tempo.
Pretty good guess.
Well, there could be like
I would think there'd be a good reason to stay.
There could be like a $37 million race for horses that haven't won 2 races other than or something, where he could get a favor. You never know.
I think even for that.
that Belmont win obviously silenced all the doubters. Do you think there's still reasons to doubt Golden Tempo going into the Travers?
I don't think it's a question of doubting. I just don't think he's done anything that's so exceptional, and I'm not criticizing him, but that says that he is the dominant horse in this division. I mean, listen,
I agree with you.
He is the clear-cut leader of the 3-year-old division because those are the races that matter. His stablemate, Englishman, is the best 3-year-old, might be the best horse in the country, frankly. But forgetting about that, he is going to be very hard for him to not win the Eclipse Award. But I like it. He's not doing it. He's scaring anybody off. So we're going to have a big field and a big competitive field. And how big a favorite can he be? It's not like he overlays the field.
He's won 2 of the most important races for 3-year-olds this year. But you know what I think is fun about it is that there are some up-and-comers, and it's what happens in the latter half of a 3-year-old season. Horses develop. Sea Strike, very impressive, winning the Curlin. We saw Renegade get back on track with a really nice win in the Jim Dandy, and it'll be fun to see those horses and others line up against him.
Mm-hmm. When I first started following racing, Foolish Pleasure won the Derby, was second in the Preakness and the Belmont. Wajima, who didn't run any of the races, ended up the 3-year-old champion because he waited in the fall. Now, that was before the Breeders' Cup sort of destroyed the Fall Championship Series at Belmont Park. But it's conceivable for horses to emerge that can win championships.
Nobody'd heard of Arrogate before the Travers.
Exactly, right, really. Bob knew, but maybe besides Bob, not too many people.
I'm not even sure he expected that horse to be that
No, you know
horse.
the story of betting? He had wanted to make a big bet on the horse, and he brought he told us I brought the wrong jacket, and the jacket he brought had no money in it. And so he had to borrow money from his wife to bet like 20% of what he wanted to bet.
Here we go with his pick 6 carry over the favorite, Leclerc. the 6, Dutrow Junior Barn, and Jose Ortiz aboard. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Last one to load is Celestial Body. Going in. Leclerc just a little anxious, nothing serious. And they're off. Celestial Body out very smoothly from the outside. And here's Baseball Lady coming through at the rail. And Baseball Lady is the quickest and takes command. They're followed by Cravings in third through the opening quarter mile. They're stringing out a bit. Leclerc is next, followed by Hot Gossip. Pinky Briar is second to last, and that leaves Huck's Agenda at the back of the field. They're covered by about 12 or so. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Baseball Lady with a 3-length lead. Celestial Body is second. Now it's 6 back to Cravings, who is by herself in third. Leclerc is next. Pinky Briar along the inside, who is just in front of Hot Gossip. And Huck's Agenda continues at the back of the field. Less than 3 furlongs to go. Baseball Lady, 2-length lead. The half in 45 and 2. They're moving right along. Celestial Body, ever so consistent, starts to move in now. They are followed by Cravings in third. Leclerc is the gray. Cravings angling out for the drive, starting to pick it up on Baseball Lady. And Baseball Lady and Kendrick Carmouche, 2-length lead. Cravings is now closing the gap with each and every stride. Leclerc down the middle on the rail. It is Pinky Briar, and Cravings has taken over and put this field away. Cravings sails home. That's 2 for Stephen Shower. Battle for second ended up going to Huck's Agenda, who came from nowhere, and the show battle between Hot Gossip and Leclerc.
2 today for the barn of Stephen Shower. Cravings, Ricardo Santana Jr. to kick off this pick 6 carryover.
As Acacia just said to me, and I agree, the only reason to use this horse, at least based on what I can see, is the trainer. But this horse just absolutely destroyed the field at a big price, 7-1. Just crushed them.
To be fair, the race did materialize, I think, a lot differently than many of us anticipated. They went fast in the front end. It was the 2 Baseball Lady who was setting the pace, being chased by the 8 Celestial Body. I don't know why the 5 Pinky Briar was so far back, but Cravings was sitting in the perfect spot. That said, she was much the best, and we heard Stephen say to Maggie earlier that she had matured. She ran well last time. We talked about her as a horse that you would want to include because of the hot barn and the pick 6. So hope you're alive after the first sequence.
4-1-6-7 finish. Coming off the best figure of her career. That was back on June 18th. Her next start back into the winner's circle now. Ricardo Santana Jr., his 23rd winner of this Saratoga summer.
Yeah, I'm perplexed as how any horse could win this race by this big a margin, but this barn's horses have run exceedingly well this year.
So Cravings, 3-year-old filly by Essential Quality, 7-1 starts to this pick 6 carryover. Prices when we come back. We'll set up the late pick 5 and the big one to come this weekend. 3-year-old filly division and the defining race of the year. The 1.25 mile, Alabama Counting Stars, the leader of that division, trying to all but wrap up a likely championship this weekend.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Pick 6 carryover underway. And it's Cravings at 7:01. Steven Showerbarn, 2 wins on this Wednesday card. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard for the win. We'll get into the late pick 5 in a moment. It's back to Sandy Ridge right now.
And they just completed race number 4 on the card. The Boco Futurity Trials continue. This is the 3rd trial on the card for the Boco Futurity. Taking a look at the final odds, we had a scratch of the 3 Union Station. Union Station was out, leaving us with a field of 9. And Steven Shower did not have a horse he was training in here, so everyone had a chance. Let's go up to Dustin Stortzman for the call. Race number 4 moments ago, the Boco Futurity Trials from Sandy Ridge.
Apolitical Tress KR. Cersei's to the outside. And we're off and running in race 4 this afternoon. Breaking out wide to the outside was Cersei's out of the gate to the inside. That's Remember This, Kiss, Relentless Friend running alongside each other. Up the center of the track is Perjury and Windstar making a late charge. To the far outside, that is Apolitical Tress KR as the wire approaches quickly. And to the inside, Remember This, Kiss alongside Relentless Friend.
Oh, Dave Portnoy, are you watching? That was a great filly. Officially listed as a gray, looking very roan there early on in her career. She'll get more gray as she grows up, but she takes race number 4 here. The field is assembling the paddock for race number 5 for the Boco Futurity Trials. Let's check in with SGP.
All right, thank you so much, Todd. And now we've got a different view of Sandy Ridge here as we are getting ready for trial race number 5, the next trial here at Sandy Ridge. And behind me is where the horses will be taking to the saddling stalls and getting saddled up here for the next trial futurity. And these are young horses. These are 2-year-old lightly raced horses, and quarter horses are trained a little bit differently than thoroughbreds. They're trained in a more kind of ticking time bomb sense. So maybe a couple of days they'll walk, they'll go out on the walker, or they'll be just hand walked around the barns, and then they'll gallop one day. And typically they only work 1 time a month, and most of the times you don't see breezes in between the races. They keep these horses on tilt, on edge. So most of the time when you see them in the paddock, it would not be a traditional paddock report. You're seeing horses just pretty much jumping out of their skin here. They're horses that are just really revved up and ready to go. And we'll get horses behind us here in just a moment, but just another angle of this fantastic inaugural quarter horse race day here at Sandy Ridge.
And we're going to try and get Samantha down to the starting gate for this upcoming 5th race and show you up close just the power of those quarter horses out of the gate. So stick around for that when we come back to Sandy Ridge. But looking at the current odds for race number 5, our favorite up on the board in the current wagering at 8-5 is the 5. She's Ain't No Centipalato, Adrian Morales aboard there. And then also getting some play is Bonnie Kentucky Envy, the 8 in here. And look to the 10 truck. Yeah, as far as what we've seen with the track, it has been very fair. We just watched our winner on the inside. We saw the middle of the track win. Outside is maybe still kind of have to prove itself. But remember, we're just 4 races in to a meet that never existed, the opening day here of Sandy Ridge, and we look forward to bringing you the rest of the Boco Futurity Trials, and then obviously later on we have the Bluegrass Derby Trials. Let's go out to Saratoga, and Steve Shower having himself quite a day.
And second winner on the card here, Todd Craving, 7-1 start to a large pick 6 carryover. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard for the win.
2 horses today from this barn that have both been very impressive in victory.
So a $17.48 start to this pick 6. And we talked about going in. This was one of the more difficult races I thought of this entire sequence, but there's still some very difficult ones to come.
No, I agree. I mean, if I used 4, I'd be alive, but where I'd be alive and where I would have put them, I would have really only used this horse for the reason you had to use her, because of the barn.
Race 5 starts the late pick 5, 6 furlong. Race 4, excuse me, starts the late pick 5, 6 furlongs here. Starter optional claiming field. And we thought Gardner might be the shortest price of the sequence, and it would appear that's correct. 1 to 2, Acacia.
That's very short. I get it. I figured it'd be a short price, but 1 to 2 is a very, very short price to take. I guess the biggest question, though, Andy, is if you don't like Gardner, where else do you go? I know we both had a little interest in the 3, but there is a little bit more of a wide open field beyond your favorite.
I think the 3 is very clearly the other horse, and I think the current odds are absolutely preposterous. I have no problem with the 7, who's the likely horse to win, but 1 to 2 is ludicrous. Sorry, ludicrous.
Way too short. We'll see if that price floats up at all. But yeah, we knew this horse was going to be a heavy lean in the pick 6. We didn't expect this. We got about 20 minutes to post here in the race that kicks off this late pick 5. We'll have more coming up momentarily. Look ahead to the weekend out on the West Coast. Brad Cox shipping out Hit Show. Was no match for Phileas Fogg in the Suburban. I'm going to try and tackle Del Mar in the Pacific Classic. Stay with us.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days,
Proxy!
bright lights.
All class, Proxy!
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Brad, congratulations, QB Rocket. You've seen $1.9 million horses not do what he was able to do.
Yeah, no, he showed up. I mean, obviously he was well meant. We shipped him up from Churchill this week and trained really well leading up to that. And he showed up. You know, you never know, but he trained like a good horse and he ran like a good horse.
You don't need $1 million horse from Keeneland to do well. Monomoy Girl, one of the greatest mares of all time, $100,000. What is it about that Keeneland sale that allows you to find horses for good value like that?
I mean, there's so many, right? Like, so it really works out well. Obviously, you know, book 1, 2, 3, they can be expensive, but you know, you get into, you know, sometimes book 4, you know, not quite as much. You know, you have to live with some things, maybe not perfect horse. There's really no such thing as a perfect horse, but you know, people wanting to spend, you know, maybe 150, 200,000, maybe a little bit later on.
You and your son Blake look exactly alike. Do you guys get mixed up a lot?
This is the first time during this meet someone actually walked up to me and said, "Hey, Blake." so yeah, no, we you know, I don't hear people call him Brad and stuff. So, but you know, look, he's does a great job. He runs the show up here at Saratoga, and you know, he's a big reason why we're having success.
It's all blue all the time for you. In Louisville, does that ever become a problem?
No. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of Kentucky fans there in Louisville, so yeah, we try to keep it blue.
Well, I got you this. I don't know if you're going to wear it on a big race day.
Yeah, no, we might be able to pull that off. We might be able to pull that off.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Brad Coxbarn having a terrific Saratoga summer. He's going to send, as we mentioned, going to that last break, hit show out west, you two, for the Pacific Classic.
Who knows? He didn't run that badly last time out. I mean, the big question in this race is Knightsbridge. Knightsbridge ran a 122 buyer last time, and even if you think it's a little high, it's still pretty darn high. And, you know, he's not going to be able to wire this field. There's plenty of speed in here. He's got to get the 1.25 miles in a very different surrounding. I kind of think it's a great move, though, by Bill Mott shipping him out there, because he's got to find out, is this really a Breeders' Cup Classic horse? Because if he's as kind of figure he ran last time, he would be competing with Flightline. That's how good it was. I mean, seriously.
Yeah. Highest figure we've seen all year.
It's the highest figure I think we've seen since Flightline, in all seriousness. And I'm not saying he is or isn't that horse, but Bill wants to find out. And I think it's the great spot to find out.
I really think so, too. I think it's a big race. You've got 11 horses, so I think it's a really fun betting race, and it will be a great opportunity to see what Knightsbridge is made of. I remember early in the year when we saw him run that 112 buyer speed figure down at Gulfstream, Bill was adamant about keeping this horse at the 1 turn because he also had Baeza and Sovereignty to go 2 turns to go a little bit further. But now, off the back of that Monmouth Cup, you kind of have to see what is Knightsbridge made of.
And talking to him the other night, was talking about it and saying, you know, sort of naturally you would have turned him back to 7 furlongs in the forego because the idea they have to get a grade 1. He's never won a grade 1. Yeah. Godolphin obviously is going to stand him as a stallion, but you need that grade 1 win to make him more sexy. And Bill said, I would have turned him back, I think, in the forego if he hadn't run so ridiculously well at Monmouth. But you can't really do it off a race like that. It looks, I mean, maybe after the Pacific Classic he'll think, I should have just kept him home and run him in the forego. But I think he needs to find out.
Yeah.
Potentially has the best horse on the planet off that performance.
If he's able to duplicate that performance, he'll be favored over Sovereignty as his stablemate. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that last race was a sight to behold.
Can he back it up? Very exciting, and we're going to have live coverage of that Pacific Classic coming up this weekend from Del Mar. Del Mar Oaks Pacific Classic, Del Mar Mile. You will see on our air FS2 coverage from the West Coast, 7 to 9 Eastern, FS1, 9 to 10:30.
I'm glad. I wasn't sure that we're going to show this race. I tell you, I've glanced through the card. I mean, I didn't do any real work. I'll leave that to people covering those races. There's a super card out at Del Mar. I mean, it's a great card for us to cover with our, I know we're our opening day, but covering the Pacific Classic, it's a great day of racing. And listen, California racing is incredibly great and important in horse racing. And I realize, you know, they're having their struggles, but I think every one of us should be supportive of California racing and their importance in the industry. And Del Mar's put up one hell of a card for Saturday.
Well said.
Always a huge day. It's going to be massive this year. We're going to have live coverage for you. Is Knightsbridge for real? Off that Monmouth Cup performance, fastest figure we've seen this year. He's going to get his test at 1.25 miles for Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, and Godolphin shipping west. Again, you'll see it live on our air coming up this weekend.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Can you fly to Cincinnati?
You
Back
can.
with you on our Saratoga Live coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us all summer long and beyond. We have the late pick 5 starting here in race forward, and all goes through this guy right here, Gardner, the odds-on favorite for Joe Sharp. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at Gardner, who is coming in to the NYRA circuit yet again. He did spend some time with us here in Saratoga last year, but as Joe brings him in off the back of a win for this starter optional, he was part of a race that basically they ran 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack last time as he got back to a fast track for the first time here in 2026. He didn't break that well that day, but he made his way easily to the lead after a few strides, and he does project to have a good bit of pace here in this spot again. He came in very bright in his disposition, kind of head up in the air, not nervous by anything, but just looking at everything, and just seemed kind of eager and happy to be here. I did notice that he looked a bit washy in that last replay. That is not the case here today, however, and really makes an excellent impression, much the same as what he did last year, just playing at a bit of a lower level this time around, and he makes a lot of sense on paper, and he backs it up with his looks here in the paddock. However, I know a lot of people are interested in number 3, Treaty Obligation. He gets back to the main track, going this 6 furlongs and cutting back in distance. So I actually thought he was a little bit interesting getting onto the turf, but I was wrong. But getting back to what we know he can do here, he looks the part. He's very well turned out, strong behind the saddle, and it just seems very confident and nicely on the bridle. I do think he makes a good deal of sense as an alternative to Gardner, but then again, Greg, I don't see any problems with Gardner whatsoever.
Well,
Nor do the public, and actually the price getting a little bit better right now at 4 to 5.
I was gonna say there's one problem. Do you want to take him at that price? He's the worst to beat. I mean, I don't think you need to be a particularly clever handicapper. He consistently runs figures that are faster than these, and he's the worst to beat. And one thing about Joe, I don't think Joe Sharp wins with a lot of horses that don't make sense. You know, I never feel like with Joe, wow, Joe really put that one over. I mean, every trainer's going to win with a horse at a price now and again. Joe brings horses here from Kentucky that have good form, and they run to their form most of the time.
The 8 coming out certainly helped his cause, too. I mean, that was other primary speed. What about the 5 certainly could pressure him? What if someone does pressure him? How difficult does his job become?
Yeah, I mean, I think Manny's got to go with the 5, right? Now, he's faster than the 5. And maybe the 8 could press him. I don't really know. I don't know, Greg. I've seen a slew of races. I saw that the first race, a horse with no speed whatsoever went to the lead.
That's true.
And arguably kind of screwed the race up. In the last race, I don't know how you make Baseball Lady running off on the front end. So I don't know if I really feel like guessing too much on these paces, because whatever I'd be guessing on today, I couldn't be any more wrong. But I agree, the 7 is supposed to be in front, but aren't we seeing, I mean, just because we saw crazy things in other races, but still, people seem to have different ideas in their races up here, and people ride more aggressively often here than they do in the other racetracks in New York. Which makes for more competitive racing.
7 minutes to post here in this 4th coming up. Again, it kicks off this late pick 5. Meanwhile, out at Sandy Ridge, 3 minutes to post as the Boco Futurity trials continue as the 5th on the card is just now actually 2 minutes to post. We start off our post parade here with Trust Issues Dylan Davis.
I think it's actually a very appropriate name for him in his current form. He once was good, but right now there are some trust issues occasionally.
Issues just got out of the gate as well for that one. Big Hat Willie, some things to like, I thought.
I agree. Second off the claim for Lolita Schiffmongo, I thought ran very well last time out. Ricardo Santana looks for another.
We've got Big Hat Willie covering the race at Sandy Ridge for us, actually.
Yes, we do. Yeah. Todd Tripp's new nickname. Treaty Obligation, turf back to dirt.
I believe this is the second likeliest winner, and the public is sort of with me there. And I thought this horse was interesting getting back on the dirt. I'm taking a small shot and betting this one. He's got some fast back races, too.
Disarmed went by. Here's the 5 Mischievous M.
I got to think he's the most likely at their speed.
Conniving. Katie Davis.
Yeah, this horse finished 4th last time. Has been well beaten by several others in here. We'll be running late.
Here's Jose Ortiz for Joe Sharp on Gardner.
The favorite, the horse to beat, and if he gets clear on the front end, they may never catch him. It'll be interesting to see how the race plays out.
I know these last 2 races, not that good for Protected. 3, 4, 5 back, they were pretty good.
Before, when John Kimmel had this horse, 3, 4, 5 back, he'd be favored in here. I mean, literally, he'd be favored. The problem is
20-1?
His last 2 races are atrocious. He's running first time for a tag.
All right, 5 minutes away from the start of the late Pick 5. Let's go back to Sandy Ridge.
Greg, there's so many great vantage points here at the new Sandy Ridge where you can get up close to the action. Ours is just past the finish line with the Sandy Ridge sign, and they're coming out for a post parade here in race 5. Obviously, you were just down in the paddock, Samantha, watching this group of horses.
Yeah.
Who looked best to you, and on past performances, who should we be paying attention to?
Well, the 5 is just royally bred. So the 5 is a half sibling to a horse named Apolitical Gold, who is a millionaire. Just an incredible runner. Won the Golden State Million at Los Alamitos and was 3rd in the All-American Futurity once upon a time. And the 5 here is definitely getting bet like it. And this is a horse that's coming off of 2 wins in a row. And so you hope to make it 3.
Looking at our field here for race number 5, up to the 3, Mr. Wilcox. We talk about where horses are coming in. Fairmeadows Tulsa is where this horse last raced. How's quarter horse racing there?
It's not too bad, actually. This is a track that has been very productive with a lot of these races.
You knocked over my water bottle. Do not knock over my Hawaiian ice.
I will not.
That cost me $6. Here's the 5 who you were talking about. Currently up on the board at 3-2.
Yeah, and this is a horse that's coming into this race with 2 wins in a row. We're going to make 3 now, and will hopefully earn a spot in the starting
Okay,
gate.
we got 3 horses left in the post parade, but I wanted our camera, where we are, our position, as you watch them, to kind of break away and show you just how close we are here. As they finish the post parade, they all kind of take off, and they go around the turn, and they go behind the mound that we've been talking about. They kind of disappear from view, so the only way you can see them is obviously with the camera. But we just want to show you, as we step away from our spot, we literally could reach out and touch a lot of these horses that are coming up in race number 5. Just love the atmosphere here at Sandy Ridge. We'll be back with more action in just a little bit.
Sheriff Todd.
Literally right on top of the action. Exciting times out in Ashland, Kentucky, with opening day coverage all day long from Sandy Ridge, and that 5th post time coming up. Meanwhile, back to our pick 5. And there is Gardner. Speed makes him dangerous. His recent form makes him more dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. No sane handicapper case is going to tell you. You're looking at Wager, and Wager doesn't really have a problem. They're saying he's the worst beat. In fact, Wager doesn't like my horse. They think my horse is an underlay, and frankly, I'm not thrilled with 3-1 on my horse either. So their play is the favorite's way the horse to beat, and they're going to try to get 2 horses at prices, the 1 and 9, second in the exacta.
The one question, of course, is, yes, besides the price, you have the voided claim last time out. But as we've touched on, we don't know the full story. We've seen horses run well off of that before, and this is a horse that has previously had a claim voided, came back and won his next start, albeit off of a layoff. But he comes back right on top of the next race and a logical next spot, and has been relatively consistent all the way through. So it is hard to put too much stock into that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that the voided claim rule is a very good one for a lot of good reasons. But like a lot of good ideas, I don't think that we've done the right thing in sort of making changes to it. First of all, the public needs to know why a voided claim happened, even if it's esoteric. Now, sometimes it's because somebody fills out the wrong name. They spell a wrong name on a claiming slip. For the most part, though, it's because a vet has an issue with the horse afterwards. What is the issue? What was the issue? And also, I'm sorry, but we see too many horses get claims voided and come back and run just as well in their next start. So what is it telling horse players? We're all trying to use this information to try to improve our chances of winning. And from what I can tell, Acacia, I think you're saying the same thing, the voided claim just means nothing. Looking at it, you're almost just supposed to ignore it. Greg, do you feel differently?
Yeah, as you said, I think you hit it perfectly. It's tough to tell what it's for. I mean, this horse is in terrific form. I'm not worried by it.
Right.
And unless you have information otherwise, I don't feel like you should.
But I would like the entire betting public to know the reason, because there are people that know why it was voided. Get the information out there to everybody. I think it's a very good rule with very good intentions that just needs to be tweaked.
Agreed. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, it's there more, it feels like, to protect, obviously, owners and trainers. But like you said, it's not doing much for the betting public, at least listing it there in the form. But when it was first listed, I used to be dissuaded by it, and I was burned way too many times by horses coming back and winning. So I'm just going to pretend like it's not there and go with Gardner. But let's take a look here at number 2. That is Big Hat Willie, who you guys were making a decent case for wired last time by Factually Correct. And he was against the racetrack back on July 30th, the day you wanted to be more inside. And he was kind of more or less after the start, he kind of extricated himself from the rail and was more outside. I wish he looked a touch better in the warm-up, striding out a bit more, but he is kind of your typical dirt sprinter. They kind of have that real kind of swifter action, not a big loping stride. And he does look really fit here for him. He's a bit of a good doer. He's built more like a quarter horse. They were just, watching Sandy Ridge. He is a thoroughbred that looks a lot like a quarter horse. So I do think at a price, he does make a good deal of sense, and I thought he ran well in the context of that last race for Lola Schimmingle. As number 1, Trust Issues, I thought he gets some class relief here. I thought Classic Time and horses like Run Classic were just a bit better overall. I know it's not the biggest swing in claiming tag, but I think he faces some just lesser horses this time around. Thought he looked good overall. So 2 horses at prices, down on the rail. Maybe you throw them in underneath, Greg.
All right, good luck to everyone going after this late pick 5 pool approaching $500,000. And the favorite about to step in. And about to enter your screen here in a moment, there's Conniving.
The 3 was going. I thought you were going to say the winner was about to go in, Greg. I'm a little hurt by that. Thought you were my friend.
Wish you the best. 3 to 5 favorite will load next. Most believe that's the winner. Let's go upstairs.
Probably is.
Frank Miramati with the call.
Sniff that
one. Armed. Gardner. The last one to load, Protected, in the colors of Dennis Drazen, going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mischievous M and Protected, the first 2 out of the gate. On the inside, here's Disarmed in the green, moving to challenge. Now about a length behind Mischievous M, who's the clear-cut leader. At the rail, Big Hat Willie is not far behind, sharing that second spot. It's another couple of lengths back to Trust Issues, who's down on the inside, 4 lengths off the pace as they move into the far turn. Treaty Obligation is now just in front of him through a quarter that went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. The white blinkers belong to Gardner, who's about 5 lengths off the pace. The 2 trailers are Conniving and Protected. They're coming to the quarter pole with Mischievous M leading the way. Has it by a length. Treaty Obligation trying to attack in second. Just in behind them, it's Disarmed, who moves a joint second. The favorite, Gardner, did not fire at all. He's well back and virtually eased as they come toward the 16th pole. Mischievous M, 3.5 length lead. Trust Issues takes up the chase with a good late bid, and he's coming fast. Here's Trust Issues after Mischievous M. Mischievous M holds on. A big rally from Trust Issues in second, Treaty Obligation, and Big Hat Willie. That's a riding double for Manny Franco.
Number 45 of the meet for Manny Franco and Mischievous M. First win in 9 starts this year. This race did just not start or finish like anyone expected. Gardner nowhere.
Well, now you talk about the voided claim, and I guess in this case it did mean something. Whereas this horse, Manny Franco, did what he's been doing the whole meet, giving the best ride and getting the money. Going to the front, not being scared, and holding on for victory. Manny has always been a great rider, but he is really, the whole world knows it now. If you didn't know it before, you know it now.
But you talked about this horse being the other speed, and I'm sure Manny, the first thing he did at the start was take a look to his right and see where the number 7 Gardner was going to be. And when that one, who was asked out of the gate and just didn't respond to go forward, he took the bull by the horns, and that made all the difference.
And look, Manny's great.
Yeah, well, obviously,
the speed of the speed did not run his race.
No, no question. But you know what? Manny put his horse in the position to take advantage of that. And that's what Manny does, you know? And that's all you can ask from a rider, is to give your horse the best chance. I'll tell you what, after 2 races, this pick 6 got very, very tough. And I'll tell you,
Would have been
it's got
tougher
to be
if trust issues had won.
Yeah, but it's going to have to play pretty logically from here on for it to get hit today, because a lot of people just got eliminated. All the small tickets are gone, and even some bigger tickets.
It's been a great meet. Started very strong for that man right there, Ilkay Kantermachi, mischievous M. 2 today for Manny Franco. And a big upset. It's going to play probably even bigger than 5-1 here. You had an odds-on favorite get defeated.
I agree. I think you're looking at a lot of people been eliminated. I'll put it that way.
This one, we talked about it going in, probably the most heavily singled horse on the whole card.
I would certainly think so. If you are still alive, we're rooting for you from here on out,
sure.
because that was some good prices in the first 2 legs of the sequence. If not, hope you dip back in for something else throughout the rest of the card. But again, rooting for those still alive in that pick 6.
Yep.
Going to do it for this trio. We're going to hand it over to the next crew right after a break. A lot more coming up. Late pick 4 from Saratoga, and the BOCO Futurity Trials continue on opening day from Sandy Ridge with Todd Trupp, Samantha Perry. A lot more ahead on our Wednesday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Stay tuned.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition. For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Good as gold in the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes. Golden Tempo looks to extend his dominance in the DraftKings Travers on Saturday, August 29th at Saratoga. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at NYRA.com/Travers. If you've ever dreamed of owning a lawn jockey but space is at a premium, Saratoga has you covered. Take home a miniature lawn jockey on Sunday, August 23rd, free with paid admission while supplies last. For tickets, visit NYRA.com. Lawns not required.
You're looking to Sandy Ridge. It's the opening day for the first time in the history of this racetrack. Quarter horse racing returns to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. You're watching it live here on Fox Sports 2 on Saratoga Live. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Samantha Perry, who at one time a professional quarter horse rider. Now we get your insights. Race number 5 coming up. You talked a lot about the 5. She's an Innocent Pilato. They had this race just moments ago. Let's go up to Dustin for the call. This is part of the BOCO Futurity Trials, race 5 from Sandy Ridge.
And we're off and running here in the 5th at Sandy Ridge. Good break to the outside for Sandy Jess, who gets away well coming up the center of the track. Then she's an Innocent Piloto, who got a nice break and jumps on out to the lead over Savage Chef. In between horses is Let's Go Fancy. It's still She's an Innocent Piloto, who wins easily this afternoon over Savage Chef, and close for the show.
Dustin Stortzman with the call, and a great call there, and nice call by you, man. You did a great job, Samantha.
Well, 3 wins now in a row for this filly.
And we will continue on to race number 6, but we were talking about how close you can get to the action here. Our camera spot is right next to the rail. They just finished. The finish line is probably about 30 yards in front of us, but afterwards, the dirt goes flying like it's a rain of dirt. You can get up close to your quarter horse athletes here. There comes the dirt down on us. Speaking of up close to the action, we return to Saratoga and Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Todd. And here with winning rider Manny Franco aboard Mischievous M. You were a man on a mission. Manny, out of the gate today, no turning back for this guy.
No, I mean, he got a good speed out of the gate, so I don't get on his way. He was comfortable doing it, so I was happy.
Manny, you'll be aboard She's Country coming up later in the New York Stallion Series Statue of Liberty division, our feature of the day. Coming back off of a layoff, what are your expectations? Obviously, George Weaver's so good, especially with his turf horses.
Yeah, George is a great horseman, and just, happy to get the opportunity to be on board on her today. I saw the 3 races she had in the past, and she always rides there, so she's honest. Hopefully we got a smooth trip and try to get it done.
Manny, with this win, 45 for the meet, firmly into second. Could you imagine this? I mean, I know this has always been a goal, but did you envision it happening this year?
I mean, we come here with a lot of momentum from Aqueduct and here. It's never easy, every year is different, but I feel like we can have a good meet here in Saratoga with the momentum that we have in Aqueduct. So I'm just happy, to be doing well here. It's the best place to be in the summer. So I want to say thank you to all the trainers, owner, my and John. He's doing amazing job. So.
We love John Panigot, but really well ridden throughout the meet, especially in that first race today too, Manny. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco guiding Mischievous M to the winner's circle, gate to wire fashion, as he returns 1370 for the win over Trust Issues and Treaty Obligation. Both Mischievous M and Treaty Obligation claimed out of this race today. There were 2 legs into this pick 6, so we'll have the final pick 4 as well. On the other side of this break, and we'll welcome a new crew to the show, including Lafitte Pinkai. We'll have more action from Sandy Ridge, from Todd Schrupp and Samantha Perry. Stay tuned, so much more to come here on Saratoga Live.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Saratoga. Saratoga Racecourse, you believe it? Week 8, day 30 of the 158th season. And just like they were across the street Sunday and Monday, New York breds in the spotlight. Enter She's Country, talented, but it's been a while. Idle since November, yet favored in the Statue of Liberty Stakes. Ridden by Manny Franco, the summer of his career, engineered a stakes sweep last Saturday, now second in the jockey standings. And about 730 miles southwest sits Sandy Ridge Racing. It's opening day. Literally opening day. And we're on site at Kentucky's only racetrack dedicated to quarter horse racing. Little variety on this Wednesday edition Saratoga Live. That's a live look. Saratoga Racecourse, overcast, very comfortable on this mid-August afternoon. It's Alabama week at the Spa. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock. We're just outside the paddock alongside Paul LaDuca, Richie Migliori, Tom Amis. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. A lot going on the second half of the Wednesday program. You have the late pick 4 coming up, plus the feature Statue of Liberty. Richie, it's all part of the New York Stallion series. Wanted to start right there. Like this particular series, how does it all work?
Well, it's not specifically for New York breds. It's for New York sired horses. So as long as a stallion is standing in New York, the mare conceives in the state of New York, even if she drops the foal in another state, it's still eligible for the Stallion Stakes. Maybe the most famous example of that was a champion called Jersey Girl. She was a Jersey bred, but she was by Belong to Me, who stood in the state of New York. And she was eligible for the Stallion Stakes. I rode her in a Stallion Stakes. She laid over the field so much. The only way she could lose is if I fell off. And I might have had time to get back on and still catch them. So I came out of the gate sitting on her back just in case she stumbled, I wouldn't come off her. She won by 8. As easy as I've ever won a race in my entire life.
Todd Pletcher's first Grade 1 winner? Jersey
Todd
Girl?
Pletcher's first
Yes.
Grade 1 winner. And she had come off a Grade 3 win into a Stallion Series race. It was as easy a win of my career.
Okay, so that's who's eligible, Tom. She's Country qualifies, but she's the favorite. Hasn't raced since last November for a trainer. What is the biggest challenge getting her ready for this kind of competition?
So we're talking about a 9-month layoff here, and so with that in mind, George Weaver, her trainer, has to do something that, really is difficult, but you have a starting point and an ending point. You know you're going for this race, and the fact that it is on the grass makes it a little bit simpler to get a horse fit. You'll look at the past performance where we show the workouts. There's 4 or 5 there. None of them is more than a half mile except for one of those. But it doesn't tell you what's going on as far as what she's doing past the wire. So George Weaver, very, very good off the layoff. I'd put my faith in him, and I'd say this horse is ready to go.
Is that a factor for you, Paul, in terms of handicapping the Wednesday feature, the Statue of Liberty?
No, I don't think it changes. I think the thing, because she won first time out, so a lot of people will revert to, can she win off a layoff? Well, George Weaver was able to get her to win first time out. In her second career start, she kind of hopped. She had an excuse. Then she won her third career start. I don't think it's a problem. I think, like Tom said, you trust in George Weaver, who's 20% with this kind of move. These are 2-year-old numbers. She should be faster as a 3-year-old.
Statue of Liberty, take a look. Here is the field. 3-year-old fillies, as Richie explained, who's eligible. Mile in her turf course listed as firm. Number 7, She's Country. Manny Franco, 2 wins so far. She is the favorite. When we last saw her, mid-November, Aqueduct. She's Country, Richie. Little aggressive early, perfect trip, and then shows some real grit.
Yeah, and you like when a young horse shows this kind of fight, this kind of determination. I don't think there's a tremendous amount of speed signed on in here, so hopefully she doesn't get too fresh coming off of the layoff, but she's 2 for 2 when facing New York bred company. Now, like we said, these are New York sired, but these happen to be all New York breds.
Yeah, I think Lafitte mentioned it, and I think it's an important point. She was pretty aggressive early on in that race. It took her almost 3/8 of a mile to just relax. Now she's coming in fresh again. You have to be really careful with these kind of horses as a trainer that they don't leave the gate and get aggressive again. Takes a lot of energy away from their finish. That would be a problem off the layoff.
Let me ask you something, Tom. When you watch that replay, she was really hard held in all of her races, and I think she can walk to the front end here. But didn't she kind of pull herself up when she got to the front end there? I'm wondering if they don't really want to go to the front end, if they want to target.
Yeah, so I mean, it's an experiment, Paul, and you're exactly right. But the question is, if she does indeed break fresh and has a lot of horse from that outside post position of 7, you know, what is the rider going to do, and how well will she come back to him? That's so important, Richie, as you know, in getting to the finish line in front.
Statue of Liberty, race 7, post time around 4:40 Eastern. As promised, a little bit of everything on this edition of Saratoga Live as we say hello to Todd Schrupp, love the hat, Samantha Perry standing by Sandy Ridge on what truly is a historic day of racing, Todd, in Eastern Kentucky.
Some would say with this hat, I'm all hat, no cattle, as the phrase goes. But we are here for the quarter horses, and it truly is a historic day, as you mentioned, Lafitte. Quarter horse racing faded out in about the mid-'80s here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, but its history goes all the way back to 1780. They used to call them pioneer sprints. They would take quarter horses and cleared parts of the forest and have match races. They'd have match races in Lexington over the streets there. There is a great tradition here, and it is now back. Samantha, as someone who has ridden quarter horses professionally, help our audience. What is the big difference between a thoroughbred racehorse and a quarter horse?
Mostly just the distance of the races. The quarter horses, and it's all in the name, they race typically just a quarter of a mile. Now, the races we're seeing, the distances here today, Todd, 350 yards and 400 yards. Now, there are 220 yards in 1 furlong. So just kind of to put that in perspective of the thoroughbred terms.
This is one of the most unique racetracks I've ever been at. You can see behind us is the Sandy Ridge sign. That's the finish line over there for our quarter horse races. But see the mound in the background? That is in the middle of the racetrack. And so the track does go all the way around the mound if they were to run some type of hook race. But where are we exactly here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky? Well, most everybody knows where Louisville is. This is on the western side of the state where historic Churchill Downs is. But then you hop on the 64 East and you drive about 72 miles, you'll end up at historic Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington, Kentucky. You continue on that route. I said we had to hit the 75 South. The local said no, just stay on the 64 East. There's probably a couple of routes, but you end up here in Ashland, Kentucky. Ashland is a town with a population of 21,000. It sits on the world-famous Ohio River, and this project is a huge boon to the economy here. We had, at the beginning of the day, the governor of Kentucky, the 63rd governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, was here, and a lot of dignitaries were here for the ribbon-cutting ceremony because this means a lot to Eastern Kentucky and especially Ashland.
This has been over 4 years of a work in progress here, and so it's just been so amazing to see it all come together here for day 1.
Okay, so we're coming up on a race number 6 on the card. There's 11 races in all. As happens when it's the first time you're racing someplace ever, as we are today, they had some delays. The water truck was a little bit of an issue early on. They worked that out. We're about 45 minutes behind on the regular schedule, so we're coming up on race number 6. There are 2 trial races remaining for the BOCO Futurity Trials. Explain that to our audience. What are trials and why is time important?
Time is important because you want to be in the 10 top fastest qualifying times in order to make it to the next round. Now, a lot of these horses we're seeing here, some of them are maidens, some of them not won a race, but as long as you're in that top 10 of times, you're in the Futurity or the Derby.
Okay, I've never seen Lafitte or Richie in a cowboy hat. Maybe they have some
I'd like
pictures,
to, yeah.
But I have heard that Richard Migliore did ride a quarter horse, many of them, many moons ago. We'll be showing you photographic proof a little bit later on. But that's what it's like here at Sandy Ridge. Wish you could be here, Lafitte and the crew.
The coverage has been great all afternoon. Much more with Todd and Samantha. Opening day, historic day, Sandy Ridge. And as you know, some of the greatest, most legendary horsemen, their careers actually began with quarter horses before moving to thoroughbreds. Bob Baffert, D. Wayne Lucas, and a very young Richie Migliore.
And I'm there with Dennis Bryder, who is a dear, dear friend. We were trying to decide which horses were actually going to the Commonwealth meet in Kentucky. And there was a match race between me on Raiderman and a professional jockey from Louisiana on Goldie Music McHugh. We won. Raiderman got sent. Goldie Music McHugh got left home. And he actually won a couple races for Dennis and kept him afloat at that meet.
That's crazy. You know, I actually talked to D. Wayne Lucas. He said one of his best horses he ever trained was a quarter horse Dash for Cash. And Dash for Cash, basically, I would say, kind of compare him maybe to the Seattle Slew or even more because they inseminate in quarter horse racing. So he would cover maybe 500-600 horses. And then Wayne was one of the few that brought Stormcat in, a $500,000 sire to breed to a broodmare and see if that would work out. Apollo, the thoroughbred. So a lot of different stuff, but Wayne had a big footprint in quarter horse racing.
Baffert, Lucas, they'd overwhelm you with the gait speed and that synergy. Quarter horse racing, thoroughbred racing. We have a little of both. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Late pick 4 gets started in 10 minutes. Here's Saratoga, main track fast. Turf course is firm, temperature around 79 degrees, of which you can play this late pick 4 on that Naira Bets account you've been thinking about opening. Sign up today, NairaBets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200 to enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NairaBets.com. We're staying right here as you look at Sultan Hassan. 9-2. These New York bred maidens sprinting on grass. $100,000. First starts the late pick 4, and we say hello to Megan Burgess standing by in the paddock. Hey, Megan.
Hey, Lafitte, nice to hear your voice. And we'll start there with the number 3, Sultan Hassan, who ran a really credible second last time out, getting to the grass for the first time. A son of Cairo Prince for Horacio De Paz, who's having a fantastic meet. And to my eye, a horse that just was behind Super Dave, who pretty much freaked that day. A very strong, well-muscled, defined type. To me, one of the most fit of anybody in this field, having that experience. And when talking to Horacio, it seemed as if though they put him on the dirt in order to allow him to kind of get that start, because he's been working so well on it. But now getting to the turf last time out, he took that big step up, showing good speed, very well meant in this spot. Does have that turf pedigree. The dam was 3 for 9 on the grass. I love the sire on the turf, and he's very well meant at a square enough price to my eye. The number 5, Violent Act, a first-time starter for a dangerous barn in Phil Antonacci, who's certainly the out-and-out sprinter of the group. Very low to the ground, short coupled. He's kind of reacting there a bit to the 7 acting up a little bit here in the paddock, but other than that, he's been very professional wearing that shadow roll. The dam was a maiden, this a homebred for Lindy Farms. The second dam, or excuse me, the dam's actually a half to Great Island, who was a grade 3 winner on the turf, grade 1 placed in the Flower Bowl. You know, you think of violence, you think of more that dirt influence, but should fare just fine on the grass. I do want to see this horse kind of get a start into him. Very round, robust type, fit enough perhaps for this group. And just looking over his workouts, especially on the main track, on the dirt, he's certainly got that turfy action to the way he moves and strides out. So we shall see. It seems as if though with this barn, they either win and they're decisive in that, or they don't quite finish on the board. So this firster, to me, will probably be up against it, Lafitte, in a group of experience.
But live on the board, Megan, Violent Act, riders up. Carlos Santana looking for a second win on the afternoon. Wide open. Who's ready to graduate? New York bred maiden sprinting on turf. Started a late pick 4 in 7 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Drain the clock. Jackie's Warrior. Drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it 75,700. Mike, 700,000. He would do 70, he would do 70, he would do 70, 570,000. Thank you.
Kankura or portfolio duration. Portfolio duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And title roll is in a very close photo. King of Gosford. South Cordobeck will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo!
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Gorgeous aerials and scenics. High above Saratoga Racecourse. Welcome back, Saratoga Live FS2. Let's meet the field. New York bred maidens sprinting on turf. Hot off the beach, pictured with King's Plate winning jockey Johnny Velasquez.
Yeah, the inside post there. One start under this horse's belt, a second. Looks good here.
Engraved, lukewarm favorite, first of the first-time starters.
Yeah, has good works on dirt. The mare did win her debut on turf. Taking the money, that's meaningful.
Sultan Hassan, Flavian Pratt.
First time on the turf, was second at this level.
Strobe Light, 26-1 idle since December.
Comes back as a gelding, but it's going to have to improve markedly to be competitive here.
Number 5, and there's Strobe Light acting up a little bit. We saw Violent Act acting up a touch in the paddock. There he is in Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, the board's talking to you here, the odds board, that is. You know, horse is a first-time starter, 7-2 on the board. There's money being bet.
Violent Act, the number 6 in True Legend, and the high-riding Manny Franco.
Named from my friend Paul LaDuca here, True Legend. All the turf races very good, and those are 2-year-old numbers. This horse could improve.
Crazy busted, first-time starter, cold on the board.
Cold on the board. The board is talking to you again. This time it's telling you maybe another time.
Story of Rory now with Amelia Green is improving.
Improving and is facing New York breds again after being down in the Mid-Atlantic, facing Open Company. Major player here.
New York bred maiden sprinting on the lawn. Late pick 4 begins in moments as the warm-up begins. Another look at Hot Off the Beach in his debut early May downstate, facing softer Polly. Hot Off the Beach plugs away in a solid runner-up effort.
It's a good effort, right? And he comes back with a 77 buyer. The worry is a state bred 50 at Aqueduct is not the same as a state bred 50 here at Saratoga with all the horses dropping. So you're kind of in against a weaker group. Now you're kind of going up in class here against the main special weight. And you kind of wonder, did this horse just kind of pick up the pieces for a second? But the number comes back good. It is Rick Dutrow who's having a really good meet, and you're getting 5-1.
Closing in on a milestone, Rick Dutrow. Curious to see, Tom, how many you felt necessary to use in this first leg of the late pick 4 as we take a look at your ticket.
Quite a few, and I left one of the first-time starter Linda Rice maidens out of this one. But, you know, the board wasn't available to me this morning when I made this ticket up. Obviously, if I had seen the odds board, I might have included the 2 horses as well. Look, it's a heavy ticket, but if you want to narrow it down in the 6th race, I really like South Bend Tom, the 5 horse. I would narrow down in there if I was going to make it a smaller ticket for Al Stahl. This horse had 2 troubled trips his last 2 starts. A clean trip, I think, puts him in the winner's circle.
$67.50 the investment. Might be the best $67.50 you ever spent if you want to scan that QR code right along with Tom. Paul, your approach.
Tom and I can kind of hit this together. I'm going to take a shot. I just think the 3 in the last, someone's going to really have to improve. But I'm with Tom. I thought this race was deep. I do think the 8 in here is a major player. Story of Rory, I was at Monmouth. This horse shouldn't even be a maiden. Should have won 2 back against Open Company. Just unfortunately, the Carol Sedana kind of misjudged the finish line that day. 2, 3, 4, 5 in race 6. Kind of with Tom. I do like South Bend Tom. I like Disco Take a little bit in there as well. 2, 5, 6, 7. She's country. I'm going to single the 3. Paula's Choice in the last. Blinkers, lay 6. Horse comes off a 1.8 mile race. I do think a sneaky horse in the last is Mike Maselli, the 11. If that horse would have drawn better, I would have used the 11.
Go get him, Paul. And everyone playing this late pick 4 here at Saratoga. Megan, this race, Megan made her way trackside, wide open. So I guess, yeah, just go with the hot hand, right? Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice in the first-time starter, engraved, 3-1.
Well, that is what the betting public seems to be attracted to, and Jose has been getting hammered here. I mean, as he should. He's been riding incredibly well, but with Irod still being away, it seems as if though it's maybe an underlay, and I do find the number 2 engraved to be a bit of an underlay. Now, this horse is a first-time starter for Linda Rice, who I like to see her horses get their fitness test in first and kind of get that into their system. While this horse has been working quickly over, according to the DRF Clocker report, a B+ back on August the 14th, matched with Paul's Recovery, who won for $50,000 and finished with good energy on the gallop out. When speaking with Linda Rice, we both agreed he loves his feed tub, likes to lean on the side of kind of carrying that good flesh and condition, which partially kind of led me to others in here just wanting to see him kind of get that fitness. Has that very flat hoof, a son of Cantharos out of a Scat Daddy Mary, certainly at turf meant, gleaming in his coat, very well muscled. I just think that he's going to benefit from a start in a wide open group, in my opinion. I've leaned towards others with the experience, including the number 6, True Legend, who's a first-time gelding for a dangerous barn, and one that, you know, I agree with Maggie's comments from last fall with his size and substance. He doesn't quite catch, you know, immediately catch your eye as maybe an out-and-out turf sprinter. There's a lot of him. He looks fantastic off of the time away. And when you go through his races, he makes a lot of sense having that early speed. You know, back on September the 21st on debut, his best race arguably to date, he didn't break the sharpest. He just had that rail skimming trip to just miss. I really like what I've been seeing from him. He's got a good consistent work tab, very well muscled, strong and defined, and one that just stuck out as one of the best turned out horses in the paddock, and going easily with the likes of stakes winner Johnny's Red Storm as the one also taking some money hot off of the beach. And I just find this horse needs more ground to work with. He breaks from the inside. He's coming off a bit of time away back on May the 2nd, and he just doesn't look like he's 100% fit and cranked up for this. He's a big sort. I would really like to see him get some added ground, especially from that inside draw, where it seems as if these turf sprints, that pace quickens up. They've been dominated by horses coming off of it, but I ultimately went with the number 3 Lafitte, Sultan Hassan, who's certainly one of the main logical players in this one.
Improved Richie. Sultan Hassan in his first trial on grass. Has speed.
Has speed. Horatio De Paz having a great meet. I was vacillating back and forth between the 3, Sultan Hassan, and the 6, True Legend. And ultimately, my loyalties won out. I'm friends with Barry Schwartz. I rode this horse's Grand Dam for him, so that's where I landed.
True Legend steps forward, wide open to start this late pick 4 and the third leg of this pick 6 sequence, with a carryover coming in to today's activity. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 5, live from the Spa on FS2.
Here's Crazy Busted. Going in. Rider adjusting on Hot Off the Beach as well on the inside there. And they're off. And Strobe Light is very fast. Here's Sultan Hassan along the inside, and Sultan Hassan is up to take the lead. True Legend now second, and they're followed by Strobe Light third, 3 lengths off the lead. Story of Rory is next. Another couple back to Violent Act in mid-pack. Crazy Busted, 9 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, Hot Off the Beach and Engraved. 22 seconds flat for Sultan Hassan, who is pressed by True Legend around the far turn. Good trip for Story of Rory in striking range, coming up to the top pair, and they're followed by Violent Act in fourth. Crazy Busted trying to move from behind there at the top of the stretch. Sultan Hassan on the inside, and True Legend have been heads apart most of the way. Story of Rory 3 lengths back in third as True Legend takes the lead with a 16th to run and starts to edge away. It's True Legend giving Manny Franco a triple on the afternoon, handridden to a 2.5 length win. Extremely tight between Story of Rory and Sultan Hassan to complete the exacta. Hot Off the Beach was fourth.
Can't stop him, can't contain him. Manny Franco, True Legend, 3 wins on the afternoon. Franco, True Legend, graduates in his 5th career start.
Yeah, sharp from the gate was True Legend in this race. George Weaver coming off a 9-month layoff. He's going to attempt to do the same thing in the Statue of Liberty with She's Country on the grass. That one, of course, will be longer in distance. But he's already shown you today that he can do it off the layoff, and this horse runs very, very well.
Looked like a winner every step of the way. Broke sharp. Manny took him in hand. He was tracking Sultan Hassan very intently. And when he set him down, he was gone. If you put a line through that last race, which was on the dirt, doesn't his 2-year-old form look a lot better?
Yeah, it sticks out now, doesn't it? He's been gelded since his 2-year-old year. And tell you what, he looked tremendous on the racetrack. And the 2 sons of Honest Mischief, I think the 8 did get up for second there, are going to run 1-2 here. Story of Rory, but no doubt about your winner here.
Sultan Hassan On the inside, doing everything he can with Flavien Prat, but too much true legend. Manny Franco goes to work. He responds, and at 4-1, takes down this 5th race, Saratoga. Results forthcoming. And trainer George Weaver winning races at Saratoga. Tom, yet nothing new. Weaver historically has put up solid numbers at the Spa, doing so once again this summer. Results, reaction. When we return, you're watching Saratoga Live on FS2, where Manny Franco having a big Wednesday at the Spa. 3 wins and counting. All about true legend in the 5th.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kings Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 two-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
Welcome back to Sandy Ridge. We have the field loading for race 6. You heard Samantha talking earlier. They are ready to rock it out of the gate. Energy like you've never seen. Let's take our camera over here. This is the field for race 6, 2-year-olds loading for the Boca Futurity. Talk about what these jockeys are trying to do at the start.
So right now, these jockeys are just trying to keep their horses as settled as possible. As a rider, you want them, the nose is right up in the V of the starting gate, Todd. And as you can see, you know, some of them just kind of get a little bit rattled up when other gates are closing. Quarter horses are so perceptive to sound. They can just hear every little quick thing. So when another horse loads in, sometimes other horses get a little bit rattled. And some quarter horses I've even been on before, they can hear the button of the starting gate before those latches even open. And you would call that in racing terms beating the gate. So they've got one horse back, the starter calls it, and then you better be tied on to leave these latches, Todd.
Feel the power of the American Quarter Horse here on Fox Sports 2, Race 6 from Sandy Ridge.
We're at Sandy Ridge. Good break to the inside for Juncture, who gets away well. Coming up is Eagles KY Delight. Following that up the center of the track is Nina C. Nina C has now taken the lead by about a half length and will cruise home over gold medalist for second, and close for the show between Eagles KY Delight and Provocative.
And it is the 6, Nina C, coming in from Remington Park. We mentioned a lot of the horses at this meet are coming in from Oklahoma. Nina C wins easy.
The Oklahoma form is just such a strong form. These futurity trials that they have at Remington Park, it's just the mecca of quarter horses getting their foundation and then moving on to a track like this at Sandy Ridge.
Where were you born?
Oklahoma.
I'm a little biased, but it's true. They're backing it up. We'll be back. There is one more trial remaining for the Boco Futurity trial. So this has been 2-year-olds going 350 yards. When we get to the Bluegrass trials, the last 4 races of the day, races 8, 9, 10, and 11, that'll be for 3-year-olds, and then they'll stretch it out 50 yards to 400 yards. You look like you're having a lot of fun.
Just the excitement at the quarter horse starting gates. There's nothing like it. That was one of my favorite parts of being a quarter horse jockey because they just leave so fast and you can just feel it through the TV screen. I hope all of you at home can feel the excitement as well.
You know what my favorite part of today is?
What is that?
Being with you.
Oh, it's mine and being with you guys and bringing this amazing sport of quarter horses here all the way from Ashland, Kentucky to New York to you guys.
For Lafitte, it's normally Andy Serling is the high point of his day, but today it's Tom Amoss, Paul LaDuca, and Richard Migliore.
Doesn't get any better. Doesn't get any better. Back at Saratoga. Doesn't get any better for Manny Franco. This is the 3rd straight day he has won 3 races, at least 3 races on a card at Saratoga.
Yeah, no, this horse had some trouble out of the gate on a couple of occasions, but not today. Broke super sharp, went to the front. And Lafitte, is your favorite part of the day being with us 3?
The morning, the production meeting?
No, just
and then the afternoon and spending time here.
Yeah, you double dip. Yeah.
Not leaving Megan Burgess out of the equation, who's standing by in the winner's circle.
Joined by the connections of True Legend, who with George Weaver and, of course, Randy with RA Stable. And this is the big Randy, by the way. The little Randy, your brother or your son? We were musing off.
My son.
It's the son. Okay, good. Well, George, how about getting this horse off of the layoff, being able to win decisively? He looked absolutely fantastic doing it.
Yeah, we've been very happy with him. You know, he had a busy fall last year, and he didn't do any good in the New York Stallion Series race on the dirt. He's a turf horse. We gave him some time off, brought him back, cut him, and he's just been a better horse. So we've been looking forward to running him. He was actually in like 3 weeks ago, and it was the day they canceled or whatever. So we had to wait a little bit longer, but at least he justified what we've been seeing.
She's Country will run off of the bench as well later on today in the stake race. She's had 5 works back, but you've been pretty honest about her fitness level. How do you feel she's been training coming into this race?
She's doing very well, and I really believe she's fit enough to run her best, and I think her best puts her there. You know, her best puts right in it.
All right. How's it feel getting in the winner's circle at Saratoga with this guy?
It's always good to be in the winner's circle with anybody in Saratoga. More times than not, I'm with him, but anyone's good.
Looked fantastic doing it, and great to catch up with you both.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte's about as fun as it gets down here with this crew.
All right, Megan. Dead heat for 2nd in the 5th race, Saratoga, with the 3 and the 8, Sultan Hassan, and story of Rory True Legend. If you had any concerns, Paulie, about the favorite, she's Country, as Tom mentioned later on in the feature, that maybe this negates any of that, given the similarities in layoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's never bad when the trainer that you're kind of honusing on a little bit later is having a good day. And it's not bad that Manny Franco's aboard her, too.
In a groove. He's riding moment's notice here. South Bend Tom, who you love going in, Tom, for the 7-8 sprint.
Yeah, I guess right now, favorite on the board. We'll see if that holds up for South Bend Tom. But we're going to watch at least one of his recent races, and you'll see exactly why he's being favored today. Tough trip. You know, would have been a lot closer if not the winner of this kind of race.
We will revisit. Paulie, what we've seen thus far in the pick 6 sequence, it has been tricky.
Yeah, tricky, but I think gettable so far, right? Steven Schauer won his 2nd on the card. Gate to Wire winner with the 5, and then True Legend. Been pretty tough. And then you got these couple races coming up. I think a lot of people are going to be focused in. I think the most single horse in the pick 6 is going to be the horse in the last race. First of all, a lot of people like to get to the last race and then, go from there. But I think the 3 is going to be the most single horse in the last race.
21 minutes out, 6th race here, Saratoga. Still have the feature ahead, and the results are in from Sandy Ridge. Marching into the winner's circle, Richie, how about Nina C in the Boca Trials?
Yeah, well, came out of a race that was 5th, beaten a length and a half. Today broke sharply, and starts are everything in quarter horse racing, right?
The way they leave the gate is what it's all about. And, you know, these horses are coming in from Remington. Really, Remington is to quarter horse racing what New York and Kentucky are to thoroughbred racing.
Yeah,
you just have a huge advantage. That's top quality racing.
Right back to Todd. That's Sandy Ridge.
It is an honor to be with Chief Michelle Hicks, the principal chief of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, and Sandy Ridge is a big part of the economic development for your tribe.
Absolutely. Todd, thank you for having us. It's a big day today. You know, we've made this decision a few years ago and, you know, made significant investments in this community and great partnership. State's been good to work with. You know, local community's been great to work with. And so we're very excited about getting this kicked off. And, again, if you look around, we had a great crowd today with this opening. And, again, it's, you know, let's race.
Your band has about 16,000 members. What does a development like this mean to their well-being?
No, absolutely. So, you know, most of our people live in western North Carolina, and we have a number of investments. This is one of our commercial gaming investments, and so, you know, we're no different than any other government. You know, we want great health care, great education, I mean, public safety, and so as we make these investments, you know, we try to put the right strategy on the ground, find the right partners, make sure that, you know, all the mechanics work. And again, here we are today with a grand opening. So
obviously this means a lot to you, your role as principal chief. You have been a steward to your community. In fact, you were the youngest principal chief elected way back when you were 38 years old, and now you've sought another term coming out of retirement. This is very personal to you.
No, absolutely. So again, you know, I'm a CPA by trade. So I've had my license for 32 years. I practiced up in New York City, but I'm kind of that finance guy that, you know, wants stability, wants to make sure that we're doing proper planning, good strategies, and so again, this just adds to the portfolio that we've established, and again, very excited about it.
A community coming together, and we are pleased to have with us the principal chief of the Eastern Band of the Cherokee Indians, talking about Chief Michelle Hicks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Inaugural meet, opening day at Sandy Ridge Racing. When we come back, Jockey Spotlight, Manny Franco, what a summer so far. Best of his career at Saratoga, coming off a big weekend. Sits down with the MIG next on Saratoga Live.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucaro.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
They're at the top of the stretch. And Program Trading cut loose on the outside of Minaret Station. They're head-in-head. Old Crazy Bone, Tawny Port, Survey is coming alive in the center of the course in a big way. It's Minaret Station trying to fend off this bid from Program Trading, but here comes Survey! Survey blows by them all, and the mare schools the boys in the Christophe Clement under a patient Manny Franco.
Patient, pumped up, Manny Franco. Sir V. Tom Franco, a stakes sweep on Saturday.
Just a remarkable performance by the only filly in this race, beating the boys. She laid back behind what seemed to be a slow pace and almost an impossible spot. But, you know, I'll leave it to you guys because we saw it in this race. We saw it in the sprint for the fillies in the very next race. And then on Sunday, we came within a head of seeing this same move, this kind of almost boomerang move around horses and getting to the finish line, no matter what the pace was in any of those events. I mean, who was it in the sprint right after this race? Was it Cardenza?
Yeah,
that
Galway.
got left at the gate, made a sweeping move around horses, and then Oscar's Hope came within a head of doing the exact same thing the next day. You know, seems to be a great path.
Yeah, it really does. Her turn her foot was electric. I mean, they came home the last 3 furlongs in a 1.5 mile race in about 34 seconds. That's flying after already running 1 mile and a furlong. And she made up about 5 or 6 lengths in the last 3/16 of a mile. So how fast did she come home? That was scintillating. Manny Franco's confidence level and his riding is in another level.
It's almost like she was a video game and that power just kept going up as she was going a mile. And like, let's be honest, when you see horses win by a lot of lengths, it's exciting, but there's nothing better than that stretch run on the turf when a horse goes by. So many horses, it looks like their other horses are kind of tied to a tree, and she's done it twice now, and that was impressive.
She'll be back. Trainer George Bowie indicating that the Breeders' Cup turf, the Longines turf, will be her next stop when she returns this fall on Halloween at Keeneland. As for the jockey in Manny Franco, it deserves to be in the spotlight, shining brightest among the brightest on one of the sport's biggest stages. Manny Franco, who's been one of the stories this summer at Saratoga, in the spotlight with the big.
Manny, you're having a tremendous meet here in Saratoga, but maybe one of the greatest days any jockey has ever had in Saratoga. August 7th, 6 wins, but you reeled off 5 wins in a row. You started out with a first-time starter, Graham Motions, Mobile, won nicely. But by the time you got to the 5th in a row, Constant Force, this was a 2-year-old that came from way, way back. What were you thinking? What were the emotions? I'm going to actually get 5 in a row in Saratoga.
Feel unreal still, and he stumbled out of the gate. I said, so I was way back, and I feel like he's not gonna happen, but in the tree I pulled, the horse start running and pick it up, and I said, ooh, I think I had a chance because I was going fast, and in the quarter pole when I took him all the way to the outside, he started running. I say, oh boy, and I was just pumped when I made the front pass. When I get to the wire, I just wow, 5 in a row. It feels unbelievable.
So now you get 5 in a row, looking for number 6. And you did it in dramatic fashion with Botas. You worked out a perfect trip with him, and he looked like he settled really beautifully into your hands.
Yeah, definitely. I was able to cover him, and after that, I was waiting. Water pole, he pow, and he responded.
Manny Franco ties the record with 6 wins in a day at Saratoga.
For the incredible meet you're having, you're well on a pace to double your wins from last year, and as well as your ride in the 6-win day and getting the 6th win in the Hall of Fame Stakes, which I think is going to be prophetic for your life going forward. You get this week's Golden Goggles.
Oh, nice.
You're riding great.
Thank you, Richie.
Along with the Golden Goggles, Jockey Spotlight, and thus far, Richie, those numbers, 2nd in the standings, trailing only Jose Ortiz.
Jose Ortiz having an unbelievable meet, unbelievable year. He's not only winning the right races, he's winning them in bunches. Manny Franco, I said you're well on your way to doubling. He's well on your way to tripling last year's totals. I mean, this is a meet of dreams are made of.
Manny Franco Jockey Spotlight brought to you by My Racehorse. He'll be seeking a fourth with Moments Notice at 6-1. Trained by Joe Sharp. Starter allowance extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile, 10 minutes out, race 6. We go to Megan standing by with this race 6 paddock report. Megan.
And Lafitte, this is a tough one. I think there's many cases you could be made for many of these horses. We'll start with the number 5. That's South Bend Tom. One that's taken favoritism in the past, done so last time out for Al Stahl Jr., who sends the right kind of horses to Saratoga. And he's been very consistent. I feel like that's kind of why he's taken the attention he has. And he's a very fit model of himself. He's kind of very much the prototypical Liam's Map, has that streamlined frame, very fit, dappled through his coat. Now, I preferred others just based on appearance's sake, but he's got the right kind of form. Back on July the 26th, you know, it seemed as if though he tracked off the pace, he was the 5-2 favorite that day. He saved ground, and then when he came in behind with the run, it seemed as if he was kind of caught behind horses. He had to dive on the inside, which to me is not quite where you wanted to be, and it zapped his momentum a bit. So I wonder if he's going to get a better trip, especially in that integral point of the race where their momentum is so important to continue. We shall see. As far as the number 2, C Vista, very fit off of the layoff for Mike Trombetta, who did purchase this horse back in June in a digital sale for $75,000 off a voided claim for $55,000. So interesting there, and one I just wish was stronger overall. He's the half to a pretty nice sprinter, stakes-winning sprinter in Nash, a Godolphin homebred, and I've really liked his works as far as what he's shown in the mornings. You know, August the 1st, he was working nicely and handily, and then he had a pretty serious speed workout on July the 26th, where he was merited a B+ for that. So he has been training well off of the layoff, and last time out at the Big A, it just seemed as if though he chased 3 to 4 wide down the backside, he was dueling with Seeker's Hope, who's since come back to run against Weaker, but I was just not in love with him physically. There were some imposing types in this race, though. There are so many horses that have the right races on form to win this Lafitte. I did prefer the 5 of these 2 in here.
The 2-1 favorite, South Bend Tom. Riders up. C Vista. Jose Ortiz behind the tree. South Bend Tom, though. And Discotheque, contender. It's contentious. Discotheque. Let's revisit the most recent appearance there. He is. Late July, same level of competition, same 7/8 of a mile distance. Tom, Discotheque, South Bend Tom in contention, turning for home.
He is, and look, Flavin Pratt's going to pick a lane here, and unfortunately the winner's going to kind of make it tight him in that spot. He's going to have to alter course. It's going to happen right through this area right here, and he'll go to the inside to finish up here. It just doesn't get, when you throw those horses off momentum like that, you got to restart. He restarts well. Discotheque, on the other hand, gets a clear trip, and it's a good finish, but just gets out-finished.
Yeah, the Discotheque had momentum on him, so when he was trying to extricate himself, he got first run, kind of put him back into that jam. And in hindsight, if he had stayed where he was to begin with, he wouldn't have had to angle back to that spot.
He's a tricky horse because he's kind of, he doesn't really quicken up. He's kind of got that one pace. I can understand why he went gate to wire, and I think he's going to be more forwardly placed than he has in the past. You think so, Tom?
Not a lot of pace in here.
No, that's why I think if you look at that one race, he did go 22:46, not smoking. But even the last time he was kind of up on that pace, I don't think he might be in front.
Well, he's going to need the 7/8 distance, that's for sure. You know, and as far as the speed goes, you guys, I mean, it looks to me to be to the inside with the 2 and the 3. I think
Vista, yeah.
Based on, and I agree, the pace is not going to be super hot.
Call to post. Manny Franco there aboard. Moments notice, looking for a 4th win on the afternoon. 3 straight days of racing at Saratoga with 3 wins. And as mentioned, he still has a couple of live runners to close the show here at the Spa. They're playing our song. Starter allowance sprint, extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile. C Vista, he's won 2 of 3. Jose Ortiz takes over.
Yeah, first start in the Michael Trombetta barn. This horse does possess speed and been working really well in the morning.
Discotheque right behind him. Yeah, typically involved early.
It feels like this horse is just improved and is in good form right now. And if you're old like me, you'll remember the rafters, the Saratoga Discotheque.
Wow. Moments notice, strolled in the slot 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, claimed, you know, and then reaped dividends, obviously, for Joe and Three Diamonds Farm. But that was on a sloppy racetrack. I think a horse to play against today.
Notre Dame fans, there you go. South Bend Tom.
Tom highlighted the trouble this horse had with a cleaner trip. This horse would have been closer last time. Major player.
Big gain, Johnny V.
I thought this was the horse to beat by far. You look at the one-turn races, this horse by far, but the issue is no pace.
Uncle Jim, claim from Jose Jimenez by Rob Atras.
Rob Atras does good work. This horse returns as a gelding. Must not be a lot of Uncle Jims in the crowd. He's not taking any money.
He's cold, or should be higher. One of the two. Solo Jim coming in hot. He's 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, his races so far as a 4-year-old have been very good. A win, a second, and a win. He just needs to get a little bit better.
Contentious field, demanding extended sprint distance. 7/8 of a mile, race 6, Saratoga. Back to Sandy Ridge with much more with Todd and Samantha. Guys.
Lafitte, so obviously we're at the starting gate when the field arrived for race number 6, but behind us are the paddock conditions here at Sandy Ridge, which is going to be changing by the time we get to next year, especially the barn area. So the barn area accommodates about 400 horses, but it's temporary right now. It's going to turn to more permanent, and they're probably going to have more days of racing next year. But I want to talk about what's going on in the paddock behind us, Samantha, as you know it very, very well. One, let me ask you just, this may come across as a dumb question to you, but is the saddle different for a quarter horse versus a thoroughbred?
It is not. Quarter horses typically carry a little bit more weight than the thoroughbreds in general. So 124 pounds typically for the 2-year-olds, depending on what track you're at and what state you're at. Here it's 124 and then 126 for the older horses. So it's the same type of saddle. A lot of these jocks are a little bit heavier or a little bit taller, so they don't have to maybe carry as much weight in their saddles. They hit that comfortable 126, which I know to some of maybe the thoroughbred riders, that sounds kind of appealing, huh?
I want you to go back to something that you told our audience earlier in the day, for those who may be joining us for the first time. That's the trainer. A lot of these trainers are taking these horses out with their pony horse.
Yes, they are. So, for instance, in this race number 7, the 7 horse is a son of One Fabulous Eagle, trained by trainer Casey Willis, and Casey Willis actually trained One Fabulous Eagle. Casey just saddled up his horse here, and now he's getting on his pony and is going to escort that horse to the starting gate.
So, Lafitte, imagine Chad Brown hopping on his pony horse and taking his horse out for the warm-up. We'll be back with the 7th race. It's the final trial for the Boco Futurity Trials. Then we'll move on to the Bluegrass Derby Trials.
Unconventional, to say the least, and some of the differences between the quarter horse world and what we're accustomed to seeing here with the thoroughbreds, and specifically at Saratoga. Look at that. Revving his engines is a big gain. Johnny V doing everything he can to control him. His most recent big gain at this 7 furlong distance, 2 starts back late April. Keeneland, Richie, big gain, does have room on the rail and is a little reluctant to go through.
Yeah, it looks like he was just kind of running with the emergency brake on a little bit in there. Some horses just not as comfortable inside of horses, a little claustrophobic, because to me it looked like he was running in stops and starts, right? And I think he's got the right rider in Johnny Velasquez. Johnny is a rider that believes in getting your position going forward, and he keeps horses in a good position, being drawn more towards the outside. Thing that worries me about this horse, 3 wins, 6 seconds. I'm not crazy about it when horses start accumulating more seconds than wins.
And just not really cooperating, but now it looks like Johnny V has him settled, currently 6-1. Big gain. Circling back to C Vista, number 2 draws the rail with the scratch of Sergeant Caps. Jose Ortiz aboard. Most recent outing, early May. Downstate Aqueduct with Brad Cox at the time. Paul, he's favored, and he's going to have to work for this one.
Yeah, he does. He's favored at, what, $1.44, I guess. It's a little bit under 2-1, and his other 2 wins, I guess, were one of them was on 90 cents on the dollar, and he lost at 50 cents on the dollar. So that kind of worries me when you get to C Vista. Now, out of this race, he won the race. The claim was voided, but obviously he switched trainers since then. I don't know if they came to some agreement here, and Michael Trombetta took this horse, or the owners took this horse. Now Michael Trombetta's barn. A lot of various things, Tom, you could speak on.
Yeah, look, going back to that replay, one of the things is this horse did not get away from the gate that well. He fell back at the break. He was used to get a forward position. You know, he goes around, he makes an okay finish, but, you know, his finish would have been a lot better if he broke sharp. As far as the voided claim goes, whenever I see a voided claim and that horse's next start is in a non-claiming race, I get very comfortable that they're very satisfied the horse is in good shape.
Well, he also was purchased in the Fasig-Tipton digital sale in June, so obviously they did their due diligence.
Yeah, for $75,000, okay, yeah.
To Megan, trackside.
And the number 2, C Vista, quickly speaking about him in the paddock, I liked what I saw from him getting on the racetrack, as he does break from the inside, and Jose Ortiz really giving me every indication of what his plans look like via the warm-up. Really sent him away from the pony, got a nice strong warm-up. I do anticipate he will be forwardly placed, as he will, to me, that's going to be his weapon in this one. The number 6, Big Gain, is a horse that I've always had a thing for. I kind of chased him around down south at big prices when he was running against the likes of Stakes Winners, Knew What's New, Publisher, been up against some pretty strong foes. He's a big, impressive, strong guy. A 5-year-old who is coming off of the freshening, and I just really liked what I saw from him today. He got a great warm-up. He too also kind of broke away from that pony, and now has since settled down. He was kind of getting a little sharp. I would love to see this horse put himself into a tactical, forwardly placed position. Has the perfect rider, as Mig alluded to do that, because he has that kind of sustained run where Mig mentioned it. He's run second a lot because he's not the type of horse that necessarily is going to go run them down, but if he can put himself in a position forward, I think he's going to be in the right kind of spot for his running style. We saw Classic Time come back to win off of a freshening for Norm Cassie. This has actually been his workmate in the mornings, and been going kind of that grinding, sustained type in the mornings alongside Classic Time, who's kind of had a little bit of an edge on him, but I really liked what I saw from him. That 2-back 90 Spires speed figure, even if it does seem a little bit bigger on the heavier side, I think he matches really well in this group at a very fair price up there at 5-1. The number 8, Solo Jim, very sharp, also a horse that kind of gave me the indication from his outside draw that perhaps he would be a little bit more forwardly placed. He's very sharp. He was tacked with the pony in the paddock, in the saddling stall, and has been kept with the pony to kind of keep him settled. But maybe he won't be as forwardly placed as I would believe, but I think that he does have a shooting chance. He's been making his runs from off of it up there at a bigger price. Lafitte?
Big price today, 11-1, Megan Solo Jim outside. Tom, our eyes from the start of the race towards the inside with number 2, C Vista, Disco Tech, number 3.
Yeah, so, I think those two are going to kind of show the way early, Lafitte. And when you look at Disco Tech, I think that is the horse that can kind of set the tone for this race from the 3-post.
Particularly with Luis Saez aboard. Louis likes to go, and you got to handicap jockeys a little bit as well as the horses. Jockeys have tendencies, just like other athletes.
Now, you make a good point, because you got the 2 coming off a layoff. You have the 4 in here is not a good gate horse. The 6 is not a good gate horse, and either is a 7. So this race could line up 3-5.
Frank Mirmati, load and call. Post time, a 6th live from the Spa on FS2.
Al Stahl Jr.'s South Bend Tom going up. Thank you, Lafitte. Big Gain will be next in the colors of AJ Suited Racing Stable. Uncle Jim. And the other Jim next to him, Solo Jim. Going in. And they're off. Disco Tech is pretty quick out of the gate. Down at the rails, C Vista is joining, and these two are a length and a half in front of Uncle Jim, third through the opening furlong. It's already a gap of 3. Back to Moment's Notice, who races a joint 4th. And then it's Big Gain right next to him. They race together as one. 2 clear of Solo Jim and South Bend Tom at the back. The quarter went in a respectable 22 3/5 seconds. And so it's C Vista with a narrow lead. Disco Tech asked to keep pace past the half-mile pole. 3 more back to Uncle Jim in 3rd, and Moment's Notice on the rail. 4 off the pace in 4th. Big Gain is 5th at this point, has 5 to make up. 3 in front of South Bend Tom and Solo Jim, 45-1. With a quarter of a mile to go, Disco Tech is back in front. C Vista at the rail in 2nd. Big Gain moving up on the outside of Uncle Jim as they reach the top of the stretch. Moment's Notice is also only 3 or 4 lengths off this battle that continues between Disco Tech and C Vista. Disco Tech a half a length. On the inside, South Bend Tom out of last, battling for 3rd, 16th to run. Disco Tech and Luis Saez gradually putting away C Vista, and it's Disco Tech to win it by almost 2. C Vista was 2nd. South Bend Tom 3rd, photo for 4th, Moment's Notice, and Solo Jim.
Disco Tech ahead from having won 3 straight. Disco Tech in the 6th at Saratoga.
Yeah, you look. It all started with what we talked about before the race, which was the pace scenario. There didn't seem to be a lot of pace in this race, so if you can get to the front early and not use a lot of energy to do that, which our first and second place finishers did, it changes the ball game from everybody behind you. And so you can see the two horses that have the cleanest silks as we get to mid-stretch right here are going to be the ones that run 1-2. They set the pace, they set the tone, plenty of energy left at the end. Everyone else is just chase mode.
You got 3-1, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, the first quarter, too, was the tepid 22-3. They picked it up to the half, but by then the die had been pretty well cast, and the two inside speeds ran 1-2 in inverted order. Discotheque dancing his way to the winner's circle.
Wow.
Oh, man, I was dying to say that.
5-4 here. Out is Sandy Ridge. Todd and Sam all set for the 6th and final of the Boca Futurity Trials.
Lafitte, great point, because this is last opportunity to be one of the 10 fastest times. Who do you like in here?
I'm going to go with the 7, trained by Casey Willis. As I mentioned at the top, this is a horse that is sired by a horse that Casey Willis trained to multiple victories under the late Cesar Gomez. And Casey Willis, who had a nice little talk with his jockey Gonzalo Gutierrez going up to the starting gate here. And all of these are behaving quite well, Todd, before the start of this race. There's one horse back, and Dusty storms them with the call.
And we're racing here in the 7th at Sandy Ridge. Breaking to the inside, there was LC Hero on fire. Coming up the center of the track, RR Blanco's Cartel showing some nice speed alongside CT Trace Candies. CT Trace Candies and Nacho Secret going down to the wire. To the outside is She's a Fabulous Gal, but it's Nacho Secret who gets a victory here in race number 7. CT Trace Candies close for the place.
Indiana on the board. It is the Indiana-bred son of Habit Secret out of the favorite Cartel mare, Favorite Sissy, Nacho Secret, who gets the win.
A nice, cozy victory here by the Connections. And what is so interesting about this horse is this is a maiden. So taken on a couple of winners in this futurity trial. One big difference with quarter horse racing as compared to the thoroughbred races is these futurity trials, you could be a maiden. You could be an 0 for 10 maiden. But when you break your maidens here in the futurity trials, you hope for a spot in the starting gate here on September 6th for the finals.
Yeah, the good news is that Nacho Secret wins, but when it's a cozy win and other horses are right there with you, that suggests it's not a very fast time or good enough to get to the finals. When we come back, we'll give you the top 10 times out of the Boca Futurity Trials and tell you who advanced to the final on the final weekend of racing here. But we're going to start another day of trials. 4 races remain on this card, but this will all lead for 3-year-olds to the Bluegrass Derby. Much more to come here from Sandy Ridge and Ashland, Kentucky. Back to Saratoga.
You'll see those finals closing day, as Todd mentioned, on Fox Sports 1 here at Saratoga. 3-2-5-4 in race number 6, and then the main event on this Wednesday afternoon, Statue of Liberty. There she is. She's country idle since November, but trainer George Weaver already with 1 win this afternoon, with the runner coming off a similar layoff. And Celtic Dawn, the speedy filly who disappointed in her latest. How will she respond? We'll find out next Wednesday feature, all part of the New York Stallion Series, the Statue of Liberty.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. T.O. Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at T.O. Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. He meant business today. Japan's T.O. Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Back at the spa. Wednesday program rolls on. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Hill and Dale Adelapa. Discotheque. What was it, Richie? A moonwalk? Lambada? Pirouette? What was it?
I thought he looked more like John Travolta than me. I mean, come on. He's a little Saturday Night Fever here. I grew up in that neighborhood, you know.
Don't stop till you get enough.
Burn, baby, burn.
Louis
We
Saez.
could do this all day.
Louis Saez, he took that winner's circle photo, jumped off Discotheque, and now standing by live with Megan.
Joined by winning pilot Louis Saez, the #3 Discotheque, and a pretty trademark Louis Saez ride. Getting aggressive, being able to show speed in a race that didn't quite have a ton of pace in there.
Yes, you know, it's a horse that you always try, and had the opportunity to be on today. And the plan was try to break from the running, put in a great spot. We don't necessarily has to be in the lead, but he ending over there in that beautiful position. And when he came in the top of the stretch, he gave me a good turn of foot.
That was win number 3,999, just one away from a big milestone for you. You've been riding for 13 years, and we've discussed off camera. Can you kind of reflect on Saratoga and the depth of this colony and being able to potentially break that or get that milestone here at the spa?
Yeah, also I'm pretty grateful. Thanks to God and thanks to all the horses, trainer, all the connection, give me the opportunity. And yeah, to get to 4,000 winners is something that I never expect. I never thought we were gonna be there, but it's got plans, and I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now.
Absolutely, great job.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte, Louis is a global superstar with wins across the globe and getting it done here in Saratoga as well.
On the brink of a milestone, Paulie, 3,999 victories. Louis Saez could get it in the next race. Slow-ish start by his standards, getting things going as the meet goes on.
Yeah, it's probably not what he wanted to hear in Saratoga, but he is one of the guys named Ortiz or Pratt that has won a title here. So we just got to remember that he's that good of a jockey. Sometimes you go in those little lows a little bit, and a lot of people will say, well, he's not riding that well in 2026, and I look down, he's 17%. That's crazy.
He's heating up.
Yeah.
Heating up. Richie, 4,000 wins for a rider. What does that mean?
That's huge. I know I was extremely proud of that milestone. And, you know, listen, he's got a great agent in Kieran McLaughlin who knows the game from all different angles. Obviously, he was a tremendous horse trainer. Yeah, they had a slow start. Things happen.
Yeah.
You know, I've had bad meets up here. I had a meet here. I only won 3 races at 24-day meet. And one day I was on the favorite in the first race, ran poorly. And I was on a 50-1 shot in the last race on the morning line. I was going bad, not riding well, not winning. And grouchy,
Yeah.
hangry, and I went. I had just gotten a new dog. I took my dog up to Moreau State Park, took off the last race. The horse won and paid $120 in the last race. That's how bad I was going. So
that's why you stay with it. And Louis Saez, we've seen some of that this summer, and really getting things going. And his next win will be his 4,000th in the saddle. Those are the thoroughbreds. How about the quarter horse action? Sandy Ridge here by Cozy. Nose or so, Tom Amos, a Nacho secret in the 6th and final qualifier, the Boca Futurity Trials.
Well, like we talked about, it's all about the break. If you can be sharp away from the gate, it gives you a big, big advantage. And I had that 21-1 shot, Lafitte. You'll back me up on that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we didn't leave the gate quite as well as we would have liked.
yeah, I just think that horse needs a turn back in distance. 350 was a little off from Tom.
Can you kick it back about 50 yards?
Much more with Todd and Samantha out at Sandy Ridge. Time for the Wednesday feature. Hannah's Hideaway is out. 8 of them, 3-year-old fillies, New York Stallion Series. Statue of Liberty, a conversation we started the show with, Tom, and she's country, who is favored despite the fact she has not raced since last November.
Yeah, look, she very, very impressive turf win. She's country, but she is coming off a 9-month layoff. But her trainer, George Weaver, we just saw what you can do, what he can do off a layoff with horses 9 months earlier in the day for one of his horses and wins easily. George Weaver knows how to get horses ready, and it is easier off the layoff to get a horse ready, particularly going a distance of ground on the grass than it would be on the dirt.
Handicapping this race, Paulie, what stood out in Statue of Liberty?
Well, I just think that, you know, she's got some 2-year-old numbers, which she's country that's very good. And like I said earlier, you just got to lean on the trainer. And listen, she won first time out for George Weaver, so I think that gives them a little bit of confidence saying, okay, I can win with her off a layoff. She's probably bigger, stronger as a 3-year-old. And again, there's not a lot of pace in there. She could probably seize this race early.
Richie, if you had your option, if you could choose one, Who would you want to ride?
I'd want to ride the 5 Celtic Dawn. I think that she's a filly that has natural speed. I think it was a mistake last time to rate her off the pace. I'm not convinced she wants a mile or a mile and a 16th, which she ran last time. But if she's going to get it, it's going to be by controlling things. And this is something I've meant to ask Tom for a long time. As a trainer, you have a horse with speed stretching out. Don't you feel like it's better to let them go to the lead and kind of control things instead of trying to rate and finish?
Well, I can tell you, I was with Carlos that evening, Carlos Martin, her trainer, and that's exactly what he told me. He goes, we made a big mistake. They were favored, I believe, that day. And he said, hey, we're not going to do that next time. It's now next time, going to the front.
3-year-old fillies behind us for this upcoming, again, part of the New York Stallion series, the Statue of Liberty. The feature is next, 18 minutes out. As our coverage continues from the spa on this Wednesday and that gorgeous shot of the paddock, we'll have a paddock report. Riders up, post-parade, the Statue of Liberty next on Saratoga Live.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
John Gaines started this back in the 70s, had such stallions as Riverman, Sharpen Up, Bold Bitter, Leafard, Blushing Groom. I think our slogan says it best: power, passion, performance. We're looking to be a power in not only the breeding sector, but in the whole thoroughbred industry. You know, I think passion describes our team to the best. Mr. Beck and his family have owned this farm for almost 40 years. Brian Graves has been a part of this team for almost 20 years, myself here for 3 years, as we look to continue to grow. And I think performance describes our stallion roster perfectly, both at the racetrack and in the sales ring. And obviously, Tappet was a huge feather in the cap of the farm. He's done well for the last 20 years at stud. We have McKenzie with 5 Grade 1 stakes horses in his first crop. We have Drain the Clock and Olympiad with stellar sales results with our first crop yearlings. We were very excited this year. We brought 4 new stallions in. We had Grade 1 winner Tappet Tri, son of Tappet, another son of Tappet, Mandy Pope, homebred Charge It, Muth, son of Good Magic, only stallion retired this year in Kentucky that was a Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, and followed it up with Preakness winner and Pennsylvania Derby winner Seize the Gray. We were very excited to have a son of Arrogate. We were a big believer in that stallion. We bred to him several times. We're bringing Grade 1 winner Locked, son of Gunrunner, into the stallion roster for 2026. Grade 1 winner at 2 at Keeneland. Grade 2 winner at 3, defeating older horses in the Cigar Mile. Grade 1 winner this year at 4. You know, Brian Graves, Anthony Beck, myself, and the rest of the team here, we look for these horses that are going to hopefully be breed shapers and trying to continue to grow the stallion roster here at Gainesway.
Those images, as always, Saratoga Live, brought to you by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Sun Splash Wednesday here at Saratoga. 3-year-old fillies coming up next in the New York Stallion Series, the Statue of Liberty, about 14 minutes out. But this is Alabama week, one of the most prestigious races for 3-year-old fillies in the sport. Same distance as the Kentucky Derby, 1.25 miles. Field drawn on Sunday, and one name jumps off the screen in the form of Counting Stars, looking to rack up a third straight Grade 1 victory. Named to ride Arad Ortiz. Richie, he was involved in an incident pre-race 11 days ago, has not ridden since. You were in communication earlier today with his agent, Steve Rushing. What'd he tell you?
He says that Irad will ride on Saturday. He has 2 mounts before the Alabama, so you're not going to jump in and ride a full card, enough to kind of shake off the ring rust a little bit and be prepared for Counting Stars. So it's good news that we're going to have Irad back in the saddle on Saturday. I know it had to be, eating at him that, man, he couldn't be out there competing, because this is a guy that lives to compete, and watching all the horses that he was named on win. But guess what, Irad? You're going to be back. Put it behind you. Can't wait to see him back in the winner's circle.
What is that like for a rider when you are banged up and you have a date circled on the calendar and you're like, yeah, I got to be back for that? What's that like?
Well, it gives you a goal, and it makes you kind of get over whatever ails you pretty quickly, especially a horse like Counting Stars. You just want to get out there. You're an athlete. You know that there's going to be times you're going to play a little bit hurt. Hopefully he's fine. I'm sure we won't see anything in his riding. But it hurts so much more to be home watching horses win that you would have ridden than it does the actual physical injury.
So, according to agent Steve Rushing, Rod Ortiz will be back on Saturday in a date with Counting Stars in the Grade 1 Alabama, seeking a third win in this Grade 1 event presented by Keeneland Sales, America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Counting Stars 1-2, Tom. What impressed you most about this second straight victory over the reigning Kentucky Oaks winner in her most recent?
Well, we're talking about her Always a Runner, who was in against her here, and actually Irad lets Always a Runner through on the rail. Always a Runner is the chestnut and the blue silks. Counting Stars on the outside in the yellow and black. And, when you've got a lot of horse, you're willing to give up the rail if you think you've got the horse. And you can see right here as they start to extend to the finish line, Counting Stars is just showing she's getting better and better. In their 3-race matchup, the last 3 races, Counting Stars has won the last 2 and is getting better and better. Or,
Paul, if you think the rail might not be the best place to be on that particular afternoon.
Yeah, and her trainer's just been nothing but more confident as she keeps on. The days keep on going by here at Saratoga. I mean, 6 for 10 lifetime, and he's so confident in her, like that he thinks he might have the best 3-year-old period, boy or girl.
Nitrogen last year, 3-year-old filly champion, Alabama winner. Throwback campaign, Richie, for Counting Stars. This will be her, 11th start in the last 11 months?
Well, Mark Cassidy definitely subscribes to the old school way of doing things. And when a horse is good, you run them. When they're not, you back off them. But you don't just space their races because that's the in vogue or the fashionable thing to do. When they're good, you race them. When they're not, you back off them.
Alabama can Cassie saddle back-to-back winners. We'll find out on Saturday. You'll see it live on Fox. Counting Stars, strictly the one to beat. Tom, I don't know that we have a strictly the one to beat scenario in this New York Stallion Series Statue of Liberty. Very competitive race for 3-year-old fillies.
Yeah, no, I think it is. So look, and that's the in this case, what are we looking at here? $150,000 question is off of this 9-month layoff. Can She's Country come out and have her A game? We talked a little bit about how she was racing last year and how aggressive she could be out of the gate. Manny Franco obviously is well aware of that. He knows her, has been on her back in the morning. So, I think it's a matter of how she comes out of that break. But if you're looking to go against a horse off a long layoff, then the board opens up, doesn't it?
Megan, what are you noticing in the paddock?
I'm noticing a lot of busyness, a lot of fillies that don't want to get the tack on or are very sharp to get it done. That includes the number 5, Celtic Dawn, who wasn't as naughty as others in here, but she certainly was attacked with a pony inside the saddling stall. And one that I just find last time out watching that race, she has some distance limitations as she stretched out for the first time in that Susie O'Kane. And even Carlos Martin agreed with Mig in terms of the sentiment of making the mistake of rating her back. She's certainly sharp and likely will control, as that will be the agenda of Javier Castellano. And looking at her, she's very deceiving because she has the size and substance and just the general physique of a horse that would want to get the ground. I just was not impressed last time out, where she had a very straightforward trip. She just looked like a horse that didn't quite want to go that long. We shall see, as usually when horses do have that route test, they often achieve it easier when they are able to get comfortable on the front end. We'll see how much pressure she does indeed take. The number 7, She's Country, is a horse that's coming off of the layoff and obviously interviewing with George Weaver earlier in the day. She has just had those 5 works back, and he's confident in her fitness levels, saying a lot of times, reading through the quotes, that these horses, when on the grass, a little bit easier to get fit for those assignments. And she looks tremendous here in the paddock. She's well defined. Perhaps if you really wanted to split hairs, she could tuck up just a bit, but she's a very strong girl. She is sharp, trying to kind of fight her groom a little bit. She's been very forward, and she will be forwardly placed in here, very much forward on the bridle. And I like what I see from her coming off of the bench. She actually was entered and scratched from a dirt race, the New York Stallion Series 5th Avenue division last year, got the time away, and I certainly find she's filled out and done very well for herself. And honestly, Lafitte, I don't see anybody here in the paddock that really wowed me as much as the number 7, as she is taking favoritism currently off of the bench.
The sharp part, Megan, not surprising for the favorite. She's Country, 2-1. It's been a while, but when last seen, Tom, mid-November at Aqueduct, in that key sense, she was really aggressive early on. I mean, she wound up with a great trip, but early on really pulling, and in the end showing you what she's made of in her class and determination to win this event.
And a lot of it, I think, is inexperience. It was only her 3rd start of her career, and for She's Country, you know, her rider at that time was Castellano, is able to get her to kind of gear down and gear back. Of course, that takes some energy, right? But when she moves out here, she makes a very good finish.
Yeah, I mean, you really had to appreciate this effort. Kind of interesting, the Stallion Combatant has 3 horses in here, small sampling. Gets 7% with dirt routers, 8% with turf sprinters and dirt sprinters, 20% with turf routers. And, you know, obviously Morning Prayer, broker maiden by disqualification routing. She's Country, 2 for 2 against New York Breds routing. What about Combat Move? She's won on dirt sprinting, and now she gets to route on dirt where the Stallion's numbers are best. She's already shown she has ability. Maybe she's now getting to do what she really wanted to do all along.
Contender, as this Celtic Dawn, who we were looking at. Manny Franco looking for a 4th win on the afternoon. This is why Celtic Dawn was 2-1 in the Susie O'Kane. 2 starts back, Paul. Turf debut, the Kupakoy's Joy. She's 3-5 and runs accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to her early PP, she won on a sloppy racetrack, a fast racetrack, and turf. All short. You just can't knock those 3 wins. It's pretty impressive in the first 3 starts of her career. She got the check of the $145,000 race here. Then she went out and ran a race around 2 turns in the Susie O'Kane, and maybe she wants to be more on the front end. Maybe we're going to see that gray filly strutting her stuff earlier, getting 3-1. I would think Javier Castellano, who has never lost on her, being reunited will help.
Yeah, perhaps a different strategy this time.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's going to be. Speaking to her trainer, Carlos Martin, after the last race, they felt they made a critical mistake in allowing her just to do whatever she wanted early and try to finish up on the end. But you can see why they would try that, right? When you watch that last race, which is the one we just watched, is the one going into her last race, you can see she looked like a horse that wanted to go long, could sit off the pace, make a good finish. I just think the strategy is going to be totally different today, according to Carlos.
Gearing up for the Wednesday feature, Statue of Liberty. She's Country, 2-1. Javier Castellano, there he is. Aboard. Celtic Dawn, Castellano, 4-time Alabama winning jockey. Let's see if he can take down this featured event to kick off Alabama week at Saratoga. Field for the Statue of Liberty, into the unknown, and Luis Saez. Saez are going to go back-to-back.
Yeah, Maiden is now going to try turf to face some winners in here. Big long shot at 23-1.
Would be a 4,000th career win. There's a Greyjoy.
Coming back quickly, coming back in 7 days off of her last start, which was for Acclaim. Could have bought her out of the race. Believe it or not, she has a real chance in here.
Morning Prayer graduated via DQ opening weekend.
Yeah, she just missed 2 back and got placed first through disqualification, and she's the filly's gotten better on the last couple starts.
Finally, her turf debut, combat move.
Yeah, tried it twice, but both times got rained off. We'll see what happens.
Celtic Dawn 3-1 and Javier Castellano.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the tactics today. 3 for 4. She's going to try to get back in the winner's circle.
Life is But a Dream, in from Finger Lakes, turf debut.
Turf debut. Sibs have been on the grass 9 times, and none of them have won.
She's country, favored 2-1, 4 minutes out.
Has the best races as a 2-year-old. See if she can transfer it as a 3-year-old. She's currently your favorite.
Shake 'em off. Look at this. The Saratoga 10 General Partners, first-time starter.
First-time starter from the outside 8-hole against quality opponents that all have won.
A little bit of everything in this Wednesday feature. 3-year-old fillies, New York Stallion Series. Statue of Liberty is next. Powered by AI. Let's see what wager suggests. A $2 double, 4-7 with 459. 4-7 with 459. Betting powered by AI right in your NYRA Bets wager pad. Wager is your database. Betting assistance providing AI bets for all U.S. tracks starting 15 minutes to post. Visit nyrabets.com/wager for more information.
Watching Combat Move making a pretty good warm-up there. That's usually an intention by the connections that they want to be forwardly placed, get that horse kind of geared up a little bit, and coming off those sprints should be.
Finally getting a chance to do what the intentions have been all along, Richie.
Yeah, both of her starts were rained off the turf, but she still showed ability on a surface that I don't think she was ever really meant for, and a distance she wasn't meant for. So now she's getting to the proper surface at an elongated distance, and the sire excels with those kind. Obviously a major player, and you're getting Jose Ortiz for Linda Rice.
Manny Franco there with the favorite. She's country to Megan trackside.
And the number 3, Morning Prayer, as you mentioned there, placed first via disqualification, has run some pretty strong seconds for the Morley barn, who, when having horses ready to run, they always do, and sometimes they can kind of be the unlucky side of things, getting the runner up a little bit. But as far as Morning Prayer, she looks fantastic. She's dappled in the flesh. She is just really doing well for herself as a horse that by combatant, one of many in here, and she's just been making a lot of sense, even though she's technically hasn't crossed the wire in front. And a type of horse that I feel like last time out, when the pace kind of came undone back on July the 4th, it was a closer flow. She broke inside and had shown speed, but then kind of got shuffled and outrun. She took back to last, then she angled out, and obviously it was a disqualification when Coach of the Year came over. The jockey actually kind of used the crop in front of her face, and it took a little bit of momentum from her, but I really like what I'm seeing from her. And while she did come from off of it last time out, she does have enough tactical speed to put herself into a nice position with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. As far as the number 2, Greyjoy, will go to a horse that comes out of a non-2 winners of $40,000, and I liked her last time out. I bet her. And she came up just short to Artistic Success, who wired the field that day. And according to some of the quotes reading through, John Terranova entered her because why not? And he said also she's made a lot of sense on facts and figures, which I agree she does. She has tactical speed. She can be forwardly placed, and it's saying the mile might even suit her better. I agree with him. She kind of has that shorter coupled type frame. I really like this distance for her. I think she's a player underneath, although I did go with the current favorite. I'm going to make a wild case for the number 6. That's Life is But a Dream. Looking at Lee, a daughter of Looking at Lee, it does have some pace, or excuse me, some turf pedigree underneath. Very sharp. It was tacked with the pony on the move, kind of getting warmed up as a big long shot underneath, kind of heating all of those things. But she's been closing off of some glacial paces on the dirt, kind of moves like a turf horse when watching her dirt races. I thought she could make a splash at a huge price underneath, Lafitte.
Not impossible, Paula Duca. Life is But a Dream.
No, not impossible. You know, sometimes these horses come in from Finger Lakes. No turf racing, obviously, at Finger Lakes, but 30-1 for a horse that's run some decent numbers around 2 turns.
Big number. Circling back to Greyjoy, Tom, going with her, Tyler Gaffalione takes over. What's the key to success?
Well, number one, the two-turn distance or any distance over a mile that Greyjoy has been running in the last 3 starts, which are her starts this year, she's done very well and has been improving. So I completely understand the move made by John Terranova, the trainer. We are coming back in 7 days with this horse, and as a trainer, you know, you're watching that horse in the barn, you're watching how that horse is eating. Before you make a move like that, you feel like all systems are go, because that is quick to come back in thoroughbred terms.
Sure. Number 5, Celtic Dawn, 3-1. Pedal to the metal, Javier Castellano, Richie.
Yeah, I think you just let her bounce out of it. I don't think you have to send her, but allow her to use her natural speed. You don't want to maybe set her off too much, but make it clear that you want to establish the lead. Blue Devil Racing, owner breeder, that is Mark Holliday. He's chairman of the NYRA board. So that's who I would want to ride, not only because of her style and her ability, but who doesn't want to ride for the chairman of the board?
Currently 4-1, or Celtic Dawn at 3-1. And as we touched on, Tom, with She's Country, it's been a while, but when we last saw her again, she was aggressive. She was pulling early on. Something to watch right from the start here.
Yeah, and from that outside post, if she gets aggressive, it's not going to be that easy to get her covered up with behind other horses. But we'll see how it goes. I noticed she was warming up with the pony. I'm sure that is by design. They don't want her getting too revved up out there. But I'm going to be paying attention to the 5 Celtic Dawn and her, in my opinion, going to the front and where the 7 She's Country's placed, whether it be alongside of her or right behind her.
Final thought, Paulie.
It's going to be very interesting who cuts to the front. I think the paper says Celtic Dawn, but the way Jose Ortiz is riding and Linda Rice's barn is going, beware of the 4.
4-1 at post time. Over to Frank Miramati with the call. All set for the Statue of Liberty, live on Fox Sports 2.
Last few runners left to load. Combat Move. Going forward. Gets her chance on turf today. Shake 'em off. She's Country just reared pretty fiercely in the gate. And they're off in the Statue of Liberty division of the New York Stallion Stakes Series. And it's Celtic Dawn and Greyjoy, the first 2 out of the gate. She's Country comes away in 3rd, followed by Combat Move. Morning Prayer along the inside is 5th. They are followed by Shake 'em Off, who has 2 beaten at this stage, and that's Life is But a Dream and Into the Unknown far back. Celtic Dawn and Javier Castellano clicking off a quarter in 24 1/5 seconds, prompted by She's Country, who's a length back second, heading toward the half-mile pole. Greyjoy, who broke so swiftly, has settled now 3 lengths off the lead, and Combat Move is just outside of her. She has 4 to make up. Then it's Morning Prayer, followed by Shake 'em Off, 2 lengths back to Life is But a Dream, and pulling out of it was Into the Unknown. The half in 47 3, Celtic Dawn a length. She's Country pushed along to try and get closer in 2nd. They're followed by Greyjoy. Morning Prayer is in 4th. It's another 3 back to Life is But a Dream, 3/4, 1:12 and 2. And Celtic Dawn with a 2-length lead. Greyjoy chasing with determination. These 2 come past the 8th pole, and 2 more to Morning Prayer in 3rd. Here's Greyjoy and Tyler Gaffalione blowing by the competition. A beautiful journey and a talented filly. Greyjoy wins by 3. Morning Prayer was 2nd. Photo 3rd, Celtic Dawn, and Life is But a Dream in the Statue of Liberty division of the New York Stallion Stakes Series.
Impressive. Greyjoy given her cue by Tyler Gaffalione. She responded, accelerated, and it was over.
Yeah, the pace set up as we expected. It was pretty quick, getting that half-mile time. And, of course, you had Celtic Dawn showing the way with She's Country right alongside. And those horses started to fade. Who was in the perfect spot, sitting behind both? It was our 2-horse, Greyjoy. She's going to kick home really nicely here. How about this horse you could have bought out of a claiming race any one of the last 3 times from $35,000 to $40,000? She's going to get 60% of a $150,000 purse today. That'll put you in the chips, my friends.
You got 4-1 on her, Tom.
4-1.
Good call, Tom. And perfect trip under Tyler Gaffalione. Sat that coveted pocket position on the turf. Good for John Terranova, now the 92nd trainer to have a win.
You know, the key at this meet is wheeling right back, Tom.
Yeah.
Saw Servi, the filly, wheeled right back. She won a grade 1. This isn't a grade 1, but this is a nice little stake here. Wheeled right back, and like Tom said, for $40,000. She won nice today, and almost a gray exacta morning prayer. Spoiled that.
2, 3, 5, 6, and you were talking about the signals a horse will give a trainer indicating, yeah, I'm good coming back on short rest.
And I think it's easier to do off of a grass race. Grass is kind on horses. You know, a lot of horses like the dirt. The expression trainers we like to use is they like to hear their feet rattle. But when you're hearing your feet rattle, it can take a little toll on you. Take a few days to get out of bed. It's almost like playing in a football game on Sunday. You're not looking to go throw the football on Monday.
That's one side of the story with Great Joy, Richie, for the favorite. Early on, nice and relaxed, but then rounding the far turn, you could tell she was in deep water, not going to be her day.
Yeah, She's Country kind of came off the bridle down the backstretch. That second quarter was a little quick, and coming off a layoff, I think that might have starched her a little bit. Celtic Dawn had no excuses. I think she just has distance limitations. I'd like to see her turning back now to turf sprints.
John Terranova had Great Joy ready to rock and roll. You heard Frank Mermati reference Into the Unknown, who was pulled up, was loose. Luis Saez was riding. An update on his condition, we obviously can't see from the paddock, but good to see Into the Unknown. He was loose and having been corralled.
Yeah, and she's moving fine. Horse for sure is fine. We'll get that update.
Great Joy, better than fine.
Oof, she was good. Takes down the lion's share of $150,000 purse. It's $90,000 to the winner, and you could have had her for 40.
Look how happy she is. You can always tell by the ears, right? Yep. You know, the ears are just waiting for a command. They're moving back and forth, up, listening to everything. She's getting ready to hear the crowd cheer for her. I know she's going to dig that. She's coming back to the winner's circle.
Did her job and did it well. Does Great Joy in this Statue of Liberty. 4-1 in the end. Tyler Gaffalione winning pilot. 2, 3, 5, 6 results. Reaction when we come back. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Back at Saratoga. Saratoga Live on FS2, as always, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Great joy. Tom all over this one. And oh, by the way, the Pick 4 tickets we flashed, top of the broadcast, Paulie and Tom live going into the final leg.
We're both live. We have some commonality. Paul, we need the 3, right? Both of
Yeah,
us
we
have
need the
that?
3, but I'm rooting for your 7 or 10. They got to be paying a lot more. I think the 3 is going to be really low in the Pick 4s and Pick 5s.
Great joy. Richie and Tyler Gaffleon sitting off the leaders, tipped her out, gave her cue, and she took off.
Just a perfect trip and a perfect ride. Broke alertly, established forward position, but allowed the actual speeds to go. Sat in that coveted pocket spot, saved every inch of ground, and she was full of run through the stretch.
Winning trainer John Terranova in the winner's circle with Megan.
That's right, Lafitte. And John, you mentioned that you had this race in mind before running her last week. Certainly paid the reward to get her in this week.
Yeah, always. I mean, with the Stallion Series, and she's eligible for it, you know, we always have that in the back of our mind. She just had to kind of prove herself, make sure she came out of that race really well last week. I know we were in for a tag, but she's been developing slowly, and I think, you know, the best has been yet to come with her. She's just kind of slow to mature.
Talk about the distance with her. You mentioned in some of the press quotes that you really thought this mile would fit her well.
Yeah, I mean, the mile and 16, she just been coming up a little bit short, maybe not quite as much of a punch, but yeah, a little bit of the cutback, a little bit more pace in front of us to chase instead of us being the presser. Worked out really well for her.
And she's one that does come off of that quicker turnaround, John. What kind of gave you the encouragement with her of being able to wheel her back so quickly? She obviously did so very well.
Yeah, she's a tough little resilient filly. And she always got her head in the tub, always full of energy, and very sound. So as long as all that was, you know, in play, we were game.
Great joy with the stakes win, Lafitte, in this Statue of Liberty.
92nd? Is that what you said? 92nd different trainers who saddle a winner. This meet at Saratoga.
Winner race here. It has to be some kind of a record.
Parity.
Tom, I don't imagine that we've had that many people win. Individual people win races.
And to put it in perspective, you know, at any race meet, trainers have their riders. And so the top trainers are going to ride the same guys, whether it be Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, and those guys accumulate the wins, those jockeys. But it hasn't been that way for the trainers. The trainers have spread it out amongst a lot of trainers. I think it says a lot for the training colony here. It's very cosmopolitan. You know, we have a little California, we've got a lot of Florida and Kentucky, and then we've got New York, and everybody's participating.
You're both participating in this late pick 4. You're both alive
so with
right
one
to go. What do you got?
The 3's $175, but I'm rooting for Tom. The 7's $1,000. The 10 is $800. It shows you the 3 is really the lowest payout in the will pays in the pick 4. And in the pick 5, $1,900. The next lowest will be to your 5, about $5,800. There you see my ticket.
That's
but Tom's ticket's got 3 pieces. So let's go 7 and 10.
At this stage, do you get superstitious? You're alive in the ticket at this stage? Anything?
No.
No?
Let it fall. Let it happen, Captain.
8th race coming up, 21 minutes. Good news, Luis Saez, who was unseated shortly after the Statue of Liberty. He is just fine. Luis Saez sitting on 3,999 victories. Nightcap coming up next here at Saratoga as our coverage continues on this Wednesday afternoon. And Sandy Ridge, now it's on to the 3-year-olds. And moments ago, the first of the Bluegrass Derby trials.
Big strike. We're all in line. And we're off and running here in the 8th this afternoon. Good break for your field of 7 out of the gates to the inside. Swifty Swift showing some early speed alongside Lethal Artillery. Alongside the rail is WR Hot Shot, and now looking to make a move on the outside, trying to close ground. FDD Perfect Strike as we approach the wire. It's all Swifty Swift and Jacob Enriquez.
The filly out sprinting the boys. Swifty Swift in the first of the Bluegrass Derby trials.
Hey, Tom, you tried to get CT Trace Candies home at a price for Tyler Crawford in the last race. Well, Swifty Swift, I know you're a Swifty, got home for Tyler Crawford.
Yeah, can I give you guys a little inside info, a little inside quarter horse? So one of the stewards at Delta Downs, Freddie, is a big quarter horse guy. So when I heard we were doing quarter horse racing, I hit him up. I was like, Freddie, give me, some quick info I can use for this afternoon. He's just had this winner Wow. And that what was our price in the race before that we ran second?
1901 ran second, yeah.
Way to go, Freddie.
Freddie knows.
All over it.
I'm stealing all his credit.
I actually thought Tom was like a quarter horse guru here. You gave yourself up. You should have kept that.
You never
secret.
traded a quarter horse, Tom? Ever?
Never traded. I rode a quarter horse when I was growing up, but just a pleasure horse.
Oh, okay.
I never trained a quarter horse.
The trials here for the
Brandy.
3-year-old. Brandy was the quarter horse. We'll have the trials coming your way. It's opening day, a little bit of a delay, so we're going to stay right here. You'll see all of it throughout the course of our broadcast here on Saratoga. The 8th and final here. Coming up, $50,000 maiden claimers. 4 to 5. Paul Lee. Why is Paul Luh's choice such a heavy favorite, at least early on?
Everybody looks at that last race. It was at 1 1/8 on August 2nd. She kind of split the field, but the number came back with a 65 buyer. You look at the rest of these horses, you're looking at maybe 2 clicks in here. The 9, that's got like a 60 in some of these other horses. But the race was run at 1 1/8, so that number sticks a little bit more for me when you run that distance of ground. Now the cut back to 1 1/16, second start, blinkers on, Lasix, Jose Ortiz, mounts to the favorite.
Heavy favorite early on. Who might be the logical pivot, Richie, if not Paula's choice?
Well, I was a little interested in the 4 not tapping, and as well as the 10 Roasted Reds, who would have been my top selection if she was drawn more towards the inside. I'm just a little worried about the kind of trip she may work out with the post.
Yeah, the pace is cloudy, Lafitte, in here. I really didn't see a lot of pace in this race.
All right,
other than the 3.
Yeah.
Paul and Tom alive in the late pick 4 coming up here at Saratoga. We'll have riders up, post-parade, and much more from the spa, plus coverage from the inaugural meet opening day at Sandy Ridge. You're watching Saratoga Live. We'll be right back.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
Has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
Kankura or portfolio duration. Portfolio duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And Title Roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. South Cordobeck will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barns stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forgo twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
Another aspect that makes Saratoga Clare Court. A couple of those horses focused on, Richie, you rode. Morjane, everybody knows you rode about 4-Star Dave. What about Morjane?
Morjane was a super talented horse. He was an Irish bred, raced in France, was imported here for Ernie Sabato. Tom Skiffington trained him. I believe I won the Manhattan on him, and then he came back in the Breeders' Cup and was third to Strawberry Road and Pebbles. Pebbles won and Strawberry Road was second.
Right, at Aqueduct.
Then we went to the Fairgrounds that winter to run a stake going 1 1/8 miles. I believe it was the Fairgrounds Classic back then. He was 30 lengths last, and you couldn't ride him early yet. Just had to leave him alone until he was ready to run. And he got up and won.
30 lengths back.
30 lengths back, and I remember being asked by some of the press afterwards, how could you be so calm being so far back? Meanwhile, I was dying because he was a ridiculously short price favorite. And I said, well, yeah, I had a lot of confidence in my horse. Yeah, I was dying back there.
But they say back in the day, never let him see his sweat.
No,
you know, when you look at Clare Court, and we showed, you know, a number of different angles and videos, you can see it doesn't look anything like a racetrack. And that's important for a thoroughbred. Horses are fragile and can be fragile mentally, and sometimes they can get to a point where they don't want to go to the track. They don't want to train on a traditional racetrack every day. You take them through the woods, back into that racetrack, you train them over that racetrack, it can really freshen them up. You can get a different result in the afternoons. You know, here in the States, we train on a mile oval on a daily basis. It's hard to get very creative training horses. But when you have alternatives like going across the street to the Oklahoma track or to Clare Court, which I believe is only 3/8 of a mile in circumference.
Yeah, I think it's a half, actually. Yeah,
it's a half. Yeah. So it can make a big difference in a horse's performance.
Just the difference a different atmosphere can make for a thoroughbred, and how shall we revisit this topic, because it comes up with so many different horses, Richie. Horses that just thrive once arriving in Saratoga.
Yeah, like 4-Star Dave. He loved having his window here. He liked to watch the activity going on. It kept his mind occupied. He was honestly the smartest horse I've ever been around, 4-Star Dave. And, you know, he was always thinking, so it was good to occupy his mind. And Leo O'Brien, his trainer, sometimes would say, you know, just take him for a hack. And you'd go off riding him for an hour or two, and he loved it. And every time he heard a camera click, he would stop, throw his ears up, and pose. That's how smart he was.
That's Rock star, 4-Star Dave, Clare Court, 8th and final. Revisiting the ticket Tom shared with our viewers at the top of the broadcast, live going into this 8th and final. It's coming, I promise. There it is, 3-7-10 in the nightcap.
Yeah, I mean, look. We'll see what happens. And for those at home, I did play it, so we're all in it together.
To Megan in the paddock.
And we'll start with the number 3, Paula's Choice. My mom at home probably going to put a sizable wager on this one, as she is taking attention for Jonathan Thomas, and as she should. She's actually the full sister to a horse by the name of Kark Brothers, who is on a tear right now, 4 for 4, undefeated. We saw run really strong here last week. But as far as Paula's Choice is concerned, she's very much a typical make and model of what you see from those progeny of Slumber here in the United States. Very fit, on the smaller side, very athletic and handy. They're not the biggest in stature, but they surely can negotiate various types of distance as she will be continuing on routing as last time out. She was kind of in a much deeper group. She tracked along, saved ground. She was kind of green, hustled around the turn, trying to get her focused and alert as she is applying the blinkers for the first time, getting that added Lasix. And I do find, you know, oftentimes you kind of try to figure out why trainers are applying equipment, but I think for her, it's to kind of get her focused and continue that continuity in her run. But to me, this race was way more wide open than just her. She's incredibly logical, but she is going to have that speed threat as you spoke to the pace scenario of this race. And when speaking with the connections of the number 10, Roasted Reds, she too is applying the blinkers for the very first time. And when asking Horacio De Paz the catalyst of that, he said he really wanted to encourage this filly to get out in front and to show more early speed, as she has obviously been lacking that in her last couple of efforts. And, you know, last time out on July the 17th, the rails were at 0 on the Mellon course. She was caught behind a slower pace, keen early, kind of saved that ground and angled out more one pace. But I'm really excited to see if she can get that early position from a wider post. I think that will suit her well with the added equipment. I know Andy has a little bit of a thought as far as the number 1 Woke Up Like This up there at a big price, and I really like what I see from her. Another daughter of Slumber, whose progeny has been doing incredibly well here in the States, for a shrewd trainer in Michelle Nevin, who horses tend to do better with the start. And this girl, she looks to me the kind of filly that would carry a little bit more extra weight and conditioning, and she is very fit, strong, well-defined. I felt like last time out, she had to steady in an integral part of the race. We'll see ultimately if she can show more speed. Another one applying blinkers for the first time from the inside. Lafitte?
Megan, there she is. Great name. I woke up like this. 1 start and room to improve. That 1 start, Tom. Yeah, kind of a mess from Jump Street.
Well, she's going to get left, and she's going to check hard going into the turn. I mean, nothing goes right here. I've been the victim of this on debuts, so yeah, a great learning experience, perhaps, but it's race over when you get to the turn. So it's time to think about, as a trainer, what are we going to do differently? We're going to watch this horse check pretty good.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better.
Yeah. And what are we going to do differently? Well, you know, blinkers on is certainly something that, you know, Michelle Nevin saw and said this is the way to go. And you can learn a lot, not only the horse from a first to second start, but the trainer that's training that horse. It's almost like a preseason game sometimes before you go into the season opener. So I would look for improvement here.
Yeah, I do think she showed a bit of run after getting left to get up into a position to get in that kind of trouble. And also, Jose Lezcano was in the throes of a really bad slump at that time. He's broken out of it in a big way. And you know, I just think when riders kind of find their form again, things start to go better for them.
I think the intent in that race, you know, you don't want to draw the 1 hole again, but you're going mile and 16th, totally different, right? So I think the intent, this horse might be up on the pace today.
Rails out on the inner turf courses mentioned, and the outer as well for this, the Mellon turf course where this event will be contested. Richie, how much does that impact how race flow and how the race can be run?
Well, it's just making the course a little bit tighter, you know, a little bit less wide. Position, I think, is always important, but I think it's even more important when the rails are out.
Post Parade Brewing, New York breds of the $50,000 claiming variety. Called to post. Paul, any surprise that she's this short, an odds-on favorite in Paula's choice?
You know, no, not really. But when you look at the paper, she kind of looks like it. Then again, it's a 1-number favorite. That always kind of always worries me a little bit. But they are playing her. Like I said, she was going to be the most singled horse in the pick 6, and she is.
Let's meet the field. These New York bred maiden claimers. I woke up like this. We just watched her debut start to finish, the traffic. Let's see what she does on the stretch out. She does draw the rail again, 13-1 with Jose Lezcano, if you like her.
Yeah, by the sire Slumber. Thus, I woke up like this.
Great name. Signal chat. Make the rider Omar Hernandez Moreno.
Would be a pretty big surprise here. Can endorse.
Paula's choice. Lots to like, except the price.
And where is she? Oh, here we go.
There she is.
Yeah, Paula's choice, 1 start, and a good start at that. Dropping in for sale or claim price for the first time of $50,000 if you want to buy her. she looks good on the track.
Also by Slumber, odds on, then Not Tapping, who just needs to learn how to finish.
Yeah, and she hasn't gotten out of the gate particularly well, but incrementally improving, could take another step forward.
Bounding along first after the claim, Rick Dutrow.
And never been on the grass before. I'm just looking through that first family. The siblings 0 for 6, mom 0 for 2 on the turf.
Gale, idle since June of 2025.
Trained by Dave Duggan, a trainer I have a lot of respect for, needs to improve dramatically.
Raynham Hall, 12-race maiden, stretches out.
Stretches out and has had a lot of opportunity, but the one thing I see in the stretch out is, because she has those to go back to, is maybe a ability to win.
How to go Addie, make the rider, Sylvester Gonzalez, then 2 clicks with 4-time Alabama winning jockey Javier Castellano.
Would need to improve a little bit here to get it done.
Towards the outside, Roasted Reds now with Horacio de Paz blinkers on.
Yeah, this horse, if this horse was drawn inside, would have actually been my top selection. Just has to overcome the post.
Stella Fortuna, speaking of posts, marooned outside.
And stretching out to 2 turns. This family is more of a middle distance family than 2 turns.
The runners in the 8th and final. One more time on this Wednesday evening. New York bred maidens to close the show. Happens often. 8th and final from Saratoga in 4 minutes. AI Wager says the suggested play an exacta 5-9 with 10. 5-9 with 10. Wager, betting powered by AI, right in your NYRA Bets wager pad. Wagers, your data-based betting assistant, providing AI bets for all U.S. tracks starting 15 minutes to post. Visit nyrabets.com/wager for more information. At 10-1, bounding along, revving her engines. Another look, Paulie, at the odds-on choice, Paula's Choice.
Yeah, Paula's Choice with the blinkers on, and it looks like she's getting a nice little warm-up from Jose Ortiz. And like I said, I think she goes towards the front end, and I would think there's going to be 1 or 2 other fillies here that are going to show a little bit of speed. And coming out of that 1.125 race, it should give her enough bottom to finish here. 3-5. Ooh.
She's not a big filly, is she? She's a little bitty thing.
Is there a potential? Is there a pitfall, Richie? Is there okay? Well, she makes sense and should handle this field as long as this doesn't happen.
Well, in turf racing, you need to work out a trip. You know, the one thing we haven't mentioned and probably makes her even more formidable is the fact that she's starting with Lasix for the first time. She didn't compete on Lasix in her first start, and sometimes that moves a horse up dramatically, doesn't it, Tom?
It can indeed. You know, it's a medication that we're allowed to use here in the United States, except when it comes to stakes races. That medication is not allowed, so they'll have to withdraw then.
3-5, Paula's Choice. Over to Megan trackside.
The number 4, Not Tapping, made a really nice impression, and last time out on June the 11th was certainly a day where you wanted to be inside, and she just did not have the right kind of trip, having to chase wide throughout the entirety of that race. And with Paula's Choice being bet so heavily, I know this carryover, if you're alive, kudos to you, but I just find this race was way more wide open than the number 3, Paula's Choice, with horses that I feel like have that step forward in them. And last time out, you know, Not Tapping had that trip difficulty at the same level. She was kind of one of those horses that I feel like would be the right kind of bet at the right price. And 11-1 certainly is. Coming out of a bit of a freshening, having not seen her since June. She's been working in company, moving well back on August the 8th under a stout hold as a target for a mate. So I like what I'm seeing from her for the Morley Barn. Sharp coming into the paddock as well. But I also thought, as far as the number 9, keep myself straight here, 2 clicks. You know, I really did prefer Not Tapping out of the race that they both came out of back on June the 11th and even last time out, where it seemed as if though 2 clicks kind of got her way on the front end of a glacial pace. But I will say she does have that early speed in a race that seems as if though the pace is a bit murky. So I do expect her to be forwardly placed as she was sharp. I ultimately went to the number 10, Roasted Reds, one that, you know, going through some of the pack notes, Acacia's comments about this filly, one that's kind of continued to get stronger and improve physically from her first to second start. She's one that I do anticipate will be sent from the outside, and I agree with Meg. You know, you might want to have more of a ground-saving trip, but we'll see ultimately with the way Manny Franco's been riding. In him I trust. Lafitte?
Looking for a 4th win today, Manny Franco. Getting ready for this 8th and final official word from the New York Racing Association regarding the featured event moments ago, and jockey Luis Saez, who hit his left knee coming out of the gate and pulled up into the unknown. Horse subsequently unseated Saez, was caught and walked back. Saez walked in and out of on-site EMS under his own power, so good news all around.
That's great news.
Really good news.
And obviously we know from earlier the horse is fine.
And right on top of that, milestone 239.99. And I was thinking about this. Kieran McLaughlin, his agent, you know, for when he gets to 4,000, actually put me on my 4,000th win at Aqueduct.
That's wild.
Many, many years ago.
That is wild.
Benjamin Baby.
Saez looking for a 4,000th, not riding in this 8th and final. Wasn't named on a mount. Paulie, your numbers. You're alive in this late pick 4.
Yeah, the 3. I mean, 4 to 5. I just think if she gets away from the gate, a lot of these horses are going to have to improve. Like I said a lot earlier, I do think the 11, she's a filly that's been just so bad out of the gate, and I think they're going to try her long. I think she has some talent. If she can just be a better gate horse, you draw the 11-0, I think they just drop down and make one run with Dylan aboard. But that'd be my other horse in here at 15-1, honestly.
Why did you include Raynham Hall?
So, I mean, look, what I thought in that horse, coming off those sprints, I thought this horse could be more forwardly placed than she has been. And looking at the most recent distance race on the grass, which is going back to April of this year, I found that race to be attractive not only on numbers, but when I watched the video of it.
Go get him, gentlemen. And Richie, the sire, slumber of both I Woke Up Like This and the favorite, Paula's Choice.
I'm a big fan of this horse. You're tapping into the really good Juddmonte pedigree. He's by Cacique, who was by Dane Hill. And especially with New York going to have synthetic 3 months out of the year. Dane Hill, over the years, historically, has thrown really good synthetic horses. And you have a chance to really tap into a rich, rich pedigree. I think he's a bargain $5,000 stallion standing at Rockridge Stud in Hudson.
Sire the favorite, Paula's Choice. Frank Mirmati with the call, the Nightcap, live on MS2.
Stella Fortuna will be the last one. Following Roasted Reds. They're in the gate. A couple of moving around. And they're off. Signal chat among the early leaders. Raynham Hall moves into contention. I Woke Up Like This at the rail is quick, and so is Stella Fortuna, rushing up on the outside. Bounding along is very keen. Right off the leader's heels, down on the inside, just 2 lengths off the pace as the field moves into the clubhouse turn. Raynham Hall has now settled in 5th. They are followed by the Gale. Inside of Roasted Reds with 8 to make up. Then it's 2 Clicks in about 2 lengths ahead of the last 3, Atta Girl Addie, and then the 2 trailers Not Tapping and Paula's Choice. 24 seconds flat. I Woke Up Like This, short lead. Signal Chat is right up alongside in 2nd, and Stella Fortuna 3 deep in 3rd. Bounding along is 4th on the inside. Roasted Reds has just 4 lengths to make up, having to be on a slight bit of hold in traffic at this point. Raynham Hall is racing just outside of her into the far turn, followed by the Gale. Atta Girl Addie. Between those 2 Clicks getting some breathing room now, and 2 Clicks in the purple trying to get into the race. Paula's Choice Not Tapping. And Not Tapping is moving up between horses as well. Wide open, 113 and 4. And they're at the top of the stretch. Not Tapping gets clear sailing, as does 2 Clicks. Outside and 1 from the outside. In the meantime, it's Stella Fortuna just in front. Raynham Hall 2nd, and here's Paula's Choice coming. Paula's Choice and 2 Clicks are now closing in. And the lead belongs to Paula's Choice late, who is much the best, finishing up full a run to score by 4.5. 2 Clicks was a good 2nd. Stella Fortuna finished 3rd in front of Raynham Hall.
Any one of 6, 7, or 8 at the top of the stretch, and in the end, it is the odds-on favorite and Paula's Choice for trainer Jonathan Thomas and leading rider Jose Ortiz.
I mean, this is a horse that came from last. down the backside, and the pace wasn't that quick. So to come with this big kick at the end, as Paula's Choice is going to do here, you see her get through right there. It's in the white cap. It's just really strong, good finish here. Ran like a 3-5 shot.
She really did. She was last early. You know, Jose Ortiz, when you're riding good, you're riding good. He just sat back in there, didn't tip out too soon, found the split, and she finished like a racehorse by slumber. Jose Ortiz just earned himself next week's jockey spot.
Can I ask you a quick question, Big? 3-5. You got 10 other fillies in front of you. Are you that cool on that racehorse?
He was. I don't think I could have been, but he was.
How about this? How could you be any cooler than what he did in the Kentucky Derby? He's literally in a different zip code from the leaders in that race down the backside. I mean, you've got to really understand pace well to be saying to yourself, you know, on the Kentucky Derby winner, geez, I think I'm okay back here, even though I'm some 40 lengths behind the leaders.
Paula's Choice doing her best Survey impersonation. Jose Ortiz sitting very chilly. Can't sit chilly in these races. Not at Sandy Ridge, not today. Todd and Sam at Sandy Ridge with the second Bluegrass Derby trial.
And Lafitte, it's cooled off a little bit. Speaking of temperatures, a little bit clouded up. It's very comfortable, a little bit of a light rain, but perfect conditions still for racing. And we are into our trials for the Bluegrass Derby. You know, it's fascinating to me. I saw Tom Drury here earlier today, and he's like, hey, Irving Mankata is riding. Now, a lot of people know Irving Mankata riding thoroughbreds, but he's riding quarter horses. How difficult is it to be in both worlds at the same time?
It can be a little bit different. The way you hold your cross in the starting gate, so the way you hold your reins in the starting gate is completely different. You have way less slack in your reins just in general, and he just broke out of there rocking and rolling. What a great post position from the outside, as we'll check it out on the replay. But
you just gave the result away.
I'm sorry, I spoiled.
Spoiler alert!
Irving
Mankata can ride quarter horses. Here's what happened in the ninth. Don't give away the results.
There goes Shame on to Moon. Here goes Center of Attention, and we're all in line. And we're off and racing in the ninth this afternoon. Drifting on out to the outside with Shame on to Moon out of the gates. Nice break for Parajax and Roman Cruz, who jump on out up the center of the track with the lead. Center of Attention comes up challenging from the outside. One salty Corona to the inside as the wire's approaching quickly, and it's Center of Attention over Parajax here in race 9 this afternoon.
Well, as we kind of alluded to, if Irving Mankata can ride, he can flat out horseback anywhere, and he gets a nice one here, Center of Attention. This horse, one of the most dominating performances of these late trials that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a filly that just was ready to rock and roll. She was the last horse to load, and she just blitzed out of the starting gate. What a perfect ride. He can do it all. Thoroughbreds, quarter horses, it makes no difference.
I want to mention the owner, too, because she can do it all. Liz Cornell is the owner. She came up from Ocala, Florida. I met her earlier today through Tom Drury Jr., who obviously many of you know as a thoroughbred trainer. And Liz was talking about the fact that she owns quarter horses, she owns thoroughbreds, and now she's into trotters. She loves standard breds, and she's having great success. You could hear her in the next county over when this horse won. We have 2 more races on the card. Obviously, we're running out of showtime. We'll be here till the bottom of the hour, 5:30. But when we come back, we are going to present to you the man that truly saw the vision to make this possible, the chairman of the Revolutionary Racing Group. We are looking to have Larry Lucas with us when we come back. Right now, back up to Saratoga to conclude today's racing action.
Looking forward to it, Todd. Historic day in Eastern Kentucky. Sandy Ridge here at Saratoga. Make that a 7th straight racing day. Jose Ortiz has won at least 2 races. Scores in the nightcap with the favorite, Paula's Choice. We'll wrap it all up from Saratoga when we come back.
Good as gold in the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes. Golden Tempo looks to extend his dominance in the DraftKings Travers on Saturday, August 29th in Saratoga. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at NYRA.com/Travers.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Last to first, Paula's Choice. Welcome back, Saratoga Live on FS2. Paula Duca, Tom Amos provided you with the late pick 4, the winning combination. We'll take a look at payoffs in a moment as Paula's Choice entered the winner's circle. 2 wins on the afternoon. Jose Ortiz to Megan in the winner's circle.
Couldn't be a day in Saratoga without catching up with Jose Ortiz. 2 wins on the day and with Paula's Choice. I know my mom, Paula, is pretty excited about it, by the way, but pretty awesome to see her be able to maneuver that traffic going last to first in there.
Yeah, she was traveling very well every step of the way. You know, I was very happy. I was far, but I was happy she was taking me, and that's what I wanted when I asked her to go. She took me through traffic, and finally, when she saw clear, she exploded.
Talk about trying to negotiate those seams when it seems as if it's though you've got a lot up against you, being able to really ride the turf in a strategic way, being able to get it done there.
Yeah, you know, riding the turf, you got to take shots, and you have to ride like that. You got to go inside, safe ground, and sometimes you get pinned in there, but that's the right way to ride the turf.
You rode a Spirit of New York, who will take to the Cab Calloway Stakes tomorrow as a 2-year-old. What have you seen from his last effort, trying to kind of get that victory back to his 2-year-old form?
Yeah, last time I had an inside post. I asked him to go to the lead. I think we went too fast, way too fast. I think today we got a better draw, and I will try to ride him a little bit more patient.
Well, thank you for the information, the insight, and as always, a great day at the spa.
Thank you.
Jose Ortiz just keeps it rolling here in Saratoga.
Just another day at the office for the leading rider. 7 straight racing days, 2 victories. Jose Ortiz, Paula's Choice, $340 for the victory. The pick 4, $175.99.
Yeah. Look,
not bad.
Where are we going tonight, Paul? You got something in mind?
With that?
Yeah. We can make something happen.
We're going to be here till 9:30,
we'll pool our money. Yeah, right.
I say we go to Outback.
Yeah.
Bloomin' Onion. 23,000. That will get you a nice little steak around town.
Yeah, that will.
Oof. The pick 6. Congrats. If you're able to wire those numbers together. Paula's Choice in the end. The favorite delivering with Jose Ortiz. Back to Sandy Ridge with Todd and Samantha.
And we are pleased to introduce you to the person, you know, when you think of, if you ever saw the Field of Dreams, when Kevin Costner walks out in this cornfield and hears the voices. If you build it, they will come. Well, the guy who heard voices in his head a number of years ago, when he came out here in this place that was an abandoned strip mine, is the guy's with me now, Larry Lucas, who's the chairman of the Revolutionary Racing Group. I can't imagine what this day feels like for you, so I'm going to ask you to go from all those years back where it was just a vision and a plan, and now to see it as a reality, to see the governor here, to see all these dignitaries here, and then families benefiting from what's happening here. What's this day like for you?
It's just awesome. You know, what we've done for the Boyd County community in eastern Kentucky. We're just thrilled, and you can tell, you know, by walking around here, all the people, how happy they are. But I would like to take a point of personal privilege and say hi to my 3 grandsons.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Lucas, Sean, and Jack. Now I got that over with. No, we're thrilled to be here, and, you know, we were just talking earlier, the other thing we're thrilled about is the safety of our surface, because that's the number one concern here, is making sure that the horses are safe. And to see all the over 200 horsemen are here, parking lot, we had over 300 cars here today. I mean, it's really exciting, and the energy around all the positivity of the people here is just fantastic.
Now, there's 7 days of racing left. What can you tell us about what is to come in these next 7 days of racing?
Well, we're going to have very quality racing, as you know, part of our futurity, and we have the Kentucky, you know, Bluegrass Derby, which is very exciting. You all will be back on that on the 6th, and you know, the response has just been fantastic. We have horses from all over the country here, you know, Oklahoma, Texas, Indiana, Louisiana, and that's really exciting. And you've seen some of your old friends here.
Yeah, yes, I have. It feels like a great homecoming, Larry. We're just so happy to be a part of it with you.
Yeah,
thank you.
That community you're talking about, I don't see this very often, and when I do, it just sets me back and to realize when we bring races to the people that can make a difference for our industry, how many people just stop by to say thank you for being here? They appreciated the coverage and the fact that we came here to Sandy Ridge when truly the pleasure was all ours. But I do have to ask you before we leave, this partnership between the New York Racing Association and Fox Sports, you can see it there on the starting gate, but it goes beyond that.
It really does, and we want to congratulate the whole Fox team and the NYRA team, especially David O'Rourke, who I feel is somebody who really believes about the whole industry and has done a fabulous job of rebuilding racing in New York. And if we could be quarter as good as Mr. O'Rourke, I'd be thrilled.
Well said, although I have to say, when I grow up, I want to be you, Larry Lucas. Fantastic.
Well, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Larry Lucas, chairman of everything you see here. What a vision coming to life at Sandy Ridge, and what a privilege to be here for the first day of racing ever.
Long time coming, very long time coming. First sanctioned horse race in over 100 years in eastern Kentucky. And for this inaugural meet, this opening day, we're not done yet. The next trial for the Bluegrass Derby in 6 minutes.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively.
Here's Locked right alongside. It is Locked.
It's all about Locked, cruising home to an effortless rock.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Wednesday program behind us at Saratoga. Still focused. Quarter horse racing, inaugural meet, opening day, Sandy Ridge. As for the Thursday program at the Spa, and the Thursday feature, the male equivalent to today's Statue of Liberty, the Cab Calloway, more 3-year-olds, a mile on the inner turf course. Start with Chummers, drawn inside at 3-1, Richie. And your thoughts on his performance, this win, defeating Little at First among others in the Rick Violet.
I thought he worked out a really good trip. I mean, he had to come wide, but boy, did he get pace to run at. And he finished, and he seems like a horse that has always shown ability. It just took him a while to finally put it all together.
Yeah, that's a Little at First that's next to him. They're finishing together here. Chummers is the best of the two. I mean, they kind of went around there as a team when they got to the stretch, but a Little at First gets out finished. Chummers comes through, gets the job done.
I liked it because the 7 is physically double the size of Chummers in that replay.
Not
like a big old boy
intimidated.
rolling down the racetrack, and he was able to hold him off. I thought it was a game effort with Dylan Davis.
At number 7, Jaxer, Paul, with Kendrick Carmouche. How does he fit in with these?
I think he fits in this, and these are horses, they can make such a jump overnight. He had a good trip this day. He was able to save a little bit of ground, and then kind of got the split. I thought he could have went there originally, and then that other horse kind of squirreled to the outside of him, the 5, and he's going to get the split right here.
Yeah, you know, and Paul's right. He did have a good trip, but Flavian Pratt definitely wanted to move sooner around the turn and had absolutely nowhere to go. Has to sit, wait. He's going to find a little seam here. I don't think it would have been this close if he got in the seam earlier.
And another New York bred by Slumber, and they've got that finish. They kick hard through the stretch.
Yeah. Competitive edition of the Cab Calloway tomorrow. Deep. It's on the inner turf course. We'll have it for you right here on Saratoga Live, plus the Alabama week with all things headed up towards the Grade 1 event, 1.25 miles on Saturday. You'll see it on Fox. The highlights, Alabama week with the Fleet Indian on Friday. 2 stakes races Saturday, the Ballston Spa on the inner card of the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. More New York Breds on Sunday in the Albany. Fox Saratoga Saturday featuring the Alabama. 1-hour broadcast from 6 to 7. Counting Stars looking to separate, create more separation from herself and the rest of the top 3-year-olds in North America. Mark Casse trained last year's reigning 3-year-old filly champion Nitrogen, having won this Alabama. And trying to go back-to-back is Casse with Counting Stars.
It was last year's Alabama with Nitrogen that really made her the champion, 3-0 champion. And I mean, the same is going to be true here with Counting Stars. She wins this race, she's going to be champion 3-year-old filly.
And isn't her cause aided by the fact that she's drawn 6 of 6? She's shown clearly she's better when she runs outside. She can either go to the lead or stalk if somebody really wants it. With that outside position, it gives Irad Ortiz freedom to ride her exactly the way he wants to.
Now, you spoke with his agent, Steve Rushing. Irad Ortiz is expected back to ride on Saturday, a date with Counting Stars, the heavy favorite in the Alabama. You saw Jonathan Kinchin. He walked the shed row with Mark Casse earlier in the meet, this time with Brad Cox. Here it is, walking the shed row. Jonathan Kinchin, trainer Brad Cox.
Brad, congratulations, QB Rocket. You've seen $1.9 million horses not do what he was able to do.
Yeah, no, he showed up. I mean, obviously he was well meant. We shipped him up from Churchill this week and trained really well leading up to that. And he showed up. You know, you never know, but he trained like a good horse and he ran like a good horse.
You don't need $1 million horse from Keeneland to do well. Monomoy Girl, one of the greatest mares of all time, $100,000. What is it about that Keeneland sale that allows you to find horses for good value like that?
I mean, there's so many, right? Like, so it really works out well. Obviously, you know, book 1, 2, 3, they can be expensive, but you know, you get into, you know, sometimes book 4, you know, not quite as much. You know, you have to live with some things, maybe not perfect horse. There's really no such thing as a perfect horse, but you know, people wanting to spend, you know, maybe 150, 200,000, maybe a little bit later on.
You and your son Blake look exactly alike. Do you guys get mixed up a lot?
This is the first time during this meet someone actually walked up to me and said, "Hey, Blake." so yeah, no, we you know, I hear people call him Brad and stuff. So, but you know, look, he's does a great job. He runs the show up here at Saratoga, and you know, he's a big reason why we're having success.
It's all blue all the time for you. In Louisville, does that ever become a problem?
No. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of Kentucky fans there in Louisville, so yeah, we try to keep it blue.
Well, I got you this. I don't know if you're going to wear it on a big race day.
Yeah, no, we might be able to pull that off. We might be able to pull that off.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Father and son working together. Paulie, what was your biggest takeaway from Rocket QB's maiden win last Saturday?
He was obviously very impressive. I think the interview afterward, Brad was just like, nah, this isn't where he's going to be best. He's going to be best going around 2 turns, and I think it's a horse that you're going to see at Keeneland in the Breeders' Cup if everything goes well. I just think he's that good. He kind of won the race so easy, and he's bred to do a lot of better things going longer.
It was sigh of relief, Tom. It was a $1.8, $1.9 million investment, and after that, okay, at least he has some ability.
Yeah, look, I mean, as trainers, you know, you walk in that sales ring with the money to spend that the clients entrust their investment to you, and, you know, you raise your hand at $500,000 or more, and you're thinking like, wow, that could be, you know, a great home to live in. That, you know, it's just you can't look at it like that. You have to look at it as an investment in the future. Brad is one of the best trainers we have going right now in this era. He handles his investments very well.
Look forward to seeing what Rocket QB does next. Moving forward, those are the thoroughbreds, more quarter horse action. The trials continue. Todd, here for a good time and a long time. Some delays on this for this inaugural meet opening day, but here we go as the trials continue, the Bluegrass Derby trials.
Yeah, I get it all this week because tomorrow when I get on a plane, I'm heading out to the Pacific Classic. You're going up to Alabama weekend. But what a way to start our week here at Sandy Ridge. So appreciative of it. And here's that second trial that we've been talking about for the Bluegrass Derby field out on the track moments ago. And Liz Cromwell from Ocala, whom we told you about, she had the most impressive winner. Liz Cornwell coming in, and we talked about all the breeds that she dominates in, standardbred racing, quarter horse racing, thoroughbred racing. But she literally floated back from the winner's circle. I mean, she has been enjoying this as much as anybody here today, and why not? The best part is she's back for more with Bandita.
Yep, that's the 3 you're looking at right here. A horse that has been in actually some pretty deep competition lately. Most specifically, the Grade 1 Rainbow Oaks at Albuquerque Downs, of course, with Ruidoso Downs out of commission right now. All those trials that were held there on the mountaintop over the summer are now held at Albuquerque.
Ignore Liz Cornwell at your own risk.
Yeah.
She is in the zone, and Bandita with a chance. How about the, you know, the only thing better than having one qualifier for the finals is to have 2 of them. So
yes.
Why not? And, you know, with the scratches here, a number of slots that were going to be eliminated, they weren't a whole lot. So there is very possible that you'd have an owner like Liz Cornwell who could ultimately end up with multiple horses in the finals. What a moment would that be? $100,000 on the line.
Yeah, it would be fantastic, especially for the connections you work so hard to get to this point. But the real story here, Todd, is the number 1, AJ Remember Me, who is the reigning Grade 3 Oklahoma Derby winner, comes off that very sharp Remington Park form. This is a horse that as a 2-year-old was 3rd in the Ruidoso Futurity, a Grade 1 event that is just such a prestigious race just in general. To be a part of any of these big dances is big, but to come into this race with a Grade 3 win is pretty significant.
Would it be safe to say of all the horses on our card today, this was the horse with the best resume?
Yeah, this is the one specific trial that really gets you excited as a quarter horse racing fan, because this is an Oklahoma Derby winner. I mean, this is a prestigious race that they have in Oklahoma City.
And currently sitting up on the board at 1-5, your Oklahoma Derby winner as they get set to move into line here for the next to last race on the card. It's trial number 3, trying to get to the Bluegrass Derby, which we will be back for. And as Lafitte mentioned on a programming note, we'll be on Fox Sports 1. So that closing day with all those big finals you will see here. So what an opportunity here to be for the first day of racing, 8 racing days here at Sandy Ridge. And we are down to the last 2 on this opening day. Field moving into line. Are they going to beat the Oklahoma Derby winner?
Well, he's got to leave that gate cleanly. That's the huge key here, is just getting him away sharp, no interference with the other runners to his outside. But if he breaks sharp, they're going to have a hard time catching him.
Live, it's the Bluegrass Derby trials from opening day, the first day ever at Sandy Ridge here in Ashland, Kentucky. Let's go up for the rest of the load and then the call.
Our gate crew fixing the numbers on top of the starting gate here quickly before the start of race number 10 this afternoon. Once again, scratch the 5, Three-Eyed Candy, scratch the 6, Honey in the Rock, and scratch the 8, Flying Knockout 1, 2, 3.
Well, maybe the first race ever run. Well, as you heard from the track announcer, we do have a delay here as they're adjusting the numbers on the starting gate, and he reiterated those scratches as well. Okay, now it looks like we're going to load now. Let's turn it once again back up to the announcer's booth. Live, race number 10 from Sandy Ridge here on Saratoga Live.
Larry knocks out Megan next to go in. LB Royal Quick Perry with Jermarius O'Neal on board now loads. We're 2 out. Here goes Bandita. Mr. JD, the last to load. Here goes Mr. JD. Our field of 5 is all in line for race 10. And we're off and running in the 10th this afternoon. A good break for your field of 5 out of the gates. Bandita gets away well up the center of the track. AJ Remember Me showing speed to the inside rail. Up into third as Larry knocks out Megan. Then following that to the outside, Mr. JD. It's all AJ Remember Me to the winner circle in the 10th this afternoon over Bandita, and Larry knocks out Megan. Over Bandita, and Larry knocks out Megan.
The class, just too much for this field here in this trial.
The jock didn't even have to do anything there. It was just breakaway sharp like that. He just sat chilly on him. It was such a perfect ride. And this is a jockey who's been aboard this horse in multiple of his starts. And the fact that he just knows him so well, that Bandita, the 3, she broke pretty clean as well, but just too much racehorse here for this graded stakes.
But it is a fine line because, yeah, you're winning in hand, but you also are racing against the clock. You want to make sure that you get your spot in the final. I think because of the size of the fields, I think because of the quality of the horse, they're going to be fine. But again, you watch the jockey here, there was more to offer, and ultimately, one of the most expected winners of the day goes on to dominate and will be your favorite in the $100,000 final.
You have to imagine, Todd, this is a trial that was pretty zippy time-wise. You want to be in the fastest heat as an athlete, correct? Because that pushes you to do even better, to run even harder. So I would not be surprised to see the second-place finisher there in that top 10 bubble for the Derby finals.
All right, so we'll be checking the times. We have one more race to come for the Bluegrass Derby trials that we have here today, an 11th and final. We'll be back with some thoughts on that. But looking at the Boco Futurity earlier today, here's your top 10 qualifiers. Start with a horse that you like quite a bit at the top of that list.
Yeah, this is a horse that came into this race. She's an Innocent Polito with 2 wins in a row. Now we've got 3 wins in a row here in the top qualifying time in the Futurity trials. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got taught in my riding career is in the trials, you're playing against the clock. But when you get in that starting gate for the final time, it's just stay out of the horse's way. Let them do their work.
Okay, but give me some perspective on the time. You got the fastest qualifier at 17.65, and then the slowest qualifier at the bottom of the page there is Nacho's Secret at 17.9. So when you look at that difference, 17.65 to 17.9, how big of a difference are we talking about here? Would you look at the finals for the Boco Futurity as being wide open, looking at those times?
It's always wide open in a quarter horse race, and I feel like that's what makes it so exciting. And how you mentioned bringing in horses to have multiple chances. If you want 2, you want 3 in there if you're lucky enough, because you never know what's going to happen out of the starting gate, and you never know what happens at the post position draw as well. She's an Innocent Polito, the top qualifier. She could get a not ideal draw at the starting gate here, and that could open it up for a horse that I want to quote unquote long shot. It's a few tenths of a second's difference.
Okay, so hats off to the 10 qualifiers in the Boco Futurity. They got their spot set with $100,000 on the line in the final. But as far as the 3-year-olds, we got one more race to go before we determine that top 10 for the Bluegrass Derby. More coming up from Ashland, Kentucky in just a little bit, but hanging around on the set, getting after dark up there at Saratoga Springs. Our crew up there.
We're just waiting to hear who Freddie likes. Freddie doesn't miss. One left.
I got some bad news.
Oh, man.
Freddie gave us 3 horses. He was about a nose away from being 3 for 3. He didn't give me anything in the 11th.
Nothing? Didn't?
No, but I do have his phone number, so I am going to send him a text.
We got time.
We got like about 58 minutes to post till this last race. Plenty of time to get Freddie on the horn as our coverage continues this inaugural meet, opening day from Sandy Ridge. We'll stick around for that final trial and much more. Look ahead to the Alabama. You're watching Saratoga Live on MS2.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
When your horse turns for home in the Kentucky Derby, there's not a better feeling in the world.
Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Bob Baffert, a trainer for my racehorse.
She's the brave, wins the Preakness.
Sandy Ridge. Trials continue. Bluegrass Derby. Standout going in race number 10. Just too good, just too quick, Richie, as advertised. Hey, I remember me.
Yeah, his horse was second in the All-American Futurity at Los Alamitos last year as a 2-year-old and has just been running against much better horses.
Ran like it too. Yeah. You know, ran like a horse that was just much better.
And Freddie liked him.
Freddie did like him.
Nothing from Freddie yet.
No, but I got to try to get him on the horn.
All right.
I didn't get him. I texted him. Look, I think he's fairly reliable.
Waiting to see some bubbles or something.
Yeah,
We're waiting. Freddie, you got about a little less than 20 minutes till this 10th and final. AJ, remember me in the 10th. Sandy Ridge, as far as thoroughbred activity in the marquee event on this week, of course, is the Alabama. It's one of the most prestigious traditional races in Saratoga history as we go by the numbers. Dates back to 1872, named in honor of William Cottrell from Mobile, Alabama, who was fastest covering that 1.25 miles. She was a star. Go for one, 2 minutes, 0.80. Most wins by an owner, Bel Air Stud, 5-time Alabama winning owners, the trainer in the Alabama with most wins. Nobody did it better than Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons with 8 victories. 3 jockeys have won the Alabama 5 times. Mike Smith among them. Only one has captured the Alabama and gone on to Breeders' Cup Distaff Glory, Royal Delta, back in 2011. Look at that. This is all about titles and championships. 28 fillies have won the Alabama and been crowned champion last year. Nitrogen, 12 Alabama winners in the Hall of Fame. She was sensational with Songbird 2023. Romp, Alabama by the numbers, Richie. And another title potentially on the line in terms of the separation Counting Stars has already created between herself and the rest of the top 3-year-old fillies in the game. She's 1-2, our fabulous crew. Once again, barnstorming. Let's meet the field, starting with Nikon, drawn inside 20-1 on the morning line.
Biggest price in the field. Sometimes horses are entered in these big races because if they can get a placing, a 1, 2, 3 in a Grade 1 stake, their value off the racetrack increases dramatically. I think that's what's going on here.
And don't run away and hide from one horse, right? No matter
that's
how
exactly
good.
Right.
Yep. No matter, even if it is Counting Stars. For example, Addie Girl just graduated. First career win ever in her 9th start. Here she is in the Alabama.
But she's already shown that she can get the 1.25 miles. She was second in a maiden race, and Bill Mott, youngest trainer ever inducted in the Hall of Fame, sees fit to put her in there. But I hear you, Tom, if you can just be second or third, it enhances your value greatly.
Marcia says measure the other Mark Casse trainee in the Alabama.
Yeah, this is an up-and-comer. Took a big step forward in the CCA Oaks. Grade 1 race, was third behind Counting Stars, as well as always a runner, our Kentucky Oaks winner. But she is an improving type. Like her.
Then, My Guns Loaded, improving filly trained by Chad Brown.
Yeah, her last 2 starts were good. She stretched from 7 to a mile effectively. Now can she get another 1/4 mile, get the hot riding Manny Franco aboard? But she's talented.
Perfect 2 for 2 at Saratoga. My Guns Loaded, number 5, AP's Girl. Tyler Gaffleone to ride her Saratoga debut.
Yeah, with My Guns Loaded, I mean, we're looking at AP's Girl, my fault here. With AP's Girl, this is a horse that's really kind of trying to step forward in this race. Hasn't faced this kind of competition yet, but has built up to it gradually. A placing here would be very, very important.
Third in the Monomoy Girl Grade 1 debut, AP's Girl, and then the star attraction, Counting Stars. A real throwback campaign, her 11th race in her last 11 months.
Yeah, but she seems to be thriving on it, and she's clearly the leader in the clubhouse. Someone's going to have to do something sensational between now and the end of the year to unseat her for 3-year-old filly honors, and she wins the Alabama. I think basically closes the door on anybody else to be considered the champion in that division.
How about dig this? If Counting Stars wins, and now keep in mind, we've been up here at Saratoga longer than we usually are for the meet, it will be her 3rd Grade 1 victory of the Saratoga meet. Never been done before in a single meet because the meet hasn't really been that long because we're including Belmont Weekend when we say that, but 3 Grade 1s at the Saratoga meet. Pretty darn impressive.
She's been terrific here, as we saw in the coaching club American Oaks, and it came down to the 2 stars at the top of the stretch. CCA Oaks a few Saturdays ago. Richie, the brothers side by side. Jose inside, always a runner. Arad outside on Counting Stars and Traveling Best.
You know, I sat down with Irad after this, and we had a conversation on the Jockey Spotlight, which we didn't get to see. And he talked about his brother slipping up inside him. And he said he drifted off the rail intentionally just to kind of keep the horses that were their closest pursuers at bay. And when he looked, his brother had gotten there so quickly that he couldn't close the door before he got there. But then he said, but Philly was traveling so well that I didn't panic. I just let her build into a rhythm, and then she was able to draw away.
Let me tell you who did panic. Mark Cassie did at the head of the lane when always a runner slipped through there. And on the set, I was like, oh, my God, I can't believe you let him through. But it turned out he just had so much horse. You could have gone inside, outside. It didn't matter. Counting Stars is the best.
What is that like, Tom? You've spent so much time with a horse. You've trained this horse, got this horse to this point, and then you got to turn the keys to the car over to a jockey. Watching the race, is it a little bit of a desperate, almost helpless feeling when you're watching someone maybe not give the best ride?
Well, it can be, for sure. You know, I mean, you put a lot of effort into it. You know that rider, particularly if it's a top rider, is going to be someone that can go back into the room and ride 5 more that day and put it behind him. But that may have been your big chance for the day, even the week as a trainer. So I take it personally, quite frankly.
As you should, with this much on the line. Horse race, no such thing as a sure thing, right? So let's say they're not machines. Take a look at the stake schedule, not machines. Let's say she brings like her C-plus game, all right? Who has the most upside to pull off what would be considered a monumental upset in the Alabama?
I think you'd have to look at My Guns Loaded. You know, her last 2 wins were very good, and she can continue to, you know, maybe we haven't seen the best of her yet.
I think it's the other Cassie horse, Measure. I really do.
Okay, wow.
Measure took a big step forward in the CCA Oaks by finishing 3rd behind the 2 big horses, Always a Runner and, of course, Counting Stars. And I think she's an improving sort. I think Mark Cassie holds all the cards.
And really liked her second to Directive.
Yeah.
Prior to that,
Very
the really
good
highly
race.
regarded Juddmonte mare. Those are thoroughbreds. We have more quarter horses, and over to Samantha back at Sandy Ridge. Samantha.
Well, I am with an incredible quarter horse trainer and horseman. This is Casey Willis. Casey, we're a far ways away from Oklahoma, aren't we?
Yeah, about 13 and a half hours. So, yeah, it's a good trip.
Tell me a little bit about your decision bringing horses here from Oklahoma to the Sandy Ridge track.
Well, it looks like a place, if they get their feet under them, it's going to be a good place to go, and you're always looking for somewhere new, and the money's outstanding. So, thought I'd come give it a try anyway.
All right, so I've been talking all day about how this man right here ponies his own horses to the starting gate. What do you tell those jockeys on your trip to the starting gate?
I just try to keep the horse calm, and with Gonzalo, I just try to keep him quiet. So other than that, just stay focused. You know, that's all we do. We know the horses.
So you have a horse in this final upcoming trial, Philly. Good post position to the outside. What do you expect with her here today?
I expect her to run a good race. As long as she's clean and gets off the track, we'll be good.
Well, Casey, thanks for joining us, and it's great to have a little quarter horse spice on this Fox Sports 2 coverage. Casey, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, guys.
Historic day of racing in Eastern Kentucky. And 1 trial remains for the Bluegrass Derby. Live look there. Sandy Ridge will have it for you. Coming up next, the 11th and final on this opening day of the inaugural meet from Sandy Ridge.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry. Having the right leader sets a tone for an organization, and they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikura's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikura appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
Sikura is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
We call them bush tracks. It's a little Sunday afternoon get-together at a little racetrack somewhere, and everybody brings a horse up there tied to the side of the trailer. And they get out there and have like little match races, and we call it the bushes.
Quarter horse racing has been around for quite some time, but never in the capacity that it is really getting to roll now in Kentucky. It's starting to pick up pace.
They've got the speed of a thoroughbred in short distance. They've got the agility, of cutting horses. They're so versatile.
It's Sandy's Ridge, I believe. It could be something really fantastic, I think, and hopefully it will be.
It's a great experience. It's fast from 0 to, as fast as you can get, 55 sometimes in 100 yards.
Fox Sports being at Sandy Ridge is, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to bring people in that may have never seen a quarter horse run. They may be drag racing fans and think, man, that's drag racing on 4 legs.
Off and running at Sandy Ridge, Kentucky's first racetrack dedicated to quarter horse racing. Earlier today, Todd Schrupp with Governor Beshear.
Very honored and privileged to have with us the 63rd governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the Honorable Andy Beshear with us. Governor, thanks for being here today.
Oh, this is exciting. Quarter horse racing has come to eastern Kentucky. Kentucky continues to prove we are the horse racing capital of the world, and there are hundreds of new jobs because of today.
As someone who has a pro-growth agenda, when you look at the economics of Kentucky, there's 2 areas you've emphasized. That's the rural communities. You have a development fund there. And then private investment. You've gotten over $45 billion in your time in office of private investment into the Commonwealth. It seems like this day is a combination of all of it coming together.
Well, it's been amazing. We've broken every economic development record in the books. We're now just about $51 billion in new private sector investment, 70,000 new jobs. Our average wage for a new job is over $31 an hour this year. You can be pro-business and pro-worker. All of this can work together. And when your businesses do well, they pay their people more. They have better benefits. So having a pro-growth agenda lifts everybody up and leaves no one out.
And it seems at the core of it is the equine industry here in Kentucky. You have valued what they bring to the economic table.
It's big. Of all things, when I ask people what our #1 export is, everyone yells bourbon, but it's actually aerospace. So we make a lot in Kentucky that we send around the world. But there are so many important jobs here, and this is where I started. My first job in high school was mucking stalls at a lesson barn. I know the hard work it takes to get these horses ready. I grew up riding myself, so the equine industry is just part of who we are. We embrace it, we love it, and it creates a lot of jobs.
You're down the stretch of your governorship. You've had back-to-back terms. You're in that rare category in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. What do you want this last stretch to look like for you and your administration?
Well, like these horses, I want to run as fast as I can all the way through the tape and past that finish line. It's never a good time to coast, because every single inch that we run leaves Kentucky better off. Every new job we create, every new investment that we bring in. These last 6.5 years have been game-changing. You know, states used to look down on us. Now they're looking up to us. We used to be viewed as a flyover state. Now, look around. This is a destination. We are excited that you all are here. And we're seeing more and more sporting events like this across Kentucky. So it's a good time to be a Kentuckian, and I'm going to leave this place in the best shape I can.
Governor Beshear, thank you for the hospitality. Congratulations on this historic day here in Ashland, Kentucky.
Oh, every day in Kentucky is a day just like this.
Governor Andy Beshear joining us for the opening of Sandy Ridge.
And just lending perspective to the significance, the enthusiasm, like having Governor Beshear there, Tom, is part of this historic day in Kentucky racing.
Yeah, well, he talked about jobs. He talked about jobs and helping the community, and you know, he's a second-term governor for us in Kentucky. He's a Democrat. He would be considered a moderate at that, and you know, you look at his record; it's been very, very good over these past 2 terms.
You know, and I think it just speaks to his understanding of the economic impact that obviously in Kentucky horses have, but a new racetrack and the jobs and the tourism that it could bring to that area. So I think it's fantastic that he was there for their opening day.
Todd, great stuff with the governor. Great stuff all afternoon from the both of you. One left. One more trial, and then we'll know exactly what that Bluegrass Derby is going to look like.
Yeah, and again, to repeat, with the Boco Futurity, that final is $125,000 added, so it's going to be even a little bit more than $125,000. And then the final for the 3-year-olds here in the Bluegrass Derby is $100,000. So as this field has come out onto the track, this is the post parade. Again, our final race of the day and our final trial for the Bluegrass Derby. We take you through the field, but do want to let you know they are kind of making their way towards the starting gate here in just a little bit. Samantha, who are you looking at in this race?
Well, the 4 is a very heavy favorite here, and that's Lights Dynasty. Jason Pascoe is the trainer, and this is a trainer that does a bulk of his work at Ajax Downs, which is in Canada, and does very good up there. 4 wins to his name, but I'm going to have to go with the number 8. She's an outgoing gal. I like this outside post position, Todd. This is a filly that kind of seems like she's starting to come into her own a little bit. She got a nice allowance race under her belt at Remington Park. As we take a look at her there, and we heard a little bit earlier from trainer Casey Willis, who is right there on that paint pony, who's made over $100,000 with his time on the track, his pony there.
Okay, so I know people will watch these straightaway races and think, well, there's not much difference from 1 to 10. You just run straight down the track. There is a big difference being in the 1 hole versus being in the 10 hole. Now, we're a little diluted here in these last few trials because we've had scratches. But have you gotten the impression, because I've gotten the impression, that inside of the track was good today.
Yes.
Middle of the track was good. It was tough to be outside and be a big factor today. How'd you feel?
Yeah, I would slightly agree with that, especially whenever you look at some of the way that the 10 post position horses were breaking from the starting gate. They tend to break a little bit towards the outside, and whenever you lose that small step of momentum forward as a quarter horse race, it's over, Todd. It's very hard to make up that ground. You just simply don't have enough down the stretch for that. I do think that the middle to the inside of the track has been playing very fair. Sometimes when you get that one post position, it's just a dreaded post, but the horses here have been just showing up in a big way, and it's great to see the track maintenance has just got it all figured out.
Well, that's the part that I don't think we covered enough today. If you had been here a couple of weeks ago, there were actually people wondering, are they going to pull off opening day? They had more rain, like historic rains in this area, and this place was literally just drying out over the last week. So great credit to the track maintenance crew here to present the track in the way that they have. And then back to what Larry Lucas was saying. Safe racing. That's above all.
Yeah, it really is. And it's great because a lot of these trainers have been here for a couple weeks. Their horses have got a feel for the racetrack in general. There's, like you've mentioned all day long, and we'll mention it again, if you take a look at the infield of this racetrack, there's some pretty big mountainous hills, is how I would describe it. So
it's like none of them. Like, you've seen a lot of racetracks. You've
Yes.
rode quarter horses professionally. You've traveled as a broadcaster to a lot of facilities. I've never seen a facility like this, and I absolutely love it. Like I said, a lot of people will focus on there's this giant mound in the middle of the track because the track does go all the way around, but that's just part of it. Like, the whole surrounding area. This is a great tourist spot on the eastern side of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, because about 9 miles from here is the border of West Virginia. And you talk about the Appalachian area. You know, a lot of people come out here to mountain bike. A lot of people come out to hike. There's a lot to see and do. And now Sandy Ridge is a part of that tourism.
And it sounds like it will be here for quite some time, Todd, and it's only going to get bigger and better from here. So we have a lot to look forward to, and hopefully a lot of appearances from you and I out here as well.
I agree with you. Did we just lobby to management? Yes. All right. They have treated us great here today. We'll have some closing comments in a little bit, but we got our final race of the day here at Sandy Ridge to determine those 10 spots for the Bluegrass Derby, $100,000 final. Up for the rest of the load, and then the call, the 11th and final from Sandy Ridge.
Candy Jar, and she's an outgoing gal, the last two to load in. Here goes Candy Jar right now. She's an outgoing gal, last to load to the outside. We're all in line. Field of 6 going 400 yards is off and running in race 11 at Sandy Ridge. Good break for your field of 6 to the inside. EBW Paykist out to the early lead. In between horses, Train Station Tour showing speed. Then to the outside, it's Candy Jar alongside. She's an outgoing gal. We're all across the track here, down the stretch in the nightcap at Sandy Ridge, and it'll be a photo for the win.
You know, you would think with 11 quarter horse races today, we'd have finishes like that, but everything else, you know, was pretty easily determined. Not so here. Literally 4 horses with a chance on the wire.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from our angle who exactly got the bob, but it's a very important one as this is the final trial here today.
So watching it one more time, look at the surge to the far outside. Just as we were talking about the outside being difficult, watch the 8 surge there right on the wire.
Oh, that's close.
That's going to be good. Hey, all right, we're finishing up here. This photo will be determined. You will find that information a little bit later. But we have to thank a blanket thank you to the entire staff here, starting with Larry Lucas, whom we introduced you to earlier. But I keep getting this question throughout the day. What is Samantha Perry standing on? It's been a variety, and it's been a variety of things. Quickly, can I just show? Because Michael Hoy, horse owner, asked me.
There we go.
It's a cooler with our drinks on it. So, hey, we've got a few IPAs in here, and we got a couple of cigars. You ready to go celebrate?
We're ready to celebrate.
All right, we're taking our drinks, we're grabbing some cigars, and we're celebrating a historic day here in Ashley, Kentucky. The show is all yours, Lafitte.
The last 9 seconds of it, guys. Great job out there. That'll wrap things up for us here at Saratoga. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow afternoon right back at it, where today the star of the show, Gray Joy, Tyler Gaffley on Tom all over her. She takes down the Statue of Liberty New York Stallion Series. And the countdown continues to the Grade 1 Alabama. 3-year-old fillies taking center stage. Historic day in Eastern Kentucky, Sandy Ridge. Those two teaming up once again. Well, Mark Cassian has Rod Ortiz is sending out with Counting Stars in the Alabama on Saturday.